The main character's name is Mason. He just woke up and discovered that he was on the roof of a multi-story building. His head was pounding as if after a long night spent in a nightclub. Mason was accompanied by a strong smell of rotten meat. He did not immediately understand why he was on the roof and not in his bed. The stench was clearly everywhere, and screams and moans could be heard from below the building. Mason looked down and couldn't understand why there were so many people there. People were just marking time and making strange noises. It was a little like a strike, but something was not as usual. Mason looked closely and realized that it was not a strike or even people. It was a crowd of rotting zombies. As soon as Mason realized this, he was thrown off the edge of the roof. He was scared and didn't understand what was happening because a second ago he was in the normal world. Mason started looking for his phone. He wanted to see what was happening on the internet, but his pockets were empty. There was no money, no phone, no keys to the apartment. He only had a pack of peanuts with him. Mason remembered that he had bought them at the store the day before. Mason was upset. He thought that now he would definitely die. He would gnaw the nuts and immediately go to the next world. He had never even had a girl, and he was already dying. Suddenly, a few meters away from him, a door suddenly opened. This was the incomparable Melanie, who had clearly been surviving in this world for several days. Her curves were accentuated by tight clothing that fit snugly to her body. She didn't notice Mason, but he continued to watch this fearless girl from around the corner. At first, Mason didn't understand how to act, but he couldn't help but continue to watch her graceful, alluring gait. Melanie walked up to the barrel and pierced it with a knife. Water sprayed out of her and began to flow down her body. Melanie slowly unbuttoned her latex top to let the water wash over her ample breasts. She washed the dried blood and dirt from her long legs and firm buttocks. Mason watched her, and saliva flowed from his mouth. He had never seen such a sexy girl. Mason couldn't stay on one leg, and a stone flew out from under his boot. Melanie heard this immediately, because surviving in this world taught her to be sensitive and always ready for battle. Without having time to button up her clothes, she immediately rushed to Mason. Having reached the corner, she saw a confused Mason lying on the ground, who only managed to greet her, and immediately received a good right-side blow to the face. Melanie took out her pistol and put it to Mason's forehead, ordering him not to rock the boat, and Mason began to beg her for mercy. He didn't want anything bad. Melanie, without removing the pistol from his face, immediately asked who he was and what he was doing here. Mason didn't even think about his life. His gaze was drawn to Melanie's feet, which were so close and so far from him at the same time. Melanie looked closely at Mason and realized that he was looking at her buttocks and not at her face. For this, Mason again receives a good blow to the face. He started to piss her off, and Melanie is ready to cut him into small pieces and feed him to those rotten zombies who have gathered below. But the powerful, huge zombie behind her simply did not allow her to finish what she started. She heard him approaching and ready to attack. Melanie managed to jump away in time. This was not a surprise for her, but Mason clearly did not expect to see this, and only had time to think that before his death, he had at least had time to look at the beauty enough. The thug monster immediately started with the defenseless Mason. Mason at first thought that this monster belonged to Melanie, and said that although he was staring at her curvaceous forms, he couldn't be killed for that. But Melanie understood perfectly well the danger facing them, and began to shoot. Bullets flew from Melanie's two hands like in a real blockbuster. This mutant's skull was too thick for bullets to penetrate it. However, it hit him in the eye, and now he is just swinging his claws. But if he continues to swing and smash everything around like that, he may attract a crowd of low-level zombies, which will definitely lead to disaster. He should not have been allowed to do this. His upper body is huge, resulting in a lack of support for his lower body, and his right leg appears to have been broken before birth, and he doesn't move very quickly. Melanie analyzed the situation and took out a bandsaw. It had very sharp teeth and was designed specifically for battle against giant zombies. Now the mutant rushed at her, and judging by his size, he could simply crush her with one blow. Mason started screaming and asked her to quickly run away from there. But Melanie was clearly not a timid girl, and had no intention of running away. She rushed to attack the huge mutant. With one swing of the bandsaw, she cut off his leg. The mutant was clumsy, and without one leg, he simply fell to the ground, and Melanie, jumping on top, was able to hug his neck with a bandsaw. One sudden movement, and the zombie's head was already lying on the ground. Mason was shocked by what he saw, and would never have been able to believe that a small, fragile girl could do such a thing to a huge zombie. And Melanie had just taken out its core, which was of fairly good quality, from the mutant's body. Melanie got off the zombie and was only dissatisfied with one thing: she had just taken a shower. And now she was again covered in rancid blood. Melanie drew attention to Mason, who was squatting with his back turned to her. She asked why he was so cowardly and what camp he was from. Mason did not believe that this was reality. He ate nuts and thought that this dream was very realistic. He would sleep it off and wake up in his bed. Melanie came closer and took the peanuts from Mason, like a small child. Melanie looked at the nuts with bated breath and asked him where he even got the valuable longevity nuts. Mason said that if she wanted some nuts too, she could just ask instead of having to take everything away. Melanie was tired of this frivolous conversation. She put a bandsaw to Mason's neck and repeated her question where he came from and where he found such rare food. The cold touch of the saw and the burning pain that Mason felt when he was cut made him finally realize that it was all real. He introduced himself and said that the peanuts were just a snack that he bought at a regular supermarket. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Melanie's leg. Before they had time to realize it, the pain from the shot in the leg had just begun to reach Melanie, when a whole hail of bullets rained down on them. They hid behind the wall. Mason was terrified. This had never happened to him in real life. Melanie's leg was bleeding heavily, and he said that Melanie urgently needed medical attention. Melanie realized that there were more zombies in this area for a reason. People appeared here. A group of bandits, meanwhile, were discussing from the roof of another building that it was a great idea to lure zombies here so that Melanie would kill them, and then they would profit from easily obtained cannonballs. One of the bandits was a little scared, seeing how Melanie was dealing with zombies, and asked the main one if she would come for them to avenge the bullet in the leg. The boss said that this bullet contained cadaveric poison, and now Melanie's death will not take long. Meanwhile, Melanie's leg began to swell. She realized that it was cadaveric poison. Melanie said that even though her body has evolved and she is now immune, this poison is much more serious than a normal infection, and she may die this time. Realizing this, Melanie began to cry and told Mason that people from Camp 17 were shooting at them. They need the fruit from the zombies that she got. If they meet them, they will definitely kill them. Mason asked in horror what they should do now. Melanie said that she could detain them so that Mason could escape. But what would happen to Melanie? Melanie said that it contains corpse poison, and only penicillin can neutralize it. If Mason does not leave, then very soon Melanie will turn into a zombie, and then Mason certainly will not be able to leave. She asked Mason to find her sister and tell her to run away, because without her protection, the bandits from Camp 17 would catch her and do something terrible to her, and if she ran away, she would at least have a chance. Mason said that he might be able to find penicillin and save her, but Melanie said that it was almost impossible, because it is one of the rarest things in the world. Melanie threw several smoke bombs, and said that she would shoot back, and when the smoke rose, that Mason could escape through the door through which she entered. She gave Mason a note and said that her sister was here, and when he finds her, they definitely need to run. Melanie began firing back and ordered Mason to run. Mason rushed to the exit, but he only thought that he couldn't just leave Melanie, because she saved his life, and he was obliged to repay her in kind. Mason just thought that he wanted to return to his world, because penicillin is available in any pharmacy. The system immediately worked, and a voice in his head asked if he really wanted to return to his world. Mason asked the system if he could return back if he were transported to his own world for a while. The program replied that he could return at any time. Then Mason said that he needed to move to the real world right now. Mason woke up on a hospital bed. The voices of passers-by and motorists could be heard from the street. The world was the same, and the foul smell was no longer there. Mason went out into the hospital corridor, where life went on as usual. Mason rushed headlong down the corridor. He ran quickly and shouted only one word: penicillin. Meanwhile, Melanie was sitting on the roof. The poison absorbed Melanie in parts. She thought of only one thing. She wanted Mason to get to her sister and warn her about the danger. The shots stopped, and the bandits thought that Melanie was no longer able to fight back. Their boss said it was time to reap the fruits of their labor. Mason was stopped by a nurse and told that he should not run through the corridors. He saw the nurse holding a tray of pills. Without thinking for a long time, Mason grabbed all the pills under his t-shirt, after which he immediately started running. Without reacting in any way to the nurse's cries, he started running again. He told the program that he urgently needed to be transferred to another world. Melanie, in a lifeless state, continued to sit motionless on the roof. Suddenly, a finger touched her face. Fortunately, it was Mason. He asked if she was still alive, to which Melanie simply turned to face him. But Melanie didn't like it. She hoped that he was already warning her sister, and he returned to her when she almost became a zombie. Melanie was furious and asked why he returned. Mason, anticipating her negative reaction, immediately took out a bottle of penicillin. He said he had come to save her and took a bottle of penicillin with him. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes where he was able to get it from. Mason asked her to ask fewer questions. She didn't have to worry. It was real penicillin. It's too early to die. They will get out of here together in their right mind and strong memory. After these words, Mason handed her the tablet. Melanie swallowed the pill. Although she did not trust Mason, but she had no choice. A few minutes passed, and Mason asked her how she was feeling. Melanie examined her leg. It returned to normal, and there were no longer any signs of infection. Melanie couldn't believe that they managed to suppress the poison in such a short time. What kind of penicillin it was. Melanie had just put her shoe on when the door to the roof opened. These were the same bandits. Their boss ordered to find the little creature and take the core of the monster. And if you were lucky, you could have some fun if it was still warm. Melanie came around the corner with a bandsaw and asked if they wanted to have fun with her. She said that she was just about to start looking for them, and they came to her. How is this possible? How could she survive? The bandits clearly decided to quickly run away from there. Mason was waiting for Melanie in the apartment. Terrible sounds of violence were heard from above. He thought that she clearly did not need help. On the table, he found a notebook lying neatly in the corner. Mason began to leaf through it. It was a personal diary. But who would write such a thing? The 21st of July, 2080. It's sunny outside. A plump young woman from the house opposite went out into the street again to hang her clothes. From time to time, she appears on the street. It's nothing, but it's nice. And what a figure she has. The 22nd of July, partly cloudy. Today a new manager was transferred to the company, who was seated next to me. She must be training a lot because her butt is just space. Maybe I don't like the woman from the house opposite so much. The new girl's ass just makes you drool. There are rumors of a virus outbreak in a nearby city, but our hero hoped that it would not reach them. Something happens to the girl. Her body becomes covered with spots. She becomes not herself. The guy sits under the table in horror and watches the transformation of his manager. So they began to appear in the real world, unexpectedly, gradually, without warning. The company was immediately closed for quarantine. The hero was even confined to 4 walls and allowed to go out. The 24th of July, the virus struck most of the city. Residents were left with a minimal amount of provisions. Calls to the people responsible for his imprisonment remained unanswered. If this continues, he could simply die of starvation. On the 25th of July, despite the ban on leaving, he broke the door lock and decided to find food on his own. However, I was overcome with horror when I came out. The city was destroyed and seemed abandoned. When I arrived at the supermarket, there were real fights for food. People went crazy with vandalism and looting, grabbing everything they could. After I managed to take some food and medicine, I saw the infected biting people. On the 22nd of August, 2 days ago, the television signal suddenly disappeared, and the presenter on the last recording said that no one would come to help, and people could only help themselves. He even thought it was a little funny. On the 17th of August, all the food ran out, but he was afraid that if he left the room, he might be eaten by hordes of infected. For the last few days, he had been filling his stomach with water, and really missed the manager's juicy ass. Suddenly, I heard the screams of a woman from a neighboring house, whom I periodically watched from the window. Her own husband attacked her and stabbed her to death. I just couldn't believe it. My own husband killed my neighbor. He sat over her corpse. What was he doing there? He seemed to sense my gaze and began to turn around. Drops of blood dripped from his mouth. I quickly bent down and hid so that he would not have time to notice me and come after me. On the 19th of August, after 4 days without food, I was simply dying, and when I was already completely desperate, someone knocked on my door. This man was looking for penicillin. He exchanged a huge pile of food for my penicillin. It really worked better than the most powerful antibiotics, although it was difficult to believe that antibiotics did not work. But some simple penicillin was the strongest medicine. When I was on the balcony on August 21st, I discovered a man below who was eating dead zombies. How can he even do that? He took out a clot from their head, which he ate, without immediately leaving the zombie. Was it really edible? On August 30th, I discovered that all my penicillin had been stolen. This was my only hope for salvation. On the 1st of September, I decided to leave this cage-like house. Even if the world around is full of infected people, I am not going to die of hunger in my room. So I came face to face with zombies for the first time. I took out a kitchen knife and there were only 2 options: either the zombie would eat me, or I would eat it. This was the last entry in the diary. It seems the author of this diary never survived his first encounter with a zombie. In any case, the diary gave Mason an understanding of what is happening in this world. People infected with the virus turn into zombies that eat people. And judging by the current situation with food shortages, most people are already infected. And the most important thing here is, by the way, he is my favorite and wonderful YouTube viewer. And what would you do first? If you knew that in 3 weeks the world would face a zombie apocalypse, think and write in the comments your most important 5 points. I personally would be the first. I would actually buy 100 bottles of Coca-Cola, because I can't live a day without it. Penicillin is more valuable than gold in this world. And the most important thing is that Mason could buy it in his world without any problems. And this meant only one thing. Suddenly, Mason again felt a gun at his head. It was the boss of the bandits. He now understood how Melanie was able to survive. After all, they have a jar of penicillin. A moment later, Mason was already on his knees, and the boss was looking at the jar of penicillin. It was full. He couldn't believe his eyes, because if he gave it to his leaders, he would be promoted as much as 3 steps ahead. But Mason was not so lucky, because he could go to hell. He immediately realized that he was on the verge of death, and said that he had more. Suddenly, Melanie entered the apartment. The boss took Mason hostage and warned Melanie that if she took one more step, Mason would be gone. Melanie said that if he shoots, then her reaction will not be long in coming. She demanded that Mason be released, and then she would leave him alive, especially if she listened to the sounds outside. The noise of the gunfire and the smell of fresh human blood attracted a large group of zombies, and if they do not go their separate ways right now, they will all die together at the hands of the rotting dead. The boss of the bandits was called Logan, and he knew very well that the meeting with a group of zombies could be the last. But at the same time, he did not want to let go of such a golden guy like Mason. Logan was thinking about what the right thing to do was, and Melanie continued to demand that Mason be released. She killed so many of Logan's brothers, he promised revenge. Logan pushed Mason into Melanie, and he released the harpoon and caught on a nearby building. He began to climb on a chain to a nearby building using automatic traction, and promised that the next time they met, she would cut Melanie into pieces and feed her to the zombies. Mason, meanwhile, was already calm and pressed his face to Melanie's chest. Melanie asked Mason if he could unhook himself or if he needed a little help. The city was enveloped in dark night. Hordes of zombies continued to wander aimlessly on the streets. Melanie looked out the window and said that they were at a sufficient distance from these walkers. After a little rest, they would hit the road again. Melanie looked with her bright blue eyes at Mason and said that she would like to clarify a few points. Firstly, who he is and where he gets such rare things as peanuts and penicillin, which ordinary people have not had for a long time. Mason did not answer right away. He thought that even though Melanie looks like a very capable girl, she wouldn't reveal her cards for anything, which means that he shouldn't have revealed his cards right away. He needed to somehow evade the answer. Mason sat down on the table and threw Melanie a pack of penicillin. Melanie had not seen him for so long that it seemed that she was holding in her hands not penicillin, but a large piece of gold. Mason said that she could take the whole jar for herself, even if it was payment for saving him. And if Melanie promised to follow him and protect him, she could get more. Melanie asked Mason how serious his intentions were. He said that if Melanie agreed, he would give her not only penicillin, but also many other valuable things in this world. Melanie couldn't believe that he had something more important than penicillin. Mason began to tell a very tasty story. Steamed lamb, bear paw, roast duck and chicken, steak burger, roast goose, marinated salted duck, chicken and gravy, bacon, canned eggs, jerky, sausage, smoked white belly chicken, steamed pork. Melanie stood and imagined these dishes and her stomach hurt. She asked Mason to stop. She wiped away her drool and said that she would not agree to defend him only for these things, especially since he might turn out to be a person from the camp of her opponents. But Mason hastened to reassure her, because he did not belong to more than one camp. He said that Melanie might consider him a spoiled, handsome man who would turn her life into paradise. Mason thought to himself that he was just an unlucky hard worker of the 21st century. Melanie thought that he definitely looked like a spoiled man, but she survived thanks to the penicillin he gave her. Although she hated to admit it, he was clearly her savior. After thinking a little, Melanie said that she was in business. From now on, she would always follow him and protect him. But if she found even a hint that his words were a lie, then she would cut him into small pieces and make delicious cutlets from him. Mason was pleased with himself because he had earned the trust, and now the accompaniment of a beautiful girl, and now she will always be with him, and maybe he will finally have physical intimacy with a real girl. Mason said that now that there was a verbal agreement between them, he would like to ask something, namely what happened to the world. Melanie, like a real school teacher, began to conduct a mini excursion around the world. The culprit behind the end of the world is a virus that has turned normal people into zombies, with an infection rate of approximately 80%, reducing the planet's population of 9 billion to 1, and the remaining people have become the walking dead. Zombie core has both herbal and mineral properties. When directly ingested, it provides the body with a large amount of energy for a short period of time. However, if you prepare an evolution potion, it is possible to evolve with different effects on the body. Evolution potions are divided into 3 levels. The first level provides the opportunity to evolve by 20%, the second level by 30%, and the third by 35%, and you can use them separately or together to increase the chances of evolving. Due to the rapid adaptation of the virus, good powerful antibiotics quickly became ineffective. namely penicillin, could constantly and quickly destroy the infection. But since the microorganisms that synthesize it also mutated, penicillin became a particularly valuable medicine for saving lives. As soon as the virus began to affect humanity, and people realized that it could not be defeated, people began to unite in groups. At the moment, there are 3 organizations operating in the city. This is Camp 17, Earth Construction and Ascending Together. The group they met earlier was from Camp 17. They are real bandits. They openly burn, kill, and rob everyone in their path. Have thirst of all kinds, including women. Their boss kills for pleasure, and even feeds on human flesh. Mason thought a little about all Melanie's words, and, in general, the situation in the city was clear to him. Melanie looked at the street and said that a lot of zombies had accumulated around. And since Mason couldn't do anything at all, they should look for a place to stay for the night and move out only at dawn. Mason sat on the bed, and Melanie next to him on the sofa. She told him to go to bed, because he was of little use, so she would be on guard. He looked closely at her face. It was hard to imagine that she was as combative as he had seen her some time ago. Mason lay down on the bed and said that he needed to move back to the 21st century. The system has started the transfer. Mason opened his eyes slightly. He felt a little heavy, as if someone was sitting on him. When he opened his eyes completely, he saw a busty girl in front of him, who in a gentle, sweet voice asked him if he was awake. Mason quickly got out of bed and pushed the girl away from him. The girl was his mistress. He asked why she came to him. The owner said he had been hit by a car, but the doctor said it would be okay. It was a good thing she had made an emergency contact. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't have been able to find anyone to pay his hospital expenses. Mason asked when she managed to do all this, but the hostess did not listen to him and asked what he would like to eat. Mason felt embarrassed that they were showing so much care to him. The hostess laughed playfully. She even felt embarrassed that Mason was so embarrassed. She got out of bed and said that she would go and buy him everything he needed. Mason really needed some things that he could take to the parallel world, and he agreed. While no one was there, he needed to figure out the system. He realized that if he accessed the system, a kind of menu would appear on his hand. There were only 3 icons: memory, transfer, and charging. He immediately had a logical question how to charge it and how much charge was left. Literally 10 minutes passed, and the girl had already returned, all out of breath from the weight of 2 large bags. Mason quickly got out of bed and wanted to help, but the girl said that he shouldn't overexert himself. He just needed to rest. The girl's name was Emma. She was very rich and constantly showed attention to Mason. He understood this perfectly well, but due to the fact that he had no money at all, he believed that he was not worthy of her and did not reciprocate her feelings. But suddenly a brilliant idea came to his mind. If he has such a unique system, then with the help of trade between worlds, he can get rich here and there. Suddenly the door to the room suddenly opened. It was Emma's uncle, and she angrily asked what he was doing here. Her uncle said he came to pick her up and take her to Liam's for dinner. Emma got angry and said that she would not go to dinner with him because she had her own plans. Her uncle did not listen to her and simply pushed her out of the room because it was a direct order from her father. Her uncle closed the door of the room in front of her and told her to wait downstairs. He had a serious conversation with Mason. He silently walked up to Mason's bed and looked straight at him. Mason asked what problems he had. The uncle said that the problem should have been solved by itself. Was it really that the money they offered Mason was not enough? Mason suddenly asked what if he became rich. Uncle thought a little and said that there is a good phrase: a little man always has big ambitions, but he knew everything about Mason. Therefore, he is sure that, having lived his whole life, Mason will never reach the top. However, Mason did not agree with him, and his words sounded to him like a challenge to action. In another world, the sun had already begun to shine. Melanie actively tried to wake up Mason. Mason woke up yawning a little, and Melanie looked out the window and said that the journey from here to their base would take about 1 hour. The streets were infested with hordes of zombies. Melanie boldly walked along the steep roof of the former shops, and Mason followed her in horror, holding onto the wall. After an hour of travel, they stopped at the edge of one of the roofs. Melanie threw a pebble at a nearby building, and from this building the suspension bridge began to descend, after which they entered the base via this bridge. Mason said the base was very well hidden from the outside. He would never have known there was anything there. Melanie boldly moved along the corridors of the base, and Mason silently followed her. She entered the room where a completely bandaged girl lay. Apparently she was bitten, and she was all covered in spots. The infection had already begun to completely absorb her body. It was her sister Becca, and Melanie immediately gave her a penicillin tablet, happily telling her that she would get better very soon. Mason asked what happened and why her sister looked so bad. Melanie said that she was wounded by zombies. She went on a raid specifically to get the core of a mutant zombie, which she could exchange for penicillin, but was ambushed. Becca asked if she was okay and if she was hurt. Melanie said that she was fine, and she also brought a friend who got them penicillin, and if it weren't for him, they would never have met. Although Becca didn't see Mason, she immediately thanked him for saving him. He was a little uncomfortable, because he got these medications quite easily. He was amazed how two fragile girls could survive in such a terrible world. Melanie prepared food and handed the plate to Mason. He was very happy about this, because they had been on their feet all day. He quickly pounced on the food and began chewing, but he immediately spat out the entire contents into the trash can. Melanie devoured the contents of the plate with pleasure, and asked Mason in surprise if he didn't like it at all. Mason almost felt sick. He asked if they always eat this here. He even began to cry a little. Melanie again asked if the food she had prepared was so tasteless. Mason said that they would stop eating such garbage. Melanie replied that she could hardly catch it all from the river. Mason began looking through his pockets and asked Melanie to open her mouth. What Mason put in her mouth was simply delicious. This rich, milky taste is simply divine sweetness. Melanie froze and did not move. Although there was a storm of emotions in her head, Mason waved his hand in front of his face and said that it was ordinary toffee. Melanie finally came to her senses and said it was amazing. He had to have one more piece of candy, and he immediately started looking for it in his pockets. He put the second candy into Melanie's mouth. Melanie greedily closed her mouth and began chewing right with Mason's fingers. It was truly delicious. Mason was already a little afraid of her. She asked if he could get more of these sweets. Now Mason was careful not to put candy in her mouth, and put everything he had on the table. Melanie immediately gave one candy to her sister. The candy melted in her mouth and filled her not only with energy, but also with positivity. She immediately asked where such a treat came from, to which Melanie replied that their friend gave them this candy. The swelling began to slowly subside from Becky's face after she took the pill, and the candy brought back happiness and the desire to live. Mason felt sorry for these girls. They were happy from such simple things. He couldn't stand it and dumped all the food he had on the table. Melanie couldn't believe her eyes. These were the delicacies that she had read about so often in books. "Is this really all for the two of them?" Melanie asked, to which Mason replied that they don't have to worry, because he still has many of them. She thought for a while and decided to thank him. She took out a filled bag and handed it to Mason. He asked what was in it. Melanie said that these are all the cores that she managed to collect, and now they belong to him. As soon as she handed him the cores, the seal on her left hand began to burn, where they somehow connected. Mason agreed to take them, but asked if she was sure that she wanted to give them all away at once, apparently. It was a very valuable thing. The penicillin he gave them saved their lives, and the same food costs much more. But in the future, she will collect more cores and pay off the entire debt. Mason took the bag of kernels and asked if they had a toilet. Melanie said that it was around the corner. He went into the toilet, which was just a hole in the floor, which was clearly very deep. But there was nothing else to expect, so Mason began to implement the plan. While he is alone, it is time to study how the nuclei in the program interact in his body. He brought one core to his hand and it began to be sucked inside. A second later, it completely disappeared. A voice in my head said that the charge was replenished. The transfer possibilities were +2. The total number of transfer possibilities was 3. Mason decided that he needed to recharge himself some more. While he was replenishing the charge over and over again, the nuclei began to spill out of the bag into the toilet. The charge has already been replenished to 9 transfer possibilities. Mason decided that 9 were enough for now, but what about the remaining cores? He looked closely at the bag and was surprised where the rest of the kernels were. Mason looked into the toilet and realized that they had all spilled into the toilet, from which a terrible stench emanated. His face simply turned pale. Mason came out of the toilet so upset that he looked like a ghost. Melanie immediately asked what happened to him, to which he replied that he simply had problems with digestion. Melanie again put the porridge she had prepared on the table, and said that Mason needed to eat to regain his strength. Mason didn't understand why they had to eat this again, because he gave them a lot of delicious food. But Melanie said that it was impossible to eat such valuable food every day, especially since she tried very hard and caught the ingredients from the river. It was impossible for the good to go to waste. Mason stopped Melanie and said that there was nothing to save. If necessary, he would bring more. She devoured her porridge and said that he had given them all the food he had. She didn't know that he had supplies in the system storage, and if she could get more food right now, it would be very strange. But his supplies clearly wouldn't last the 3 of them for several days, so she had to go back and grab more. Mason came up with a story. He said that he is a trader, and supplies are constantly brought to him for trading, so there will always be enough food. But why didn't he immediately say about it? Mason said that he didn't trust Melanie right away, but tomorrow he would go get the goods and bring more food. A new day has come. Mason said he would go get the goods, but Melanie stopped him. She put the revolver in his hand. But why is this revolver so small? Melanie replied that it doesn't matter at all. The main thing is that it is suitable for secret killings. Mason thanked her and said that he would be back very soon. Immediately after the door slammed, Becca stood up from the bed. Melanie was pleasantly surprised. She said that the pills that the guy brought worked very well. Becca took off her bandages and asked Melanie to follow him to see where he was going. His behavior and appearance are not like those of the locals, and he also knows very little about our world. The words that he is a merchant are most likely just a lie, to distract attention. Although he is extremely generous to them, it is too early to trust him. Mason walked for a long time through the buildings of the city. He went into a room, looked around. It seemed like no one was following him, and he could get down to business. It's time to move into the real world. He woke up again in the hospital and decided that it was time to be discharged. Otherwise, he did not have any money at all for such a long stay in the hospital. This month, he couldn't find a job again. His savings were already running out. They were about to run out, before it seemed to him that he could get rich. But, in fact, he's just a poor man. But now he needed to take valuable food for that world. Food and medicine are very valuable in that world, but he has no buyers at all. If he goes to that camp of thugs, they will simply take everything away and finish him off. Mason placed a whole bunch of groceries on the checkout counter and asked him to check it out. Although Melanie was quite strong, the most she could do was help him avoid becoming food for zombies. But she said that there were peaceful camps, and perhaps it was worth starting to trade with them. The total came out to $1,000. Mason came to his home with full packages. There was still enough space in the system storage. He needed to grab another change of clothes. Half a core was needed for one move. He needed to try to save them. He remembered that toilet with regret, in fact. He should not have saved so much if all the kernels had not been poured into it. Melanie peered into the distance and tried to figure out where Mason had gone, but he just seemed to disappear. Was she really so bad at surveillance? She stood on the roof of the building and believed that here she had an excellent place to observe. Here she could understand where he was going. Mason moved back, more prepared. He decided to put some of his things in his backpack so that they wouldn't suspect anything. Last time there were much fewer zombies here. It was better to get around them somehow. But the further Mason walked, the more zombies accompanied him. He was already at the edge of the roof, but there was a whole horde of zombies there. It was clearly impossible to get through here. There were only a few wires hanging in front of him, along which he could go to the next building. He thought it was better not to risk it in return. However, some zombies had already climbed onto the roof and were following his juicy, tender body. He urgently needed to come up with something, because the happy zombies were running after him. One of the zombies pushed him off the roof. He began to fall quickly, and food scattered all over the area. However, at the last moment, Mason quickly managed to grab the wires, and the zombies simply fell down. Mason began to ask to be transported to the real world, but the program said that the passive climbing ability is currently used. There is room for improvement. Mason held on with his last strength. The program said that he had 7 skill points. The cost of improvement was 1 skill point, and re-upgrade cost 2 points. Mason didn't listen to the program at all and shouted twice to improve it. Passive climbing ability improved by 2 levels, 3 skill points spent. It was cool. Now Mason could hold onto the wire with one hand, some kind of miracles. He could also walk on a wire just like on the ground. Maybe now he is the real Spider-Man. He crawled along the wire, parodying Spider-Man, and Melanie quietly watched him. She thought that Mason was an ordinary sissy, but in fact he's very clever after all. Becca was right. He is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Mason finally jumped onto the roof of another building. That road was filled with zombies. He decided to climb higher to find another way to the base. He looked around and decided to climb onto another building. Immediately, Mason began to climb the building's vertical lines. He was wondering if there were any other skills in this system. He wanted to try them as soon as possible. On one of the floors, Mason stopped and looked out the window. The building was swarming with the walking office dead. They saw Mason in the window and immediately rushed to attack, but the glass prevented them from doing so. He did not climb higher and decided to look at them up close, confident that the glass would not allow them to reach him. However, the office zombie crowd didn't think so. Under the weight of their bodies, the glass cracked. And that's when Mason realized that not everything was as wonderful as he thought. The glass broke and he fell. He was able to grab the edge of the floor and began to fight off the zombies with his second hand. With one wave of his hand, he cut off the zombie's head. His arms became so strong that he could easily take off a zombie's head with one blow. Second zombie, and immediately a second blow. The head came off, just like the first zombie. However, Mason realized that even if he were Edward with scissor hands, he simply could not cope with such a crowd of zombies. It's time to get out of there quickly. It was a rather dangerous game, because if they pierced even a piece of skin, you could say goodbye to life in this world. It was clearly not worth showing off. By the way, it seemed or suddenly became easier for Mason to move around. Where did the backpack with food go? The backpack fell along with all its contents. Mason even began to cry. Why does this always happen? He didn't bring anything at all during this trip. All the precious things were lost, but he spent all his hard-earned fortune on them. He was going to save this money for his funeral, and couldn't just say goodbye to it. He simply had to return it at any cost. He crawled up to the window again, and lured the zombies with his fresh, tender, fleshy hand. Zombies, like animals, began to jump out of the window in the hope of feasting on his hand. The office zombies finally decided to fly a little. It seems that all the zombies were already in flight. Mason's hand even got a little numb from such a large number. But it looks like the zombies are over. Mason climbed into the building and took his backpack. He thought that you shouldn't be afraid of them. You just need to cheat correctly. But something was clearly moving quickly behind him. He definitely saw a red shadow, or maybe he just imagined it. It was not just a shadow. It was not even just a zombie. It was a mutant. Moreover, he was very fast and dexterous, who also wanted to taste Mason. The mutant hovered over Mason, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. Drops of blood from his mouth began to drip onto Mason's face, and after a second of waiting, the mutant rushed to attack. With one blow, Mason flew out of the office space. However, realizing the danger of the situation, he immediately ran away. However, this mutant was not so simple. His speed was enormous, and Mason for him was just another living toy that he could easily dine on. He ran as fast as he could, but the mutant was so fast that Mason didn't even see him coming. If he was transported to the real world, he would be here again when he returned, so it was just a waste of cores. The mutant was already very close, and Mason said that he wanted to spend all his remaining points on improvements. All points are spent, climbing speed is improved to level 6, special skills, courage and discretion, and a firm step are also obtained. At the same moment, Mason managed to dodge the rushing mutant. Now he saw all his movements, and still managed to dodge attacks. The mutant was still chasing Mason. He spent all his points, and this only equalized them in speed. But he still could not escape from him. Mason hoped that after pumping up his abilities like this, he would be able to pin him down and destroy him. But he wouldn't be able to run at such a speed for long. His strength was quickly leaving him. If you slow down for even 1 second, he will catch up with him and grab his neck to bite. But something had to be done, and Mason came up with a plan. He stopped abruptly, and the mutant was just waiting for this. He could finally feast on fresh flesh. Mason immediately managed to grab a piece of the stick. With his strong grip, he instantly aimed it at the flying mutant. Due to the mutant's enormous speed, the stick entered his body and slid like a knife through butter. She pierced the mutant, screaming in pain right through. Mason crawled into the soft skull of the mutant in search of its core. And fortunately, he was able to get it. It was shining in his hands, because it was his first well-deserved core. He was exhausted from the fatigue of running, but at the same time glad that all this was not in vain. A few minutes later, Mason left the building with a backpack on his shoulder, and Melanie watched him from the roof. She knew very well that this building was simply infested with zombies, and could not believe that he managed to get out. Mason didn't notice her, and thought that at the moment he was about the same level of strength as Melanie. Following Melanie's example, he threw a pebble, and the entrance to their shelter opened. Mason immediately began calling the girls so that they could look at the new things that he had been able to bring to them with such difficulty. On the threshold, he was met by Becca, who had changed greatly since their last meeting. She was a young girl, dressed in short shorts and a t-shirt that hugged her huge breasts. Mason didn't even immediately understand who was standing in front of him, because when she was all bandaged, he didn't even see her face. The girl winked at him and introduced herself. Did he really not recognize her? She came close to him and began to touch his body, asking where there was blood on his clothes, how he was feeling, and whether he was injured. Becca pressed her breasts against him and began to rub herself against his body. She said that she would rather examine him completely. Mason couldn't even imagine this. Could it be that his dreams were starting to come true? Such a cute girl wanted to fully examine him, and even rub herself with her big breasts. He had already begun to think that this world wasn't so bad. She visually examined Mason and said that she found no bites, which means he was really fine. Took his hand and asked him to go wash with her because he was so dirty. Mason didn't immediately understand what Becca wanted. He asked again if she was really inviting him to take a shower together. Becca said that there are very few water sources now, winked again and said that they need to save money. Warm water was already pouring over Becky's body. She was the first to enter the shower completely naked, water flowing down her huge breasts, and she was simply luring Mason to join her. He was a virgin, and he could never even dream of something like this. Becca called Mason to her again and again. He asked her if her sister would be against this, but Becca hastened to reassure him, because she and Melanie often swim together. Mason kept standing in front of the entrance and could not decide to enter. He quickly took off his clothes and said that if you didn't enter, it would be a clear sign of disrespect, so you shouldn't refuse. He had already approached Becca from behind and wanted to make himself more comfortable. Looking at her tender, young, wet body, drool rolled out of his mouth. But someone grabbed him by the hair from behind. It was Melanie, who was clearly not happy with his behavior. She rudely asked what else he was doing and pulled his head towards her. Mason said that he didn't really have time to see anything. Since he had -8 vision since childhood, he couldn't even see anything in front of him. They left the bath, and Mason immediately decided to switch the topic of conversation. So as not to test Melanie's patience, he began to extract everything that he managed to convey from the real world. For a balanced diet, he even brought fruit with him. Melanie immediately forgot about everything that had happened before, because she had only seen bananas in pictures. Mason unwrapped one banana for her and said that she could eat it right now and not be embarrassed. He began to push the banana into Melanie's mouth. It passed slowly and quite tightly, because she actively licked it with her tongue so that it would fit into her mouth more easily. Mason's thoughts were not at all about the banana, and he continued to slowly shove it into Melanie's mouth. The banana was already quite wet, but in order to feel its taste better and more clearly, she polished it with her tongue without stopping. Finally, a piece of banana broke and remained in her mouth, filled with delight at its sweet taste. Mason closed his eyes and replayed this moment in his head over and over again. A few minutes later, Becca came out of the shower and saw so many products and thought that she was in a dream. Would Mason really give it all to them? It was very expensive, but Mason said that he perfectly understands the value of these things in this world, but he promised to be generous to them if they would protect him. Melanie finally swallowed a piece of banana and thought that now she definitely had to keep her promise. Mason said that with his savings he would be able to stock up just once, and also figure out a way to get the kernels. Melanie asked why he needed money, because now it's just priceless paper. It's even inconvenient to wipe with it. To which Mason replied that his trade is based on the exchange of rare metals, gold, silver, or something like that. Melanie looked around and walked away somewhere. She went to the table and took something out from under it. On the table where Mason was sitting, she placed several yellow bars that were very similar to gold. They sparkled like real gold bars. Mason extended his hands to them and began to touch them. Are these really real gold bars? Melanie said she didn't even remember what it was called. These ingots were square, so she decided to put them under the legs of the table so that it would not wobble. If it suits Mason, then she has 5 or 6 more of the same under the table. Mason even sweated a little when he saw so much gold in front of him, and Melanie opened a pack of chips and ate them with great pleasure, saying that they don't use it, and he can take everything. It was already completely dark outside. Mason lay there and couldn't get enough of the fact that he was now truly rich. While he was sleeping, someone entered his room. Mason did not hear this at all, and his dreams were only about how he could now spend his new wealth. However, he did not even suspect that all his dreams, like reality, could end in an instant. Becca was already standing in front of him, with a knife raised up. She had already lowered the knife in order to stop Mason's dreams forever. However, Melanie stopped her hand. They quietly asked Becca what she was doing, what had come over her. Becca said that if they killed Mason right now, then all his precious things would belong to them. Melanie said that they could not do this because he saved them. If not for the penicillin, which he gave them for nothing, then both of them would already be company with the dead who wander aimlessly through the streets. Becca reminded Melanie how not so long ago another guy was able to gain her trust, and then betrayed them by telling the bandits about their location. Then everyone from their camp died. Does she really want to repeat? If Melanie had not stopped Mason, he would have lost his lustful eyes and his soul. Melanie insisted, because Mason had no reason to spend such value on them as penicillin, even if they sold everything they had. They wouldn't even earn 5 penicillin tablets, and Mason gave them a whole pack. He's definitely not a traitor. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Mason himself, and asked what they were whispering about. Without thinking for a long time, Becca jumped into his bed and said that she wanted to sleep with him. Mason didn't even suspect her intentions, and said that he didn't even need to ask about that, because he would happily take her to his bed. Melanie wanted to protect him from death, and said that she also wanted to sleep with him. Mason couldn't even believe that he was so lucky, and said that there was enough space for both girls. Mason's happiness knew no bounds. Who would have thought that 2 pretty young girls would sleep with him, because he simply brought them some food from the supermarket. Becca lay down, pressed tightly against him, and Melanie lay there like a tin soldier, not at all sharing Becca's opinion. As soon as Mason fell asleep, Becca took out a sickle from under the blanket. She wanted to end Mason unceremoniously with one blow, but Melanie kicked the sickle out of her hands. Melanie's foot not only knocked the sickle out of Becky's hands, but also hit Mason right in the stomach. He woke up again and asked why Melanie sat on top of him. Melanie said she only wanted to sleep with him alone. In this case, she will be able to ensure his safety if suddenly someone wants to attack him. Mason agreed with her, because safety comes first. And yet the night passed for Mason without injuries. Becca sat down next to Mason and asked him how much he had evolved. Mason replied that he was just an ordinary handsome guy and had not evolved at all. Then Becca asked how he managed to climb the skyscraper. Mason immediately asked how she knew this. She said that she had a pretty keen sense of smell, and when he arrived, she smelled everything. She began to pretend to be a shy little girl, and said that only the strongest evolved people could get out of that building alive, and how Mason did it. For now, he couldn't be told about the program. He could only lie. He said that yesterday he got a little lost, and only thanks to the revolver that Melanie gave him, he was able to survive. This meant that Mason was a good shooter. Melanie suggested that he try shooting at the range. Mason began to shoot clumsily, but missed the target more than once. Melanie asked if he was aiming accurately at the target. How could he shoot so poorly? He even held the weapon incorrectly. Melanie came up to him from behind, took his hand, and offered to teach him how to shoot correctly. First, I needed to relax my shoulder. There was no need to keep the body in such a tense state. You need to stand calmly, and now you can only aim. And only now the shot. It hits, but not exactly on target. Mason, like a child, was happy that he was able to hit the target. The program started working and reported that an improvement was available: proficiency with ranged weapons. Now it became clear to Mason that there were other skills in the system, but points were needed to improve them, but he had none left at all. There was only one core from a red mutant, but these points were better spent on moving. Mason, without thinking for a long time, asked Melanie if there was a place where he could buy mutant cores. Melanie said that there is a place where you can exchange valuables for cores. It is 2 kilometers from here. Mason was glad to hear what he heard and asked her to take him there. A few hours of travel around the city, and they were already there. Melanie knocked on the chain-linked area and they immediately entered. One-eyed Alex was sitting there reading a newspaper. He was a local merchant who had almost everything your heart could desire, but it came at a hefty price. As soon as they appeared in Alex's field of vision, he immediately pointed the gun at them. He did not immediately recognize Melanie, and saw an unfamiliar Mason. She asked him if the old warrior was really afraid of zombies. Alex said that he was not afraid of zombies. He was more afraid of living people. Mason got straight to the point. He asked if Alex could sell him the cores. Alex immediately asked what he would get for these cores. Mason put 3 cans of preserves on the table. Alex couldn't believe his eyes. These were canned goods from the beginning of the 21st century. There weren't many of them left. Alex was just about to take them when Mason intercepted the canned food from him and said that first. Let him show the kernels. The one-eyed man took a drag on his cigarette and said that he couldn't be fooled. At first glance he was a fool, but in reality he was smart. Mason said that at the very beginning of the conversation, Alex correctly noted that you should not be afraid of zombies, but of people, so you should always be on your guard. Alex told them to wait. Now he will bring everything they need. He was gone for several minutes, and he put a bag of kernels on the table. He said that these were all the kernels he had, 11 in total. Alex said that for a can of expired meat, he would give 2 kernels, but Mason had top quality meat. So for 1 can, he would give 4 kernels, for a total of 12. But he had 11 of them, so he offered to make a deal now. And he would take the rest, we'll give it back later. Mason said that he didn't need to return anything, and he would also give Alex a 4th jar on top, but he will have one request. Mason took out the ingot and asked Alex what kind of metal it was. The old man examined the ingot and said that his eyesight was not the best, but it looked like gold. Great. Mason took the ingot back and said that the old man's eyesight was fine. An additional can of stew is a commission, because Alex probably knows a lot of people, and asked to warn everyone so that they look for gold for him, and in return, he will give them stew. Alex said that such a trading plan sounded quite profitable, but he could not understand why he needed gold, because it had long ceased to be profitable. Mason told Alex not to worry about this. The more gold, the better. Finally, Mason was able to replenish the charge, and he got 24 skill points. He immediately improved his ranged weapon ability by 4 levels, and he had only 9 skill points left, and gained a new ability, Fatal Bullet. Mason decided to test his newly acquired skill. Now he confidently shot at the target. Each of his shots was right on target, and there was not even a hint of any miss. This is the real level of a skilled shooter. Mason asked the program what this new Fatal Bullet ability was. The program replied that the skill could only be used for free once a day. Mason agreed and asked how he could use this skill. The program said that first you need to utter a cry, a fatal bullet, and then shoot. Mason asked what these stupid rules are. Why using this skill he must scream, he is not a superhero. The program said that people like to use the name of a technique before performing it. This method has been used for centuries according to human habits. Mason looked around so that no one was watching him. Like a real karateka, he began performing the technique, first standing in a stance. Now the gun is up. He shouted out the words loudly, the fatal bullet, after which he immediately fired his legendary and well-aimed shot. Both sisters watched Mason's pirouettes, and they didn't quite understand what kind of training he had. Mason looked into the distance the bullet hit a nearby building. He looked for several minutes at the place where the bullet hit, but nothing happened, and what the difference was then was unclear. When Mason walked inside the shelter, he thought that he should study his skills better. He immediately noticed how the girls were tidying up and clearing the room for him. He immediately noticed that Melanie was carrying 4 huge boxes herself and said that he was ready to help because they were incredibly heavy. Melanie said that she did not need help, because for those who had evolved, such weight was not a problem at all. Mason immediately asked if all the evolved ones were so incredibly strong. Almost everyone, Melanie answered. In any case, they are much stronger than ordinary survivors, but those who were able to evolve are very few. Mason was fired up by this idea and asked what was needed for this. How to become evolved. Melanie thought for a moment and said that there are 3 ways to do this. The first way is to survive the infection that entered the blood after a bite. But there were many such cases during the outbreak of the virus. But now, you won't see anything like this. The second way was that you can swallow the core. And if you are not torn apart, then with a 10% chance you will become evolved. The third method requires evolution potions. She heard that large organizations have such potions. Here it is. Mason was happy, because he could exchange a lot of food for such potions. Melanie said that she could take him to try his luck at the unification of the buildings of the mainland. They are not like those in the 17th camp. They need benefits, so they might be able to exchange such potions. Mason completely agreed with her, and said that they were moving out tomorrow. A new sunny day has arrived. They were already leaving, and Mason asked why Becca didn't go with them. And lately he began to feel like she was looking at him strangely. But Melanie reassured him, saying that she was looking at him like that because poor vision. They walked down the street, and Mason noticed that there were more and more zombies near the base. Melanie said she would have to find time to clear the area of them. Meanwhile, Becca was shooting at a target. She was angry that Melanie did not allow her to kill Mason. At some point, the neighboring building began to collapse. She looked at this spectacle with surprise, but it was not clear why it fell apart like a house of cards on its own. They moved further and further along the city streets. There were a huge number of zombies there. It was necessary to act quietly so as not to attract the attention of mutants and the rest of the horde. At some point, they came to the garage. Mason had not been here before. Melanie opened the garage, in which there was a good armored car. She said that she had organized another supply point in this garage just in case. Then they would go by car. In about 2 hours, they would arrive at the camp of the Great Land Builders Association. They were driving fast along the highway, and some zombies were trying to keep up with them. Mason warned Melanie that several zombies were chasing them, but Melanie didn't care. She was sure that they would definitely be able to break away from them. Melanie asked if Mason was confident in his decision, because even if he used the highest level potion, there was a chance that he would die. Mason said that he is not sure, but the main purpose of their trip is to exchange goods. First, they need to see what they have for exchange. Judging by Melanie's words, this camp was also some kind of trading organization. But there is no guarantee that they would not be killed and all the goods would not be taken away. So first you need to trade small things, and then look at their reaction. While Mason was filled with thoughts about trading, a zombie appeared right in front of his face. It was a whole group of red zombies that were quickly catching up with their car. Melanie told him to quickly take out his gun and shoot. With their powerful, sharp hands, the zombies pierced the car like a sieve. Mason shot non-stop, but couldn't hit more than one zombie. He didn't understand what the problem was. He was a skilled shooter. Melanie said that these were super fast red zombies that were able to dodge bullets. Melanie told Mason to get behind the wheel and drive as fast as possible. They quickly changed and Melanie was already on the roof of the car. The zombie rushed at her, and she at the zombie. But at the same time, she had her saw in her hands. After the meeting, the zombie simply fell in half. However, there were many mutants, and this clearly would not be an easy walk. Melanie jumped from the car, cutting another mutant in half. She fell onto the asphalt after traveling several meters on her back. However, the mutants were just waiting for this. It was incredibly difficult to withstand such a number of powerful mutants. Melanie began to realize that her chances were 0, and before the final attack, she simply closed her eyes. But as soon as she opened them, she saw Mason in front of her. He stood with a pistol in his hands, and all the red mutants lay around them. It was, of course, very dangerous. Just one more moment, and I wouldn't have made it, Mason said. He immediately saw that Melanie had fallen from the roof of the car, and the creatures rushed at her. Mason immediately stopped the car and rushed to help. He had a well-developed climbing skill, which gave him the opportunity to develop enormous speed. And if these zombies could easily dodge bullets, what could they do if a gun was in their face? This was the only way to kill several zombies at once. Melanie realized that Mason was strong, He managed to kill several red zombies at once, and his strength was equal to the first level of an evolved one. At this time, Mason, like a child, began to collect cores from mutants, saying that now he would be able to improve his abilities. He looked for the cores, but could not find them. Melanie stopped him. She asked him to look around. Thousands of zombies were moving towards them from all sides. But where did so many of them come from? They were probably attracted by the shots they clearly needed to leave there as quickly as possible. They both quickly ran to the car, firing back at the approaching zombies. Mason fired without stopping, but Melanie asked him to save the bullets. They still wouldn't be enough to kill everyone. However, now they couldn't drive either. The car was simply mired in a huge horde of dead, stinking zombies, ready to die for a piece of fresh human meat. The entire car was surrounded by an incredible number of zombies who wanted only one thing: to get the flesh inside the people inside. Mason asked Melanie how many bullets she had left, to which she replied that not as many as she wanted. The guy took out the magazines from the pistol, and after looking, it turned out that he only had 10 bullets left. This crowd cannot be killed with so many bullets. A guy in such conditions can only use a fatal bullet. Previously, the system said that the free fatal bullet could only be used once a day. The guy was alarmed, because he didn't know for sure whether he would be able to get this fatal bullet. As it turned out, when I first bought the fatal bullet, its cost was 1 skill point for each shot, after which I didn't think twice about buying 7 shots. The gun sparkled with purple rays, which meant that the guy had acquired bullets. Mason decided that he would leave the remaining 2 skill points for transfer if 8 shots did not help in any way. Then he would move to his own time. Well, after a split second, he remembered that he was the only one in the car. Next to him was Melanie, and one thing she definitely couldn't get out of this hell. After all, she would simply die here, purely physically. She would not be able to cope with this crowd of zombies alone. At this time, the girl reported that the car was strong. For some time, they would definitely not be able to penetrate. The girl was furious because she said to save bullets. But in the end, the guy spent all the bullets, and the zombies didn't decrease much, but the guy at that moment simply laughed at the girl's words. Melanie said that you should always leave at least 1 bullet just in case, because it might come in handy. But Mason could not understand the girl's words, because how could 1 bullet do any good? The girl began to say that she always saves the last bullet. I wouldn't want to let these creatures bite me and then turn into a zombie. I need to save the last bullet for myself. In this world, death is at every step. The girl has long been ready to die at any moment. She just wouldn't want her death to be so sad. So she advises the guy to always leave at least 1 bullet. The guy didn't really react to the girl's word, but just looked at her nervously. There was no effect. Mason fired 7 fatal bullets, but nothing special happened. The zombies, as they were outside, remained there, and there were more and more of them in addition. At this time, the zombies continued to break into the car, hoping to feast on human flesh. After some time, raindrops began to fall on the zombie's head. The rain has started. At least the guy and girl won't have to worry about dying of thirst. Now they can only pray that there are other people nearby who would distract the zombies, but there certainly won't be any such good souls. It's clear that the zombies didn't care about this rain. The guy noticed that some kind of stench suddenly began. But as it turned out, the water makes the rotten meat on the body soak like a zombie when it rains. There is always such a stench. As it turned out, the partners came up with a cunning plan. They placed buckets under the roof of the car so that water could be collected there. The buckets were already filled, and they needed to seal the hole in the roof. It's raining quite heavily. The girl hasn't seen anything like this for a long time. If it continues for another day, they might see something interesting. The guy couldn't understand what the girl meant by the word interesting. Zombies themselves are immortal, but water can wash them away, so right now they are watching the process of zombies standing before their eyes. When water gets on them, their skin swells, so it seems as if they have become living people again. However, this is only temporary. At this time, the rain was not going to stop. On the contrary, dark, thick clouds with rain gathered around the car and a crowd of zombies. They continue to absorb water, the skin continues to swell, to such an extent that at some point it can't stand it and burst. The zombies still won't die from this. Just their appearance will become a little more interesting. The guy asked the girl to recover because from her story and in addition to this smell, he would definitely feel sick. And then they would both feel uncomfortable sitting in the car. But in any case, it was better to sit in the car like this than outside with a crowd of zombies. The girl turned to the guy so that he looked out the window. The girl noticed that all the zombies on the outside began to look more like people. This is true. Almost all the zombies had all the outlines and signs of a person. After one zombie, who was a girl, bowed to the mirror, the girl noticed that she looked the same as her. The girl would still be alive if the world were normal. In Melanie's words, one could feel resentment and sadness for what happened to this world. and directly to this girl. The girl's reasoning was interrupted by Mason, who asked her to finish it if the world were normal. The girl was surprised by such a sudden and complex question at the same time. The girl didn't think much about it. If there were no zombies, if the world were normal, then she would. She would like to become a pastry chef. She thought that it was not very suitable for her. Well, the guy had a different opinion. He said that such a profession would suit her. It's not strange, because the guy knew better because he lived and can live in a normal world. A few seconds later, powerful lightning was heard in the sky, which almost illuminated the entire clearing where the girl and the guy were. The guy can't leave Melanie. There must be another way. The guy decided that he would gain strength for the day, and then try to use his climbing ability to avoid Melanie right on the heads of these zombies. A split second later, a powerful flash of lightning covered the partners' faces, from which they were clearly slightly surprised. What a dense flash. This area has always been dry. The girl has never seen weather like this here. But the lightning was not going to stop, on the contrary. It took on an unnatural appearance and was directed straight at the car with the girl and the guy. The flash was so bright that the main characters closed themselves off from it. Seconds later, she still reached her target and hit the car. A moment later, dozens or even hundreds of zombies were defeated by the same lightning, causing them to scatter in all directions. After the guy opened his eyes, he saw dead zombies lying in front of him. Such a picture clearly struck the guy almost to the point of losing consciousness. And oddly enough, the zombies were all dead, due to such a powerful discharge of electricity. The girl and the guy still couldn't believe what had just happened, because for the first time they saw all the zombies around killed by one lightning strike. Well, even though the zombies were dead, my partner had to clear the road of zombies. Otherwise, they wouldn't arrive in the car. By the time they finished cleaning, it had already cleared up. They were most likely still a little shocked by what had happened. The guy was indescribably glad that they were able to survive under such circumstances. But the girl was also incredibly happy. At this time, they reached some huge gate. At the top of the post, a man told his partner that a car was approaching and he needed to report to the guard, after which the partner went to report. And at this time, the guard himself was sleeping soundly, together with two luxurious girls. And against the backdrop of all this, the man shouted for the guard to wake up, because the car was at the gate. Although the guard, straightening his pants, went out into the street and complained about who had come here so early, the man asked permission to find out everything. Opening a small gap in their mouths, the man ordered everyone to get out of the car. The main characters approached the gate. The man said that he had not seen them before, and asked where they would be from, also adding whether they were looking for shelter. Mason said that they were traders. They came to exchange very valuable things, and at that time the girl simply watched and was silent. The guard at this time, throwing his coat over himself, said that you should get the goods and he will look at it. The man provided the guard with the guy's goods for exchange. He looked with interest at the canned food that the guy brought. He unpacked the product with the hope of trying it. But the girl was indignant at this man's behavior because they had not yet received anything in return. She could not understand why on earth he was already opening it. But Mason interrupted the girl and said that it was okay. The man would just try the product. He asked her to try it quickly and tell him how he liked it. The man said that the guy is smarter than he seems. The man devoured a juicy piece of meat, while one of the men present looked at it all and was clearly hungry. The man decided to try again. He took a sip. At this time, the men standing next to him asked him how a kama even tasted and choked on their saliva because they were not only hungry, but most likely died of hunger. The guy took another spoon. The girl was again outraged by the guy's behavior. She thought that she had had enough of everything because he was close to eating the entire jar. The man didn't understand what it was. He took a couple of spoons, but it was already over. He said that he couldn't even taste the product. But the guy said that there was nothing wrong with him, and he handed over the canned food for the man to try. A few minutes later, several empty cans were already lying on the table, in which there was nothing at all. The girl was furious with this, because the man had already eaten 8 cans. She asked if he knew how many good things they could exchange for them. With a swollen belly, the guy said that he had eaten quite well. Then she added that he leaves the broth for the men standing nearby. A split second later, they began to fight over this broth, not literally, which looked very strange and absurd from the outside. The man said that the canned food is quite tasty. He orders to notify about the guy and girl in the city, after which the man ordered him to follow him. After which he led them to the estate, where there were a lot of people. It seemed as if they didn't feel zombies outside in this place. At this time, someone asked, or people did not want to look. Someone said that their product was of the highest quality. Mason asked if there were people living in these houses, to which he was told that they were all refugees whom the head of the city welcomed. If not for him, sooner or later they would all have become victims of zombies. In front of the heroes, a man fell straight to the floor. As it turned out, he fell for a reason. He was beaten by some guy who accused him of stealing medicine and promised that he would get it from him now. As it turned out, this someone was a girl with red hair, who asked to spare her, and said that she would not steal anything else. Mason immediately ran up to the guy who was beating the girl and asked him to take it easy. He could discuss everything calmly. He couldn't understand why he should use his hands. Well, the man was furious, and I'll ask the guy if he even knows what she did. He said that the girl was stealing medicine from the warehouse. For all of them, medicine is more expensive than food. Unauthorized use of medicine is punishable by death. All you have to do is order it from the head of the city, and they will not leave a living place on the girl. The man said that the girl dared to steal so much, but it's good that he managed to catch her. He asked her where she hid the medicine and ordered her to give it back quickly. The man told the guy that people from the outside world should not worry about this. The thief will be given an appropriate sentence, after which he added that they should follow him further, after which the man dragged the girl with him into the hall here. The man was wondering what punishment the girls would receive in court. The man said that the head of the city was busy today, so he would not be able to receive them. There was a guest room on the second floor. The man handed over the key and said that tomorrow the head would receive them too. The next day, an elderly woman walked around the estate and asked whether people had not seen her granddaughter. After the grandmother asked the man again whether he definitely hadn't seen her, he aggressively told her to get out and also added that he was late for mining work. After which the grandmother approached some stranger and began to report that her granddaughter had red hair, a small pigtail, and also added that she had been missing since yesterday evening. Mason noticed that the girl who was not seen yesterday was probably her granddaughter, but the man said that the guy should not worry about telling her everything. But Mason decided to wait for me and went up to my grandmother, after which he told her that her granddaughter stole the medicine. So now she's in the building here, and advised me to ask around there. From the expression on the man's face, it was clear that he was slightly dissatisfied with this. The grandmother began to blame herself, arguing that the girl was stealing medicine to cure her illness. If anyone needed to be taken into custody, it was her. She believed that since she was taking these medicines, she should be judged. But the guy's dialogue was interrupted by a man who said that they needed to go, otherwise they would be late for the meeting with the head of the city. The man entered the building and reported in his head that the merchant named Mason had arrived. At this time, the head was eating and told him to come in. Entering the room, the guy saw in front of him 5 guards, the head of the city, and 2 women sitting near the head, and at that time he was eating. The guy said that he was exactly that merchant. The man said that his principle of trading is that he only exchanges with people he knows. But according to the canned food security, what the guy brought was very good. The head asked whether it was really true. Mason said that he also had fresh canned meat, and everyone who hadn't tried it liked it. He added that the head could also try it. A few seconds later, canned food was brought on a tray. He opened the can, after which he threw in all the canned food at once, and not as the man at the post did, who ate it in small pieces with a spoon. The head began to chew. Well, let's make a strange movement. He instantly grabbed all the canned goods at once, which could not but surprise everyone present. After which he squeezed the canned food and began to eat them, to be honest, like some kind of pig. After the man lived, he said that this was simply delicious. This meat is tens of thousands of times better than what he usually eats. He asked how many more cans the guy had. He takes everything, and gives in exchange everything he wants. It is clear that the guy was delighted with such news, and also added that the head understands the product. The man insisted that the guy say what he wanted in return. The guy was brief. He said that he needed cores, an evolution potion, and also gold. But the cornerman clearly did not understand what gold was. After which a subordinate ran up to him and began to explain what gold actually is. A few seconds later, the man with a smile on his face said that of course he would have gold, because in this world it is one of the most unnecessary things. The head ordered the man to go with the guy to the warehouse, pick up the goods and collect for him what they give in return. But the guy interrupted the head and said that he had one more request. It's clear that the head didn't understand what request the guy was talking about. Mason began to say that yesterday a girl stole medicine from his warehouse. Now she's in the building here. The guy said that he would give him 3 times more medicine as compensation for losses. He only asked to let her go. The head asked his subordinate whether it was really true, what happened to him, that this really happened, and also added that the thief had already been taken into custody. The judge sentenced her to prison. The head thought, since the guy is ready to compensate their losses 3-fold, then the head remains in the black. After the deal is completed, security will take the guy to the courthouse to free the girl. The guy thanked the head. The subordinate gave the guy a box and said that here was what he asked for in exchange for goods in an equivalent quantity: 10 gold bars, 1,000 cores, and 2 evolution potions. Now the guy has hundreds of cores, and he can pump up a bunch of abilities. But now the first thing you need to do is go to his time and exchange this cream for money. Although the guy, I don't know how much it all costs, but now he's definitely rich. The man also provided the guy with comma sheets, and let me know that there was an order for the girl's release. And he also added that he would escort the guy to the courthouse. But the guy couldn't figure out where Melanie was. He suspected that she was already waiting for him at the entrance. And at this time, people in the square gathered and looked at something very alarmed, and fear was visible in their gaze. Legs covered in blood were visible to everyone present. It was clear from the people that they were really scared. The guy couldn't understand why there were so many people at the entrance to the courthouse. At this time, the man was trying to somehow make his way among these people. He believed that people had nothing to do. Apparently they were given little work in the mine. He promised that tomorrow he would definitely tell the head to increase their hours. Well, some voice said that there was no need to drive anyone away. After some stranger said that it was he who told the people to come, the man immediately fell silent and fell into a slight stupor. The stranger said that let people see what awaits them. Whoever decides to illegally appropriate the property of the head of the city, everyone present must learn a lesson. Low people who do not belong to the evolved ones can survive in their world only thanks to the generous help of the head of the city. Everything that is in the city belongs to the head. Using anything unauthorized and without permission is a crime, and also punishable by death. And at this time, the same grandmother who was looking for her granddaughter was roaring with all her might. Intuitively, the guy guessed that the body in the square was the same girl who stole the medicine. The guy instantly became enraged by what he saw and by the realization of who was in front of him. At this time, the grandmother did not stop writhing from incredible pain inside. The guy was even more furious. He could not understand what kind of jokes the stranger was making. He was at the peak of his anger. He was ready to tear everyone and everything in this square to pieces. Mason approached the stranger and grabbed him by the jacket, after which he asked whether human life really means nothing to him at all, and also added that the girl stole medicine to cure a loved one. That's all. The stranger said that this was the first time he had seen the guy. He must be a merchant living outside. After which the patience to get to know each other ran out, and he grabbed the guy by the hand. As expected, the stranger twisted the guy's hand. It was clear from the guy that it was not only unpleasant for him, it was also painful. A split second later, the stranger literally dislocated the guy's arm, which couldn't help but hurt. He winced in pain. Not getting acquainted, I communicate that since the guy is not local, he forgives him for the first time. As it turned out, the stranger was the chief judge, whose man was introduced to the guy and said that he was indeed a merchant who had come to them from outside. It was his first time here, so he didn't know the rules. He asked to forgive him. The chief judge asked the guy or whether this girl, that is Mason, had to go with him. The guy saw a tied-up girl in front of him. Fear was visible in her eyes because she didn't know what would happen to her next. The guy was alarmed and slightly scared. He asked what they did with the girl. The chief judge began to explain that this girl snuck into the prison, but he managed to capture her in time before she did something stupid in his opinion. It seems that the girl is very angry with the chief judge for ordering the girl's death, so he is wondering whether to let her go free. After some thought, the chief judge said that he believed that she should simply be killed, but the man asked the chief judge to take pity, because the guy and the girl brought the head quite a worthy treat if he kills these merchants. He will no longer be able to enjoy such delicacies. But the man said that in this case it is enough to leave the sound of only one. The guy's patience ran out. He asked the system to use all the cores for charging. The system reported that these cores were enough for 3 improvements, after which the guy said that he wanted an improvement. The improvement is complete. The level is currently 7, but the system also detected a bodily injury on the guy. The cost of regeneration is 50 skill points. After the system asked whether the guy wants to use skill points for treatment, he firmly and decisively answered yes. He only had 44 skill points left. The guy believed that the judge would definitely kill Melanie. Did he just manage to catch her? He had more than enough strength. The fatal bullet might have helped to finish him off. But then all these people would come under attack, which the guy obviously didn't want. Now the best solution is to use super speed, snatch the girl from them, and run away from the city. The guy has risen 3 levels. His body also feels new strength. He believes that this is enough to escape. He asked the system to activate the ability of high-speed climbing. After which, in the literal sense of the word, at super speed, he approached the girl to pick her up. All this time, the judge had a very cool and confident face. In a split second, the guy snatched the girl from the men, thereby dropping them to the floor and started to run away. The guy did not hide his joy at what he had just done, and told the girl that they would immediately get out of here. The guy easily jumped over the building, which looked more like a tower, thereby getting out of the city. The guy liked the fact that he could use his power even longer. The guy told the girl not to worry, because they would soon be outside. And in a few seconds, the guy had already jumped over the huge wall around the city. The jump was so high that they stayed in the air for several tens of seconds. The guy landed on the ground in time, because he was just at the limit. He believes that they are already far away, and they will not be able to track them down. Having come to her senses, the girl immediately began to apologize to the guy, arguing that she had caused him problems, but the guy didn't really listen to her at that time, but only thought about how dangerous it was. But Mason asked the girl not to say that. She did everything right. It was his fault that he didn't take care of everything earlier. He just wasted so much time. But who could have known that they would act so quickly? It was the girl's fault. She was too weak. If only she could gain time. The girl still believed that she was to blame for everything. The guy asked whether this supreme judge was strong, to which the girl replied that he must be an evolved 5th degree. Well, since the guy was not particularly in the subject, he asked whether the 5th degree is a powerful force. Melanie confirmed the guy's word. All evolved people start from the 1st degree, and it is very difficult to move to the next level. It took her 10 years to reach the 3rd degree. In each camp, there are high-grade evolved, which is responsible for security, but 5th degree evolved are rarely seen. It is said that a 10th degree evolved is so strong that it can destroy an entire city with one blow. The guy didn't think that there were people with such phenomenal power, but he thought that he could control this world since he had a system. And at this time, the same judge was approaching his partners, whose intentions were clearly not the best. She immediately warned the guy, but the judge was too fast, and the guy did not have time to react, after which the man dealt him a powerful blow from his knee directly to the stomach. The man began to beat the guy almost to death. His blows were not only strong, but also accurate. He aimed right at the guy's face, and at that time the girl could not do anything. She just shouted the guy's name. Defiantly holding the guy's bloody head in front of him, the man angrily asked whether he allowed them to walk. The guy was lying covered in blood on the ground. The girl nevertheless decided to somehow help the guy and began to approach the judge. As expected, the judge was able to quickly react to this and hit the girl right in the stomach. A few seconds later, the man was holding the girl by the throat, and at that moment she begged him to let go. As it turned out, the guy was conscious and began to reach into his pocket for the potion, after which he drank it. Turning around, the room was clear that he was surprised by this action of the guy. Unimaginable things began to happen to the guy. He let go of the flask with the potion. The girl little believed that he had spent the potion at that moment, but the man only laughed at this because he was sure that this would not really help the guy. After a few seconds, he started laughing even more. The guy's stomach apparently twisted sharply. He was writhing from incredibly indescribable pain from drinking the potion. The man said that he had never met people dumber than the guy. He asked her if the guy really thinks that he will evolve and will be able to defeat him. Even if the guy manages to evolve, in the man's eyes he will just be a slightly stronger bug in the man's opinion. The guy will die soon anyway, which will exhaust himself even more. Is it really better to take a mortal risk and try to defeat the man? The guy is like a pathetic insect that is about to die, but is still trying to fight for life. This is a downright interesting case. At the moment when the guy was writhing in pain, he began to remember his past, how he stood in front of some man who scolded him for always getting into fights. The man was already tired of repeating to the guy that, "You need to get along with your classmates." But the guy said that if he is offended, he will always give back. He remembers how someone hit him right in the face. Most likely it was his dad, who was furious because he told him to stop fighting at school. He ordered his son to stop embarrassing him. The guy explained that he was teased for not having a mother. At this time, the man simply remained silent, as if he had not heard anything. He also recalled how his boss once told him that starting tomorrow he might not come to work. But the guy couldn't understand what was going on and what he had done wrong. But he told the director that there was nothing strange in the boss inviting an employee for a cup of coffee. He couldn't understand why the guy got into their business. It was better for the guy to learn properly. The guy remembered the same way as when he walked along a dark street with his things. At this time, he saw how some hooligans on the street were pestering his then not yet friend Emma. At that time, the guy approached them from behind and asked what they were doing here. One of the hooligans told the guy to mind his own business, and then pushed him away. A few minutes after the fight, the all-beaten and scratched guy was holding on to the hooligan's leg, and he at one time told him to let him go. They thought he was like a mad dog, and one of them suggested leaving here. Otherwise, the police would come running. The last words of the hooligans were that the guy should no longer come into their sight, after which the girl ran up to the guy and thanked him for helping her. She said that she would take him to the hospital. It seemed that he had serious wounds, but he said that there was nothing wrong. They were just scratches. Finally, The guy only said that Emma should hurry home because the area is unsafe. The girl ran up to him and stopped him. She noticed that he had a suitcase, so he had nowhere to live. She also added that her family was just giving him an apartment and invited him to come see them. The guy had already agreed to the girl's proposal. After a few minutes, he was already sitting in the apartment at the table and gorging himself on all sorts of things. The girl was clearly glad that the guy came to her, and it was clear from the guy that he was happy. And at this time, the man switched from the girl to the guy and put his foot on his hand. The judge called the guy a half-dead dog he believed that he apparently failed to evolve. But at that time, the guy was somewhere indescribable, and the monotonous voice of the system reported that soon the guy would completely lose his mind, because he was stuck in a loop, and his endless memories, the chances of evolving with the help of a second-level potion were too small. Apparently, it was all over for this candidate. His data was still not the most outstanding. Now all that remains is to find a new candidate. All their numerous attempts have been unsuccessful. Perhaps they are simply destined to die. Then Emma asked the guy whether it was delicious, to which he answered, and that even a girl with very culinary skills could open her own restaurant. A girl will always be happy to cook for a guy, as soon as he says so. These words made the guy a little embarrassed. The girl remembered that during the day, she took a cake from a popular store nearby and stood at the table to bring it. She began to cut him a piece, telling him to try it. He said that it was very tasty. The girl heard that their pastry chef was the winner of an international award. And at this time, the guy remembered that Melanie told him that she wants to become a pastry chef, but she thinks that this is not very suitable for her. But the guy suddenly became wary. Emma couldn't understand what happened to the guy, because a second ago he was joyful, but now he seemed to have fallen into a stupor. The guy feels like he forgot something and can't remember it. And at this time, the judge grabbed the girl on his shoulder. She told him that if he wants to kill, then let him kill now, and waste time. But he replied that he would kill her for me. They would scold him if there was not a single cellar of things left which the mayor of the city liked. Besides, according to the man, the girl has a cute face. You can cut off her limbs and give her to the head to have fun. Such words are clearly not something that surprised the girl, but she was simply at a loss. At this time, the man was grabbed by the leg by a guy who was still able to evolve. The guy was more alive than anyone else. He exuded very strong energy. The man clearly did not expect this. The guy told the man to stand, after which he grabbed him by the coat, and with the help of it began to seem to rise towards the man. A split second later, the guy delivered a powerful blow to the man right in the jaw. The blow was indescribably powerful, and on top of that, it is very accurate. The guy's strength was so strong that the man literally pierced the ground with his face. The girl was clearly glad that the guy did not die, but was also able to save her. The man lay unconscious and covered in blood in the rubble, and at that time the guy with bloody fists was kneeling over the man, and Melanie was calling the guy. The guy still managed to evolve, as I said earlier. He wiped the blood from his face with his hand, with a joyful expression on her face. The girl said that she already thought that the guy was dead, but he just laughed at this and added that it was not so easy to kill him. But the joy did not last long. The lying man literally stuck his hand into the guy, thereby piercing him right through. Girl, you guy yourself clearly didn't expect this. From her look, it was clear that she was very scared because of the guy, and she was not only alarmed, but scared. After the man was able to get up, he moved the guy in front of him while continuing to hold his hand in his chest. Mocking the guy, he congratulated him on his successful evolution, and the man, in principle as always, had a cool and confident look. Let the guy succeed. He is only at the first stage of evolution, he asked. Or the guy really thinks that this is enough to defeat him. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. One could understand that the guy was preparing for something indescribably powerful. What exactly happened was that after a few seconds the guy began to glow with a yellow light. The man could not understand what had just happened to the guy. It was clear from his gaze that for the first time he was truly scared. The shining guy literally began to levitate in the air. The man was still perplexed by what he saw. The man could not believe it because it was impossible. This is the energy of the golden core. It is impossible. Only those who have evolved at the 10th stage can do this. The man realized that things wouldn't go that way, and he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the guy if he really had evolved at the 10th stage, and he was going to rush out of here as fast as he could, which he did just in a split second. He really ran as fast as he could because he didn't want to be killed at the hands of a guy whom he had recently considered the simplest of people. The guy had just evolved. The man couldn't understand how he managed to use the energy of the golden core. But this one, without a doubt, looks just like that time. At this time, the guy was already completely covered in this yellow glow and pointed his hand directly in the direction of the moving man. After the guy pointed his finger in the direction of the man, it shone bright yellow and some kind of magical ball was formed. But the man did not suspect anything at that moment, because he was only thinking about how to escape. Yellow, better than energy. rang out in the middle of the forest. It burned out everything that came in its way. It is clear that after a few seconds, the beam reached the man himself. He literally began to disappear from the face of the earth. It was better to put a huge crater after yourself. This battle will clearly go down in history. And at this time, the head felt something. He felt the energy of some familiar person 5 kilometers away, was someone strong heading towards his city. At this time, and in the 17th camp, their boss also sensed something. In the alliance of help from climbers, 2 girls also sensed this incredible power. And at this time, the guy, exhausted, began to fall to the floor. A girl immediately ran up to him and told the guy to hold on. She also added that she would bandage his wounds. After a few seconds, it turned out that the guy's wound was too big, and the girl couldn't stop the bleeding. A split second later, the guy's body was covered as if by some kind of shield. It is clear that the girl was surprised by what she saw because the blood suddenly stopped. The girl lifted the guy up and said that he should hold on. Now she will take him to the doctor, after which they went, in fact, to the doctor. And at this time, the head rushed to the scene of the incident where he felt the energy. Well, when he arrived at the place, oddly enough, he didn't see anything, and the energy disappeared abruptly. The head could not understand why such a strong evolved one suddenly entered into battle near his city. He hopes he did not come after his soul. Although, if you think about it, he is a simple entrepreneur, so he could not cross the path of those evolved at the expense of the 4th stage and above. And they went somewhere as if to a warehouse. The girl started knocking loudly on the door and screaming for them to open it as soon as possible. She literally broke the door off her feet, thereby pushing away the girl standing in front of the doors. Oddly enough, the girl fell and thrashed. She was clearly not happy with what the girl did. The girl said that Melanie would not pay for the new door herself, but the girl didn't have time to chat, and she told the girl to help her cure the guy as quickly as possible. It was clear from Melanie that she was very worried. How strange. Melanie asked the girl what was wrong with the guy, and answered something that his vital signs were very strange. She couldn't say that everything was bad, but she couldn't tell you the opposite either, in any case. First, you need to bandage his wounds well. X-rays showed that in the places where his organs were stored, some kind of gold film was covering him. One could say that this metal saved his life. It was a miracle that the girl had never seen such a method of treating wounds. The girl asked if everything was okay with the guy, to which she was told that the doctor couldn't say for sure. It was still very strange. Let the guy stay here for a couple of days. She would watch him. At this time, somewhere in an alley, 3 men stood and listened to some 4th man asking them to hit him a couple of times. As it turned out, I was their boss. They couldn't understand what he was saying, because after all, he was their boss. As it turned out, it was Logan. He asked his subordinates if they really wanted to hit him once, because they always get it from him. He said not to be afraid of you. He won't remind them of this. They can calmly beat him. After which he thought for a while, 3 subordinates began to literally beat their boss almost to death. Logan was clearly unhappy with this because they didn't even doubt it for a minute, even though he promised them not to remember this. But he had something completely different in his plans. At this time, the guy knocked on the door. As it turned out, Logan was knocking on the door of that same doctor. Now it's clear why he asked to be beaten. He came to the doctor and said that he was injured again, and asked her to cure him as soon as possible. The girl was surprised because this was the 3rd time in a month the guy began to get wounded too often, to which he replied that in their profession there was no other way. I heard some sounds outside. Melanie came out to see who had come. She instantly remembered how Logan presented a gun to Mason's head, and at that time he told the girl how much she had killed his brothers. Logan promised that the next time they met, he would chop her into pieces and feed her to zombies to avenge his brothers. The girl could not understand what he was doing here, because Camp 17 should have its own infirmary. If Logan finds out that they are here, he will definitely call his people and surround her. He needs to leave before he lets the camp know about them. When Logan practically entered the room with a girl and a guy, the doctor stopped him and said that there was already a patient in this room, and told him to find her, and she would treat him early. Entering Masonite's room, the doctor was very surprised by what the girl was doing. She said that the guy could not move now, and ordered her to quickly put him back, but the girl did not listen to her, and said that they needed to leave here. Melanie heard someone open the door to the room. Oddly enough, it was Logan himself who looked ominously at the girl. He immediately took out his and was ready to shoot. He pointed the gun at the girl and guy. At this time, the doctor attacked him with words about what he was doing, and Melanie grabbed the guy on his back and began to run away. Taxon told the doctor that these 2 killed a dozen of his guys. He promised them that he would kill them. Logan said that he had already notified the camp, keeping them nearby. They definitely couldn't escape. And he also added that he would skin them. But the doctor interrupted him and said that there would be no murders in her infirmary, because he was her patient. If the guy even touches them with a finger, he may be, and she has the treatment. The girl was serious. She would not allow anyone to touch her patients. Lowering his head, the guy said that he would not touch her patients, but also asked whether it was possible to touch non-patients. The angry guy said that they can live here for a couple of days. He orders his people to surround the building. He promises them that as soon as they leave the infirmary, they will no longer be dead. At this time, the guy's mind was transported somewhere in the system. He was congratulated on his successful transition to the first stage of evolution. He was surprised because he thought that he had died. The system reported that he spent 3 years of his life to concentrate power and defeat the evolving 5th degree. It is clear that the guy could not understand what 3 years of life the system was talking about. The system reported that during the loss of consciousness, the guy relied on his gift of concentration and was able to defeat the enemy. But even during this, there were years of his life. Who would have thought that he could evolve with the help of his own willpower? And he was not underestimated. The guy could not understand who says this all the time. The guy asked to answer his question, who they were and why they gave him this system. They hoped that the guy would be able to go to the end. When he reached the finish line, they would definitely meet. The doctor was surprised, because in just 1 day all his wounds healed. Even if we take into account the ability of the evolved generation, she had not yet observed such a rapid recovery. But the little one couldn't understand why the guy wouldn't wake up. But the girl believed that he would wake up very soon. He probably needed a little stimulation. Then she literally hit him in the balls. So the expected guy instantly firstly writhed in pain and secondly woke up. The girl laughed at this, and apparently the guy is already much better. He looks really full of strength. With a demonstrative cough, the girl told the guy to get dressed. While the guy was getting dressed, the girl reported what happened while he was passed out with Logan. Camp 17 had already surrounded this building. The girl began to say that in the old days, she could easily deal with their boss, who was at the 3rd stage of evolution. But that supreme judge kicked her, damaging her internal organs. So yesterday she could not risk it. Hearing this, the guy became furious and said that he would deal with them now. The girl said that she was going with the guy, but he objected, arguing that she needed to heal her wounds. Now he can deal with this bunch of losers in one fell swoop, because he is completely healed and invigorated. At this time, the boss was asked why they couldn't just rush in there and finish off these two, to which he replied that they couldn't do that because he made a promise to the doctor, so they didn't dare break it. One of the subordinates told the boss that, at the resource supply point, they said that today the doctor would go to them to buy medicine. They could wait a moment, sneak inside and finish them off, and then we'd just say that they left the infirmary themselves. Then the doctor wouldn't tell Logan anything. It was clear that the guy liked this plan. That's exactly what he planned to do. They decided to kill the guy, take the girl alive. One of the subordinates asked the boss either he wasn't after the doctor, or he decided to have fun with another girl. So the guy just laughed and said that the most important thing is that the doctor doesn't find out about anything. A few seconds later, a crowd of people saw the silhouette of a man in front of them. The guy was surprised at who was standing in front of them. Oddly enough, it was Madison himself who came in with the words, "Not to waste your energy walking," because he himself came to them. Logan immediately ordered his boyfriend to kill Mason. The guy again shone with some kind of yellow glow. The guy was determined. He wanted to end them once and for all. The digital panel was activated. A crowd of people headed towards the guy, with the hope that they could easily finish him off. In principle, this entire crowd of people consisted of evolved people of the initial 1st degree. Some of them had a speed of 6 and a strength of 4. Someone had a speed of 3 and a strength of 6. Someone had a speed of 5 and a strength of 6. But Logan was an initial 3rd degree evolved, who had speed as much as 11 and strength as much as 50. At the moment, a guy who had evolved completely to the 1st degree, whose speed was 7 and his strength was 20, he activated the ability of high-speed climbing, which increased the probability of victory to 90%. A split second later, the guy began to torment his opponents with indescribable speed. It's clear that he forgot about Logan. Literally a few seconds later, this entire crowd of people lay on the floor, immobilized and most likely dead. He only left Logan alive, but even he could not understand how this was even possible. After all, the last time he seemed to him like an ordinary person of lower rank. He could not understand how the guy could become so strong in such a short time. Mason said that if he had also used weapons, they would all have been dead. But given that yesterday he still didn't touch them, the guy would give them another chance to survive. He set Logan's conditions under which he would let them go. Only if the boss gets down on his knees and starts barking like a dog and then calls him master. At this time, the merchant Alex was happy with what he managed to find, and asked Mason to take a look if there was anything worthwhile here. The guy immediately replied that this was exactly what he needed and gave him canned food in return. The guy's last word was that the merchant should continue to collect gold, and that he should not worry about canned food. He would not deprive him. It is clear that in this world, gold is worth nothing. It was because of this that the merchant could not understand what the guy would do with this gold. The kernels have long become a new currency. And that guy had 20 bars, richly. The guy told Melanie that he would go get the goods. He would also bring food and water. She only told him to be careful on the way. After little time left, he began to move back in time. He was transported to his bed. Just at that time, someone was knocking intensely into the room. The guy immediately got out of bed and went to the door to find out who was knocking there. As it turned out, it was Emma. She immediately threw herself into the guy's arms, and the guy was pleasantly surprised by this. The girl asked the guy what was wrong with him, where he had been all this time. She couldn't get through to him. He immediately began to come up with some excuses. He told her that he had gone somewhere on business, but there was no connection there, and asked her for forgiveness. It's clear that the girl was a little angry because of this, because the guy needed to warn her about the entrance, because he scared her to death. She was already going to go to the police, asked him never to do that again, and be sure to tell her if he suddenly decided to go somewhere. Slightly embarrassed, the guy did not say that he would take this into account. The guy said that as an apology he was giving her a gift. But Emma said that she didn't need any gift, because the guy was already a mile away. Why would he need to spend extra money? But the guy asked the girl not to worry about his finances, because he had earned a lot on the trip. He said that he would buy her everything she wanted, and everything she liked. They came to some very stunning building, which with all appearances showed that it was for the rich. The guy noticed that this place was quite sophisticated. But the girl, on the contrary, told the guy that this was a rather expensive boutique and asked him to look for another place. But the guy told the girl to choose something to her taste, and so that she was sure that he could afford to buy at least 100 of them. In the future, he would earn even more. The girl could not understand how he managed to earn money. The guy turned to the assistant and asked her to show the best jewelry they had, and asked us to wait for it just a second, after which she brought an exquisite piece of jewelry, which the guy immediately hung on the girl's neck. The girl had a very strange reaction. She kissed the guy on the lip as a sign of gratitude. It is clear that both were embarrassed by this. She said that she really liked it, and most importantly, that it was his gift. The guy told the assistant that they were taking him and asked him to pack him. The guy asked the girl to wait for him here. He was going to take something to the bank. He promised to return soon. He went to the bank. Approaching the assistant, he asked whether the bank accepted gold. The girl asked how many bars the guy would like to exchange. Then he opened his backpack, from which a mountain of gold literally shone. After the director himself found out who came to their bank, he hurried to see this man. At this time, the guy was sitting on the sofa. When the man came running, he immediately began to apologize for the long wait. But the guy said that there was no problem with this. The director asked my catfish if he could look at his gold bars, to which he replied that they were in his backpack and he could take a look. After which the director had exactly the same reaction as the bank staff. The guy said that the director himself could check the samples. There were 12 ingots. He asked approximately how much he could get for them. A few minutes later, the guy was already signing papers on the exchange of bullion. Even the assistant asked the director how much money the guy received for so many bars. In total, he had 12 bars, the percentage of gold in each being 99.6, amounting to $6,600,000. Returning to the jewelry store, the guy was slightly surprised by what he saw in front of him. He saw Emma and some stranger quarreling over something incomprehensible. As it turned out, they were arguing over the necklace. She ordered the girl to take it off, but the girl argued that she had taken the necklace by the fact that Emma had not yet paid, and if she had not paid, it was not hers. After the guy asked what happened here, Emma replied that this girl took her necklace. It was clear from the girl that she was very angry with the stranger. The girl handed the seller the money and said what kind of necklace it was, and even said that she didn't need change. But the guy interrupted the girl's conversation and said that he would pay in gold. After he took out this gold bar, it was clear to everyone present that they were very surprised by this. He said that this piece was enough to make 10 more such necklaces. But the girl did not want to accept the fact that she was about to lose the common necklace and began to invent that anyone could see that it was a fake, and repeated over and over again that she paid first. Eat her. The seller apologized to the girl and said that there was already a reservation for this necklace. Even if she paid first, this does not give her the right to appropriate it for herself. A few seconds later, the saleswoman packed the necklace and gave it to Emma, while the girl was furious. The stranger promised that the guy and girl would still pay for it. Here we see how beautiful the bank is from the inside. Emma suggested that the guy first go to the market for groceries and then go home, to which he politely agreed. The guy's conversation was interrupted by a can that flew straight into his head. In front of him stood 5 hooligans. Apparently their leader spat at that moment. As it turned out, the same girl who was arguing with Emma was standing next to him. The man threatened the couple and asked how they even dared to take the necklace from his woman. After which, as expected, they began to beat them. It is clear that Mason immediately stood in front of the girl. It was clear from his gaze that he was not scared at all, and in principle, could easily cope with them. And at that time the girl was very scared and suggested that the guy just run away from here. After a few seconds, the girl opened her eyes to see what was happening, but she no longer saw the crowd of hooligans in front of her, and the guy said that they needed to go to the market as if nothing had happened. After the girl asked what happened to the hooligans, the guy, slightly joking with them, said that perhaps they had an epileptic attack. A few minutes later, the girl and the guy were already at the market. The saleswoman said that they charged $5.50. At this time, a man approached the girl from behind. She was very surprised to see him. As it turned out, it was her uncle. She couldn't understand how her uncle knew that she was with her, but about the fact that he installed a surveillance application on her phone. But he reminded the girl of what she promised her father, also rudely adding that they were going home. But the guy stood up for the girl and said that she didn't want to go with him, so he could only go alone. But the man is already tired of repeating the guy so many times that he is completely uneven to Emma. Her father is already looking for a suitable groom who will meet her needs, and when she comes, they will immediately have a wedding. The man asked the girl whether she remembered her father's words about what he would do if she did not obey him. If she obeys her father, then this guy's limbs will be cut off and thrown into the river. After these words, it was clear from the girl that she was scared and slightly nervous. Realizing all the scenarios in her head, the girl decided that she would still go with the man, because it would at least be better for Mason himself. Following the departing relatives, the guy shouted to them to stop. He asked if they would let Emma go with him, if he said he was much richer. The man asked, or the guy really wanted to say that he had more than $6 million in his account. Apparently, this was the very condition under which they would allow the guy to at least somehow get closer to the girl. The man asked the guy to come down to earth, let him first try to earn $600 million in a year, then they would talk. Such words clearly showed off the guy. $600 million. It was clear from the guy that he was slightly furious after such words. The guy agreed with the man's terms. He was very dissatisfied with this whole situation, and it was clear from his eyes that he was really determined about the girl. The guy asked the girl to wait for him. He would definitely earn these $600 million and take her. Next, we are shown Base Joe 4. So the two men were discussing something. One of them asked if they could find something, to which he answered that it was at the Association of Buildings on the mainland, where the main characters had just been. They wanted 1,000 zombie cores for it. And with such a sum, the man became furious, because all his property is worth exactly the same. A bunch of charlatans just want to rip him dry. They said that there will always be a buyer for this product, so it's up to the man, after which he began to think. Their cost goes beyond all limits, but if you buy this thing and give it to him, then he will probably agree to cooperate. The main thing is to get his help. Then not only 1,000 cores, but the entire base will be a man. The man ordered him to go and bring him this thing, because he needed it too much. The joyful guy was holding some bags in his hands and a bunch of bags and said that he had returned. Melanie was surprised because there is much more here than he brought last time. Rice flour, meat, eggs, milk, everything is there, the guy said. But the girl could not understand just one thing. Why the guy brought so much flour this time? The guy argued this so that the girl could bake. He remembers that she said that she would like to become a pastry chef. From such an action, it was clear from the girl that she was embarrassed. But the girl couldn't understand what the guy was talking about, because her main task was to protect him and how he would have time to bake. But the girls haven't started it early yet. The guy thinks she doesn't need to accompany him next time. It's better that she stays at the base and rests. Sister Melanie BK told the guy that then she could go with him. He was happy about this because help would not hurt him at all. But Little did not object to this. Melanie asked what the girl was up to again. She wasn't going to quietly kill the guy on the way. But Becca said that how could her little sister do something so insidious? She is somehow embarrassed that she is sitting on their neck, so she will go with the guy and protect him with all her might. Girls have nothing to worry about. Next, we are shown Base Joe 4. The guy couldn't understand why the entrance to the base was so narrow. The girl began to explain to him how to make it more impregnable, so the base is protected from zombies and people. But the base was huge and seemingly powerful. Two men were carrying some kind of box as they were carrying it. It was clear that there was something valuable lying there. A split second later, they lowered the case. The man asked if there was treasure inside. He ordered them to quickly let him take a look. It was clear from his eyes that there was something really valuable lying there. We see that the man has opened the box. There was some kind of stone staff lying there, which didn't really look like some kind of treasure. Even the man himself did not believe that this was exactly it. because in appearance it was an ordinary stone staff. He asked whether they could not have slipped a fake. When the man almost touched this staff, he was abruptly stopped. As it turns out, there is a corpse self on the staff. Even those who have evolved cannot exclude the risk of infection from touching it. An evolved 5th degree will be able to hold the staff in his hands for only 15 minutes. The man was surprised that there is such a concentration of poison in this staff. It is not surprising that he needs this staff so much. The man asked, or the subordinate checked whether this staff was real. He reported that non-evolved people without any wounds or diseases were taken for the experiment. They all became zombies immediately after one touch. The man thanked his subordinate for his excellent work. He is always calm when he gets down to business. At this time, and where the sucker was interrupted by a guy who entered the room and turned to the commander, he said that 2 merchants had arrived and wanted to exchange goods. They have a huge backpack filled with canned food. At first glance, they are rich people. After such words, it was clear from the man that he was surprised. The man was very happy about this because he had just run out of food, and then the delicacy was brought right to his door. He wanted to look at this meat with pleasure. At this time, Becca said that, to tell the truth, she and her sister did not particularly cooperate with this base. So first they need to test the waters. Well, the guy said that he needs to get rich as soon as possible. The girl seemed to say that here you can meet the maximum of evolved 3rd degree. He told the girl not to worry. He promises that if anything happens, they will get out of here unharmed. Just when the guy finished telling the story, the commander burst into the room. He was in a very joyful and upbeat mood. He immediately apologized for such a long wait. The man said that he had heard that they had brought a very good product for exchange, and asked to look at it. The guy showed backpacks completely filled with canned goods. The man was very surprised by this, because such a jar costs a lot, and there are probably more than 100 of them here. The man immediately gave some sign to his subordinate, after which he nodded to him. The man asked what they wanted in return. The girl replied that they needed cannonballs, and also gold or other jewelry. But at that moment, the door to the room slammed shut. It is clear that such an action confused the sellers present. With a malicious smile on his face, the man said that it was nothing. They didn't just want to calmly discuss the price. Oddly enough, after a few seconds, the man ordered us to take them. The girl immediately began to run away, but she was surprised that the guy stood like a stone and had no intention of moving anywhere. The guy sighed and asked why in this world all people are the same. He just wants to calmly make a deal with them. And now it's time for 2 fighters to almost get to the guy. The guy once again began to glow with a yellow glow. It is clear that such actions greatly confused the men. The guy activated the ability of high-speed climbing. The use of abilities makes his fingers much stronger, which allows him to stick them into a hard surface like stone. At the same time, the strength in the legs increases, increasing the skill of jumping, and therefore a person can move much faster. Finally, the overall accuracy of movement of all limbs increases, thanks to which a person is able to deliver precise and high-speed strikes. This is exactly what this guy did. He kicked the ass of his opponents. Thus, the ability allows you to defeat your opponent in a very short time. There was only 1 man left in front of the guy, and all his remaining subordinates were lying on the floor after the battle with the guy. My sister was very surprised by this, because she didn't expect that the guy was incredibly strong. The man immediately began to make excuses and said that it was just a misunderstanding and that they misunderstood everything. The most severe screams of pain were heard from the room. The man begged the guy with all his might not to hit him. He even agreed that he was wrong. The guy asked whether it was really necessary to force him. You know, the guy himself doesn't like violence. The man promised that he would give them what they wanted in return, and would not offend them with the goods. The girl was furious, because the man wanted to finish them off and take the goods for himself. He really thinks that they will cooperate with a dirty merchant like him. But the guy with his hand upset the girl after he said that they would be happy to cooperate with him. It's clear that the girl couldn't understand the guy's decision. Is it even possible to trust a man? Someday he will definitely stab them in the back. The guy has already realized that he is engaged in trading in a post-apocalyptic world, and you can stumble upon predatory people. But if you let them know what awaits them if they use dirty tricks, then trading will become much more pleasant and fruitful. The man said that it was not too late for them to show respect to such a strong person as the guy. Moreover, they would not dare to even think about dirty tricks. The man told the girl and the guy to follow him. He would show the product they needed. After which, he led them to the room where that very box lay, and pointed at it with his hand, and said that this was exactly the product. But the guy thought that it was just a broken stick, and said that he did not need such a thing. The man began to say that although the guy doesn't know, but, to tell the truth, he sold almost all his property to buy back this staff, which is why, out of despair, he wanted to take the goods from them. Their life was hard. And this is far from a broken stick. It is a very rare and valuable weapon. but it increases the damage you inflict. They say with this staff, you can defeat even someone who is higher than you on the evolutionary stage. If the guy doesn't believe, he can try it himself. It is clear that the guy was surprised by such information. He did not expect that this stick, according to him, was so cool. It's clear that the man provoked all this, and now the guy only needs to hold it in his hands for about 5 seconds, and the corpse poison will turn him into a zombie. According to the man, the guy was finished. The guy suddenly changed his mind and said that the man should try it better. The man began to make excuses that weapons are such a thing. It's better to try it yourself. But the guy doesn't want to. It's better for a man to try it. He'll see how strong this staff is. It was clear from the room that he was very nervous. He even began to stammer. But the guy in a rude voice said that he should still try the staff. Taking the staff in his hand, but first wrapping it in a rag, he handed it to the man. It was clear from the room that he was very scared. The guy repeated once again for the man to pick up the staff, after which the staff itself fell to the floor. The man almost got a heart attack from this, the guy asked, or the man really thought that he didn't figure out what the catch was. The guy was waiting for him another chance to cooperate, but he did not appreciate it. He said that the man made his choice himself. At this time, the girl told the guy that he needed to kill the man. What he just started doing after a few seconds, he grabbed him with his powerful fist and began to choke him. The man writhed from the incredible pain he was experiencing, and at this time begged not to kill him. At that moment, the guy remembered how he saw in front of him the advanced body of a girl who simply stole a little medicine. From such memories, the guy's anger stopped even more accordingly, and the force with which he strangled the man also became greater. He remembered the words of the judge who asked whether it was really nice to feel that someone's life is in your hands. After this, the guy immediately got over it, and he immediately released the man. After which the guy simply began to leave and told the girl to take their things. And as they were leaving, the girl and she were perplexed by what she saw, because she hoped that the guy was about to finish off the man for what he had done to them. The girl couldn't understand whether they would really just leave. A minute ago the man wanted to kill them. Why shouldn't they do the same? But the girl believed that she understood the guy. She thought that he did not want to watch the man die painfully. Then you can use poison or cut off his head with one blow of a knife. There are many more ways to make him suffer for a short time. But the guy asked the girl to stop. The guy decided that he would probably take the staff and do it for compensation. For a while, the girl was thinking about the fact that the guy was just work. He had such abilities, and he pretended to be a pathetic Mother Teresa. Such a person was definitely not capable of protecting his sister in the girl's opinion. Following the departing couple, the man asked them to stop. Very unexpectedly, for some reason, the man asked the guy to help their base. The girl became even more enraged by this. She asked whether, in the man's opinion, they were some kind of charitable organization. But the man begged them to agree. If they agree, then when everything is over, he will give them all the valuable things that he has at the base. He argued his appeal by saying that they are in complete despair. If no one helps them, then the base will soon come to an end. The girl asked whether it was dirty tricks again. Apparently the man was tired of living straight. But the man began to say that they sent a huge amount of things to the evolved 5th degree to help him. But he still asked for even more. Now they are simply forced to go robbing. The man asked to follow him. When they see for themselves, they will understand everything. He asked them to look at the pit below. He asked whether corpses can see you. To be honest, it's hard not to see them even from afar. The man explained that these were people who were killed in just one day. It is clear that the guy could not understand why there were so many corpses, and who did it in the first place. Every day, several dozen people die at their base, and this is not the work of strangers. As it turned out, it was all the fault of the head of their base. In order to prevent infection, they burn corpses every day. Approaching their base, anyone will smell that sickening smell of burning meat. The girl couldn't understand or whether their leader had really gone crazy. If he continued to kill so many people every day, very soon there would be no one left at their base. The man said that the girl was right, which is why he decided to overthrow the head and lock him in prison. The guy asked if this was the reason why he sold everything to get the help of the evolving 5th stage, to which the man replied that the guy was right. But one such evolving will not be enough. You need at least 3 strong fighters because their leader, 7th degree, evolved. At this time, the man remembered how he literally hit the head of some man with one movement and 2 fingers. And of course he died from this. And at this time, some stranger was running nearby. A split second later, the stranger was already lying on the floor, bloodied, and oddly enough, killed. And the head kept repeating that they all must die. At this time, a big man and a slightly shorter guy with glasses stood and looked at the man with a seemingly condemning look. The man approached them and was happy because he had finally found them. The big man began to slightly rudely inform the man that even though they agreed to help him, but let him not forget about their conditions, they will only begin to act if at least 5th-degree evolved people gather together. Well, the man doesn't feel that there is that third fighter among all those present. The man asked, or the commander was trying to deceive them. The man began to explain everything. Among them, there is no evolving 5th degree, but he found someone who knows how to increase his degree. It is clear that the man could not understand what the commander was talking about. The man immediately asked his subordinate whether it was him. He felt that he had the 4th degree. He asked him how he could raise it and defeat him, but his subordinate said that the man was mistaken, it was not him at all. A few seconds later, Mason appeared behind the man. The commander introduced him and said that this was the one he was talking about, also adding that the guy had outstanding strength. The man was slightly surprised by the guy. The man said that the guy, apparently evolved of the 1st degree. He asked whether the guy could increase the degree to defeat the evolving one of the 5th degree. The guy said that this would not give him any difficulty, because he had already won once. After these words, the man began to laugh loudly almost throughout the entire base, also adding that the guy was definitely mistaken. The man also told the commander that the guy was deceiving him. The man began to say that there is no one in the world who would be able to step over 3 degrees at once, and the guy says that he can step over as many as 4, but it just sounds funny. The guy said that the man was right, because last time he was very lucky. That's why he was able to defeat the evolving one of the 5th degree, so he himself doesn't know how much his strength can increase. That's why he decided to wait for them. He offered to fight and compare their strengths. The guy also added that if he loses in this battle, he will leave. He also gives it to them with canned food as compensation. Anti-toxic gloves, made of a special material, protect the skin from the penetration of poison. The man began to dismantle them, arguing that they would not resort to force, and there was no need to check who was stronger. The man said that if the guy proves that he can rise to 4 degrees, then he leaves to defeat the evolving 7th degree. They need to understand the situation well. He is not going to charge his life into the hands of who knows. The guy agreed with the commander. This is just sparring. No one should get hurt. The man asked the guy to calm down, also adding that he was not going to kill anyone. A man and a guy stood in the middle of the square preparing for sparring. At this time, whoever waved a red flag, which meant the start of sparring. The man immediately began to attack, but the guy managed to react and fought off the blow with his staff. The guy was clearly lucky that he had this staff in sparring with such a strong opponent. The man's blow sent vibrations through the staff. Even the guy himself was surprised at how much strength there was in one blow. His hands began to tremble. He also noticed that the man was too fast. From the very beginning of the battle, he had to act at the limit of his capabilities. The man was surprised that the guy was able to dodge all his blows, but still agreed that the guy could still do something. But the man believed that the guy did not have enough strength to jump through as many as 4 degrees. The guy was very surprised after the man broke through the stone with one blow. All 5th degree evolved are so fierce. The guy began to run away. It is clear that the man could not understand where he ran. What was the point of always dodging? But the guy said that he would refuse otherwise to go straight to heaven. All he could do was run. Well, the guy was still able to catch up with the man. The guy had the perfect plan. In his opinion, he was going to pierce the man's chest with this staff. After which, the guy stopped abruptly and struck the man directly below the groin, and the blow was so strong that it is difficult to describe in words. It's very strange, but the man's expression did not change at all. The guy believed that the man could not say a word because of the pain. He said that this was his crowning blow in the abortion technique. The guy still hasn't just removed it from the man's genitals. The commander noticed that the guy hit the bull's eye, after which he slightly jokingly asked the guy standing next to him, or whether his friend had managed to get a wife. But the guy said that there was nothing to worry about. His special ability to make the body harden, he could easily cope with such a minor attack. But the man said that she used the staff, and asked whether his friend could resist its effect. At this time, the man began to glow in blue, and then he threw the guy several meters away from him, so much so that the staff flew out of his hands. The guy, to put it mildly, rolled across the ground. After which, without stopping, the man began to attack the guy, and he delivered a powerful blow to almost the guy's head. The blow was so strong that the stone lying nearby split. After which a man stood over the guy and said that the guy had lost. The man said that the guy is really strong, only at the first stage, but already has such high speed and accuracy. He believes the guy could easily cope with evolved people of the 3rd degree, or weaklings of the 4th degree. But in battle, he relies only on his strength without any strategy. It is better for him to return home and train properly. He said that they were leaving. The commander asked whether they would return, but the man told the commander not to worry. They won't work out everything he paid them. When the commander finds a worthy 5th degree evolver, they won't come again. This guy is not strong enough. He has no chance against their crazy leader. He will be killed immediately. At this time, some zombie said that this was true. Coming out of the shadows, he said that this guy was no good, and also added that he would be much better suited for this role. But the guy was only surprised that his staff and gloves were in the hands of a stranger. The stranger apologized for stealing, but he also said that the guy was using the staff incorrectly. But the guy was most confused by the fact that zombies can talk. It is clear that such words do not acquaint the mother. He said that he was a man. The guy immediately apologized, but the stranger crawled out so suddenly that it seemed to him that it was a corpse. But the commander, on the contrary, was delighted with the stranger. He asked whether he had finally agreed to help them. But then he said that he had not come for them, for the sake of the staff. He had been looking for it for so long, and now they finally met. But the guy was indignant and said that the commander gave this staff to him. The stranger asked the commander whether this guy was really telling the truth. The commander said that this staff was originally intended for a man. He gave a lot to get it. He only asked to help them, and he would give him the staff as a gift. The man laughed at this. He defiantly covered his mouth with his hand and laughed. I asked the guy for help, don't be angry, because I had a choice. He offered to stay with them. Then when it's all over, he'll give them an even cooler weapon. The guy told the man that he agreed to help them, but he had one condition. When this is all over, they will exchange things only with him. He will become their only supplier. It is clear that the man was slightly surprised by this condition. He asked the guy whether he had enough products, because they mainly take medicine and food, to which he replied that his sources allow him, and his prices are quite low. You need gold or other jewelry. The man said that he agreed to the guy's conditions. The guy with glasses asked his brother how he generally felt after such a powerful blow, but he replied that everything was fine. He would just fix it a little. All those present gathered in a small room and discussed something. The man thanked them for their desire to help, and now he wants to tell them the plan in detail. For comfortable communication in the future, the man asks them to briefly introduce themselves and tell about themselves. The big man introduced himself. As it turns out, his name is James. He is a 5th degree evolved final stage. His special ability is to harden the body. Ordinary bullets can pass through him. The guys with glasses were called Robertson. He was a 5th degree evolved initial stage, with a special ability to freeze everything he touched with one touch. The man with zombie ears, it seems, was called Oscar. He had evolved to the 5th degree. He did not reveal any special abilities, but only said that others would guess. Mason introduced himself, saying that he had evolved the 1st degree, the initial stage, had a special ability to concentrate, and the girl introduced herself as Bayaka. She had evolved the 2nd degree, the final stage. The special ability could be capable of carrying out calculations like a supercomputer, after which the girl wondered why they appeared with them near each of them signs like questionnaires on a dating site. But the guy didn't answer that. He has no idea what it is. It's better not to ask at all. Ask it. After everyone finally introduced themselves, the men began to tell their plan. The head of their base evolved to the 7th degree at the final stage. With a special ability, his body becomes liquid. This is a big problem for them. It will be difficult to catch him, but a careless movement and he will kill them. According to his plan, they first need to take him to the secret room. Then Oscar poisons him to paralyze his nervous system, and their fighters capture him. And Robertson waits the right moments to freeze him. And with the help of a mechanism, they will not lock him in a capsule cell. James said that the plan was really good, and asked when they would start acting. But Oscar at that time simply laughed, because now everyone knows about his special ability. The commander said that we cannot allow people to continue to die. Tomorrow they will carry out the capture of the clan. The commander went down somewhere into the basement, and the same head of the base stood right next to him. It's clear that even though the man had a plan, it still instilled some kind of fear in him. The head mysteriously asked if the commander was really going to kill him and end all these deaths. At this time, the head of the practically commander sprayed a very strong stream of water. But at this time, he was covered by James, who didn't care because he knows how to harden. James stood in front of the commander and ordered him to move back, and was ready to get into a fight with the head. It was clear from the look of the head that he did not understand what would happen. But he was also ready for everything and everyone who might come now. And at this time, as was planned according to plan, Oscar flew at the head with his staff, and was about to be ready to poison him with the staff. But it was not to be. While Oscar was trying to strike his head, he calculated it all and practically hit him with a stream of water. But Mason noticed it in time and grabbed Oscar. The man laughed and was glad that my son was sleeping. He said that if it weren't for the guy, it would have been the end for him. And at that time, he stroked his cheek with his hands. Well, James didn't have time for any jokes. He was serious about winning. Well, as it turned out, in the fight, Somehow out of character, the head was able to inflict scratches, small ones. But still, these are scratches on a person who has the ability to freeze. In a split second, he completely hit him right in the ribs. It's clear that the man was surprised by this. I couldn't understand how the head could pierce his hard body. But the man said that liquid with high pressure and high rotation speed is capable of breaking through, and something was confirmed. And at this time, Robertson came running to help his brother. He started to freeze the water. This, after all, helped, and the head even took a step back. It was clear from him that he was dissatisfied with all this. And it was also clear from the guy that he was a little hesitant about what he should do now. But again, once again, Mason manages to be taken away from the head of his ally in time. And at this time, while his head was focused on how Mason was taking away his ally, during the day, James was ready to deal him the final powerful blow, which is exactly what he did in a split second. The man shouted to the entire room that he had violated the shape of his head, and this meant that now Roberts was coming out, who should freeze him. Basically, Robertson began performing his task within seconds. Well, something apparently didn't go according to plan, and this collection of water turned into some kind of hurricane. And it was because of this that Roberts was thrown back. After my son asked or his head died, he was told that he had dissipated so that the guy could not freeze him. The commander was ordered to guard all openings at the entrances and exits. He could not be allowed to escape. And at this time, the head began to take on the image of a person. Well, now the image of the man was slightly strange, because the water was not blue as we are all used to seeing it, but dark black. Even Roberts could not understand what the head was trying to do, and the commander said that things were bad, and he was going to use the same technique. After which the commander ordered everyone to take out their shields and stand behind the barrier with their abacus. And the head apparently has already begun to use some kind of technique. After 2 seconds, he began to thrust a stream of water into everyone's chest before piercing it with this one. He even managed to stab the commander. The head even tried to impale James, but was unsuccessful. He told them that everyone should stand behind him. As it turned out, the head increased the number of water jets, so their strength became less. Now his body can handle it quite well, and the head apparently had no intention of stopping. The commander shouted that he was still there, and let everyone attack now. After this technique, he becomes weaker for some time. Within 10 seconds, the water will again be in the state it was in at the very beginning. He ordered Oscar to freeze him as soon as possible, after which you asked Mason to push him. They were already practically in this water balloon, so to speak. Well, the man didn't see or hear anything at that time. The guy must be able to completely freeze it in those 10 seconds, which can be an incredibly difficult action for someone. The man still didn't feel anything, but it was already clear that ice stones were floating around his face, so to speak. It felt like the guy was about to finish. Mason shouted that everything worked out. Well, apparently Roberts himself didn't think so. It was clear from his look that he was nervous. Although this dome of water was indeed already covered in ice, Robertson reported that things were bad. The man accelerated the circulation of water, so the freezing slowed down. Poa Robertson was at a loss what to do now. Oscar told him not to worry, and he would help. He couldn't escape. After which, the man began to direct some of his energy into the icy ball. The liquid disperses quickly, so his poison cannot spread throughout his body, and now the situation is ideal. This self does not make him fall asleep forever, and without its antidote, no one can save him. After a few seconds, the man had already finished instilling poison into the man. He sighed at the commander, clearly glad that they were finally able to defeat the barbarian. And now no one will threaten their city or anything around it. All those present decided to gather and celebrate this great victory. The commanders began to thank everyone taking part in this for their help. As a thank you, they prepared these delicious dishes for them. Mine clearly didn't like them. And of course, what would a dinner party be without a group of girls? After which the commander told the girls to come in. All the men looked at the girls with caution at first. The girls were truly all incredibly beautiful. In a split second, the man literally swam from these girls, and they were already arguing about who would be who. Robertson and Oscar immediately began flirting with the girls. A stranger asked my son if he was an extra hero. She also called him young, and the guy was a little embarrassed. And Becca at this time was clearly unhappy with all this. As expected, men are simply disgusting. After some certain amount of time, all the men were practically unconscious, which is why the commander decided that the girls should be taken to their rooms. My wife was taken into the room by 2 girls. One of the girls was surprised at how cute the guy was. He drank everything and was already drunk. And the other girl said that he was her type. They noticed that it was probably unpleasant to sleep so sweaty. They needed to wipe it off. For some time, Robert also flirted with 2 girls. And in a split second, their things scattered across the room. And Oscar told the girls that they were very pretty. Just his type. But the girls, on the contrary, were afraid of him. But he asked them not to be afraid because he would not do anything bad. And at this time, 2 girls were thrown out the door. As it turned out, it was James, who thanked them for seeing them off, but asked them to return to their place. To be honest, it was expected that James would not play even dirty games, because it is clear from him that he is a very serious and focused person. Then he slammed the door right in the girls' faces. And at that time, the girls were really squeezing the floor out of the guy. They believed that he would sleep until the morning. The commander told them to provide him with a good rest. But he sleeps heavily, so they will not be able to take care of him. They concluded that they would just wipe it off and move on. One of the girls didn't think it was possible to sleep so restlessly. It seems they won't return to their place today. After some time, my dignitaries loaded the bream right in the face. It's clear that he immediately deteriorated from such, firstly more and secondly shock. He immediately asked who did it. As it turned out, it was Becca who was unhappy. She asked whether he had a lot of fun that night, so tired that he slept until noon. She also asked how long he was going to hang around in this place. He called the guy a pervert. She started pulling his ears and told him to get up alive. The guy couldn't understand why she suddenly became so angry. At first, she called him Brother Mason. Meanwhile, James and Robertson were walking around the morning base. Zhenya asked his partner whether everything was okay with them, because he was walking all the time and holding his back, and ended up slightly in pain. Raising his finger up, he said that everything was fine. The commander asked everyone if they were leaving so quickly, and also invited them to stay for a couple of days. James said that they couldn't, and they still had a lot of other things to do. They needed to return to their organization as soon as possible and report on the work done. Mason wrote down all the goods needed at their base, so now he needs to go get them. In about 3 days, he will send them everything. Oscar informed my messages that I was engaged in trading. He was simply wasting his talent. He invited him to join me. He sees that he has potential. If he goes with him, he will teach him a quick way to evolve further. His family has a secret technique that will help him make a breakthrough quickly. But Robertson said that my son should not believe him. If he really had such a technique, would he still be at such a low rank? As it turned out, the man had already taken a young guy to his place, and no one had yet knows where he is now. Despite this conversation, James tossed the guy a walkie-talkie. Well, for some reason, even though Mason was from normal time, he still asked what it was. James said that this is a walkie-talkie with which he can contact him at any time. Their organization needs people like him. If the guy decides to join them, just let him contact him and he will tell them their location. After this, the character said goodbye. 3 days later, a man was running through the base, clearly in a hurry to get somewhere. He ran slightly out of breath into some room. The man said that Mason had arrived. The commander was surprised that the guy got everything he needed so quickly. The man asked him to quickly go out and see for himself. After all, as it turned out, his goods were on as many as 3 trucks, which cannot but surprise. As it turned out, the man had had too much to drink and babbled a whole list of things to the guy, and he brought everything directly to him, and in just 3 days. Mason told the commander that the truck was everything he asked for, and also added that it was time to unload it all. After some time, the people at the base had already finished unloading it all. It was really the first time they had seen so much food. Now they have so many seeds and fertilizers. Their supply system itself will be just perfect. How great! You just need to grow it. And then in a year, the people of their base will no longer have to starve. The commander or some celestial guy asked where he got so many things. Also of excellent quality. It's really incredible. It is clear that the guy will tell you that he cannot say this. Well, as for seeds, food, and other things, he will bring as much as they ask. The main thing for him is to get his payment for it. The commander pulled out a bag of jewelry in front of the guy and said that this was his payment, which they agreed on. Well, the guy was very indignant. There really was very little here. He didn't bring as many as 3 trucks, he asked, or the commander was trying to deceive him. But the man could not understand why the guy was so angry. Because this is a whole bag of crystals, he asked. Or the guy had not heard of such a thing. It is several times more expensive than the cores that he initially promised him. As it turned out, 1 crystal contains 1,000 skill points. The guy was surprised that such a tiny feeder had 100 skill points. It was 50 times more expensive than the core, and it was just an amazing thing. But then the man remembered what he promised the guy, and asked him to follow him. In truth, they weren't able to find much gold at the base. They turned over the entire storeroom, and finally found something. The man pulled the guy out with a whole box of gold bars. He said that this is all they have, beautiful enough for this. The guy's eyes lit up at what he saw. He said that this was more than enough, and thanked the man. The guy told the girls that he needed to go away on business. He would return in a couple of days. The girl asked whether he would bring another white rabbit. Otherwise, she had already eaten everything. The guy was already sitting with this box of gold in his room. He noticed that this box was even heavier than usual. And of course, even from it, it was clear that it was more massive than me than the previous one. The guy noticed that there was some kind of picture printed on the lid. Well, it doesn't look like a seal. It looks like they made a cover out of a real painting. There's even a signature. As it turned out, it was a painting by Picasso himself. But the guy didn't recognize the name and thought it was a very strange name. But he really liked the painting. Out of illiteracy, and in order to sell a painting by a great artist, I simply decided to hang it in my room for interior decoration. And at this time, some man with a Cuban cigar in his mouth reports that this is a painting by Picasso and is simply mesmerizing. It is definitely worth the 200 million spent. A subordinate said that tonight, there will be a meeting between Emma and the candidate for grooms whom the man has chosen. In principle, as is already clear, it was Emma's father. He asked his subordinate to make sure that everything went well, even if he didn't allow anything to be thrown away. The man asked what to do with Mason. They never found out where he got hold of 20 bars of gold, which he recently exchanged at their bank. If they report everything to the police, they will no longer be able to investigate this matter themselves. But the man said that I needed to inform the police. He told the employees to approve the operation for me, since he was able to get so much gold in such a short time. Then he obviously has his own sources. There is currently a shortage of gold at his enterprise, so they will touch him for a while. But he and Emma will definitely not be together, according to his father. He believed that only a capable person could be her husband. And at this time, the girl and the guy had already met. He said that he did not know whether she would like the restaurant he had chosen, to which she coldly replied that she would not. The guy said that he was informed that the girl had been constantly sitting at home lately, and asked if she wanted to go to Ostrovok with their family for a couple of days. It was very beautiful there, but she again refused the guy and said that she was not interested. But the guy continued to insist. He asked where she would like to go. He often goes on business trips and will make meetings for me, so I know my way around abroad quite well. But again, she told him that she would not want to go anywhere. But the girl could no longer stand it and decided to tell it like it is. It was her father who told her to meet the guy. She doesn't plan to continue communicating with the guy in the future. Moreover, there are rumors that the guy likes to play and throw, so he doesn't need to build a gentleman at his place, since they have already had dinner. She suggests not wasting any more time. After which I said goodbye to the guy. He gave her disapproving glances and called her ungrateful. After some time, the girl came into the house. The father said that he knew how their dinner went. She was instantly surprised by her father's presence in her home. The man said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked whether she would not even call him dad. The girl ordered her father to leave if he had nothing to say. This is her apartment. If next time he also comes without warning, she will call the police. The father said that if the girl continues to resist him, then all the candidates he carefully selected will simply understand in horror, and her dad will have a hard time. The girl was furious. Her father treats her like a thing that can be exchanged for something valuable, because he knows perfectly well that she likes someone else. And you said that my son is not at all outstanding. He will not make her happy. He will not dare to transfer his business to him. Sooner or later he will be gone, so you need to choose a worthy successor. But the girl could not understand why my father decided that my dreams were not worthy. He, too, was not an outstanding person in his youth. She doesn't care who he wants to pass on his inheritance to. She wants to get out of this, whoever she chooses. He asked if it was really necessary for Mason to die. He had already told her that he would disappear forever if she did not obey him. Let her just do as he says. He is trying for the sake of her future. The girl believed that her father wanted to kill her, just like her mother. She told him that this was his true goal. He wanted the girl to hang herself too. And such words made the man not only bewildered, but also furious. He ordered her to shut up. The girl began to blame her father for making her mother crazy. After such words, the man clearly could not stand it and hit the girl, after which there was deathly silence between them. And at this time, the guy in his room was making a list of what he needed to buy tomorrow. It seemed like he had already compiled everything, but he remembered about the white rabbit. At this time, someone found him an apartment. The guy was surprised who could come to him at such a late time. As it turned out, it was Emma. The guy asked the girl why she didn't answer the phone when he called her. He wanted to go to her tomorrow. He also added so that the girl would not worry, he would need less than a year. He would earn enough money, and then her father would definitely accept him. But the girl didn't really listen to the guy, after which she kissed him passionately. After which she began to take off his t-shirt, but the guy stopped her. The guy noticed that the girl had a strange expression on her face. He asked whether something had happened to her, or whether it was connected with her father. But the girl asked not to discuss this. Just let the guy keep his eyes on her today. The girl said that although they had not seen each other for only a couple of days, she missed the guy so much, she asked him to hug her tightly. It's clear that everything went towards sex. The girl said that she wanted to remember the guy's smell. The guy couldn't believe that today would come the day when he would say goodbye to his status as a virgin, and in addition, this would happen to his loved one. Emma asked the guy to unbutton his dress too, which he basically did a few seconds later. She thanked him for this. Both Emmy's face and figure are simply stunning. Her character is kind and gentle. The guy's name is Mason. He has never had such a thing that in all the 20-odd years of his life, she will never be the same again. Because now he has Emma, she is kind and sweet, and she also treats the guy better than anyone in the world. He was so happy that she fell in love with such an ordinary guy like him. Today he will protect her and make her happy. Well, in some unimaginable and incomprehensible way, Emma simply disappeared. As it turned out, she left a letter on the bed. It said that the girl needed to go very far, but she couldn't say where. She wanted to get rid of her father's shackles, but didn't want him to take out his anger on the guy, so they needed to separate for a while. But the girl will not run away from her loved one. She needs to gain strength to be able to overcome her father. Then she will definitely return so that the guy does not forget her. Yesterday, she took the initiative. It was simply unforgettable. She asked him not to withdraw from anyone while she was in departure, and be sure to wait for her. It is clear that the guy did not sleep in a stupor after this. After some time, it was as if the dead guy arrived back. It's clear that they immediately ran up to him and started asking what happened, why he had such an expression on his face. The guy said that in the backpack there was everything he got, and also food from the last time, so there would be enough food for them for a couple of months for sure. He would be gone all this time. He asked to protect himself. The girl asked if the guy shouldn't go and exchange it all. He wanted to exchange it all for gold or something like that. The guy said that his heart was broken, so he was not in the mood for it, and he no longer needed the gold. It is clear that after the words of a broken heart, the two girls were shocked, but I didn't immediately understand that the guy still had a girlfriend. The guy said that he no longer had a girlfriend because they hadn't even really met, and she left. She didn't even say goodbye properly. She also deleted the number, and now the guy doesn't know where to look for her. After the guy shared his mood, he left. But Becca couldn't understand what was wrong with the guy. She couldn't understand why she should take everything so seriously. She just needed to find another girl, and that's it. But the guy said that she couldn't understand. He just had his heart broken. He's not in the mood to go look for a new one. The girl grabbed the guy's hand, after which we literally put his hand on her chest, saying that all the guys like it. Let the guy think it's gratitude for the fact that he accepted her white rabbit. The guy had strange sensations. His face is typical of Becca, but her form is impressive. The girl said that her husband's time was up. The guy was surprised why so quickly. The girl was embarrassed by the guy's words, because a whole minute had passed. The guy made a face, and let me tell you that his mood did not improve at all. Then Melanie decided to act. She asked what the guy's idea was about one more minute from her, although she was a smaller size. He clarified or he can choose another place. After which the girl asked which place he was talking about. He pointed to the girl's butt. After which he began to touch the girl's intimate part. The girl just asked the guy to hit him easier. The subordinate asked the commander whether he is sure that this is what needs to be done. After all, melting this huge ice ball in order to extract the core can be dangerous. If during the defrosting process it suddenly wakes up, the consequences will be terrible. But the commander said that the nearest base did not touch them, because the notoriety frightened everyone around. But now they know that he is locked up. If they do not extract the source of his power for their own good, their base will simply be torn apart, like and many others. The commander ordered to find Mason and tell him that he had already prepared everything, after which the subordinate began to carry out the order. The commander didn't even know what his head had to go through to become such a psycho, but he went crazy just in time. For so many years, he was against the expansion of territory, content with what he had. But with this power, he could lead the entire base surrounding them. He is indecisive, and therefore is not suitable for the role of a pro driver. So now he should give his power as a commander. With the help of force, he will lead all these lands and set them on fire for himself. At this time, the girl said that time was up, and the guy heard some sounds coming from his backpack. The girls could not understand what kind of sound was coming from the backpack. The guy began to examine the backpack. As it turned out, it was the walkie-talkie that James gave the guy. But for some reason, Becca revived very angrily and punished the guy not to answer the call. After all, if he answers, they can intercept the signal and find out their location. But the guy decided that he would pick up the phone, just move away and answer. A split second later, the creature sped away at the speed of light. He ran a certain number of kilometers and reached the top of some building in his opinion. This distance was enough. After the guy did not answer James, he apologized because he had not yet properly thought through their offer to join the organization. The man said that this is not why he is calling him. He needs his help, of course. For it, he will receive an appropriate reward. Something happened here, and therefore his immediate help was required. A huge heap of zombies surrounded their food supply, and indeed it was true that the streets were swarming with hundreds or thousands of zombies. There were an incredible number of them. The man said that the guy came quickly, also added that they were at the intersection of streets X and Y. The guy quickly figured out where he needed to go. At this time, a group of people were surrounded by zombies. They were already running out of ammunition. Then one of them told the others not to worry. Everyone from the base reported that they had already requested help, and everything would be fine. And the guy at that time accelerated so much that he could barely brake on the fallen bridge. Arriving at the place, the guy could not understand why there was not a soul here, because it should be here. A split second later, he was pinned to the ground with a powerful blow. The blow was so strong that the guy literally stuck into the ground. Some muscular woman said that the boy whom James called had simply zero reaction, but Robertson asked her not to look at the fact that he was a newcomer. At the decisive moment, he would show his strength, because they saw everything with their own eyes. The woman said that they would find out whether the guy was a donkey or a thoroughbred horse. The driver told the commander that today they had a big catch. Who would have thought that they would only find medicine? The head of the city would definitely be happy about this. Since the Kitch died, the position of the chief judge has been empty. The driver believed that it was possible that when they returned, the commander could become the supreme judge. But he said that he was just doing his job, and he would have the rest. As long as they were driving and having a conversation, they didn't crash into some car. The impact was really strong, because the partners almost flew out of the car. The driver said that things were bad, because they were surrounded by red zombies. They immediately got out with the car and opened fire on the zombies. But it was quite difficult to hit them. They dodged all the bullets. After which the driver, in some unimaginable way, stretched his arm so that he could completely clasp two zombies. He said that now they were not going anywhere, and ordered everyone to shoot at them. They were able to kill them. They were lucky that the commanders were with them. But as it turned out, these zombies made a hole in the tank of the car. The commander said that there was nothing wrong with this. He ordered that all the things from this car be transferred to the others, and everything would fit. But they needed to hurry up in order to be in time for the unification of the structure of the mainland before tomorrow night. As it turned out, a crowd of zombies were practically next to them, 800 meters from here. And indeed, a horde of zombies was approaching them with bad intentions. The commander ordered to quickly put all the medicines at the car and go. But one of them said that there were still some left. But they won't make it in time. If the zombies get to them, they definitely won't survive. They decided to deal with gasoline later. The driver told the commander that the fuel was about to run out, after which the man ordered the car to stop. After all the people got out of the car, they put in some sort of line the commander was preparing to tell them. The commander asked how much fuel was enough in their cars, to which he was told that some had enough for 10 kilometers and others for 15. The commander said that he knows that they all haven't rested for several days and nights in a row, but now they can't relax. The association is 30 kilometers from here, so they need to get fuel. It should be 5 kilometers away from them in another direction. The deputy commander will lead the smaller group to find fuel, and the commander from the other group will carry supplies further. When the group is finished, she should catch up with them. After which they began to carry out the commander's orders. They began to walk around the abandoned city and drain gasoline from the cars parked there. In principle, they are almost finished. They think that this is quite enough. He also needed to catch up with the second group. But suddenly seconds passed, and a crowd of zombies attacked them. They immediately opened fire on the monsters, and tried with all their might to escape. Some of the fighters had already been bitten, but others did not have time for this. They had to run. Well, as it turned out, just in the direction that the group of people were heading, they were also zombies. They surrounded them from all sides. They decided that they would run upstairs. They didn't need to shoot. The sound might attract even more zombies. They simultaneously offended and tried to shoot back from the zombie invasion. They wouldn't be able to get into the back for some time. The guys needed to catch their breath while they could. But at this time, the zombies had already discovered them and began knocking on the buildings, and in addition, they had run out of bullets. Everyone was in a very depressed mood, and they were determined to die. And the zombies at this time were ready to tear them to pieces in a split second. The man told others not to worry. The whole basic message was that they had already asked for help, and everything would be fine. James began to explain the plan to distract the zombies so they could help the group. James said that he and Mason would go together, and as soon as the path was clear, get them out of there. Some music began to play from the speakers about how someone loves the vast expanses where flowers grow at the foot of the mountain. The driver jokingly told the zombies to catch the rhythm. It's impossible to resist the melody, and the song can't get out of your head. Still, they managed to distract the zombies. Now it was Mason and James's turn. The guy couldn't understand why there were still a bunch of zombies left here. But as it turned out, some zombies were deaf. They had a lot of episodes there or something like that. James said that he was holding back the zombies, and the guy had to save people, after which he began to open the gate to the building. The guy began to say that they had come to their aid, and that they would help you open it as soon as possible. The guy opened the gate and saw the silhouette of a man in front of him. The guy was very surprised that there was only one commander. He asked whether there shouldn't be 10 or more people here, and why is he even here alone? Meanwhile, another group reached the roof of the building. Robertson complained that it was close. They would not have returned a little longer. Being bait was very dangerous. The guy also couldn't understand why there was only one commander, he asked, or the others couldn't be saved. The commander began to say that they were transferring supplies, and on the way they were ambushed by the JO4 base. Of their group, only the commanders survived, and the rest were killed. He ran away from them, and ended up falling straight into the clutches of zombies. Robertson was very confused by the fact that initially only the commander needed to be saved, and there were no supplies with him. If they had known, they would not have moved so much force. One man would have been enough to save them. Well, to tell the truth, a small group of their squad went in search of fuel 5 kilometers from here, but they were also surrounded by zombies. I hope they can save them. But the head of the association paid them only for one rescue operation. An additional payment is required for one more caress. The commander was very indignant because the situation is critical. If they are not saved, then they definitely will not survive, he asks them. He will pay for his own food supplies as much as needed. At this time, my son said that he would help the commander, but Robertson interrupted him and told him to speak for himself because they did not agree to anything. Well, the guy decided to remind him that Robertson said that he would now be in debt to the guy. If they all saved those people together, they would be even. Robertson sighed and said that he didn't even know whether the guy was a cunning person or just a good person. Besides, it's only the guy who owes him. It's unlikely that the rest will either. But James interrupted him and said that he understood everything, and now they were going to save people. The guy couldn't understand why James suddenly agreed, because every such operation is a huge risk. He asked whether the man understood what danger they would face. Well, this entire dialogue was interrupted by zombies who landed on the edge of the building. Robertson noticed him immediately. At least 2 zombies stood and looked at the group of people, and were clearly ready to attack them. But the woman and the man in the strange hat were not at all afraid of this. On the contrary, their gaze was very confident and calm. James couldn't understand where so many red zombies came from here. But the woman is very epic, and easily grabbed one of the zombies by the hair with one hand. Then she dealt a powerful blow to the second zombie with her second hand. Her face immediately turned red from the blood. Of course, they appear in unusual groups, but in such a crowd it is very strange. It is better for them not to waste energy, to quickly run the bus. There is no need to fight with them. The commander in principle easily dealt with them at this time. She and Mason didn't feel them either. But they won't be able to get down because the car is surrounded by zombies. Robertson was very surprised by this because they had taken the zombies in the other direction. But it turns out they are back. There are now several times more. James asked no one to panic. Low-level zombies cannot climb to such a height. First you need to deal with the red zombies, and then they will look. Some of them even fought with their hands, literally cutting off their heads with their hands. Mason asked if they were finished, to which they replied that now they were all dead. All that was left was to figure out how to prevent these zombies from surrounding them. Well, as it turned out, they didn't get rid of it for long, at which time the red zombies began to climb the building. You noticed my son and told everyone? He had already seen them. These are the giant zombies that he encountered when he first got here. Giant zombies also appeared in droves. They had never seen anything like this before. Robertson immediately began to panic. He said that now they would all die, and this time for sure James noticed that there were 6 of them. The women said that this is all strange because first they were attacked by red zombies of the 3rd level, then the crowd that they had taken away returned. Now suddenly several giant zombies of the 3rd level appeared. Usually zombies of such equations are not a hindrance for them, but now it's as if there is a battle of exhaustion going on, rather than surround them at the same time, forcing them to waste their strength. The commander noticed that this whole crowd of zombies looked like some kind of attack, and James noticed that this was a reasonable attack, even if the ravine was a planned attack. But a man is simpler because most likely there is only one answer. Mason asked what the man meant. My time told everyone to look into the distance. He asked, or else it seems to me that there is some kind of thing curling around this building. As it turned out, it was really visible that some kind of gathering of wind was swirling around the building. As it turned out at the very beginning of the outbreak of the disease, many people managed to defeat the virus thanks to their strong will and desire to live, thanks to which they evolved and became a new species of man, while a small part turned into the monster of the Corpse King. Some studies show that the monster is formed from people full of hatred, for the suffering they had to endure. The man immediately appeared to run away. They still had time to get away. Tajik James was alarmed because this is a corpse king of the 3rd degree, and he is very close. They quickly need to run away. What Roberts and the woman actually started doing, they couldn't understand how the zombies got in so quickly. They had to figure out which ones to escape, and the girl would detain them. They are all already on the roof. They can't just leave a woman. Thanks to the guy's ability, he will probably be able to jump to that skyscraper. Robertson asked to move them, and they will not be able to escape from the giant zombies. The guy thinks it should work, but he can only carry one person at a time. Otherwise, it will be too hard. He told the commander that they were counting on him, and he would be the first. And at this time, the Corpse King was getting closer and closer to the building. The guy asked the commander to hold on tight. The roof was getting closer and closer every second. The guy got ready to jump. But my king was so stupid he began to emit some powerful sound waves. These sound waves instantly knocked my son and commander off their feet. As it turned out, the guy couldn't even use the ability. And at this time, the woman will come to the ground. It was a similar situation with Robertson and the man in the hat. The guy noticed that no one could use the ability. It was bad. They needed to come up with something. The guy instantly realized about the fatal bullet and asked the system to use the fatal bullet. Well, as it turned out, since the distance is too great, the bullet will only hit the surrounding area. This means there is only one way left. The guy asked the system to spend all the crystals and cores on improvement. The guy didn't have much time to chat, so he asked the system to start improving faster. At this time, Robertson was thrown from side to side as if he were playing with some kind of toy, and my son improved very quickly and significantly during this time. The woman was angry with James, who was holding her back. She asked with all her might to let her come to them. Well, as it turned out, some kind of error appeared in the system, and the evolution processes were started again. The guy got very angry about this and asked the system to be sharper. The system reported that the revolution is complete. A new skill has been acquired. A smooth surface of the water, a state of concentration. To the quiet surface of the water, attentiveness increases significantly. The guy never feels. It seems he has now figured out how best to use the abilities he has. And at that time, Robertson begged to be saved to see that he still wanted to have fun with many beauties. The man with the hat was practically eaten alive, but Mason got to him in time and grabbed the zombie from behind, with such force that he tore off the zombie's head in the literal sense of the word, thereby saving the man. He couldn't believe that he didn't die. How is that even possible? Looking at the fallen zombie in front of him, who a few minutes ago was ready to eat him alive. The guy would have had just a little more time, and it would have been too late. The man at the hat was lucky that he had a hard head. It was at this time that the Corpse King released a new wave of sounds, after which he pointed his index finger directly at a group of people. This clearly meant that something bad was about to happen. The first person to notice this was Mason, who understood that they needed to prepare for something. Suddenly, something incomprehensible happened to all the zombies around. They began to either writhe in pain, or simply writhe from something incomprehensible. Even on the callback, some new types of zombies appeared, with wings just like bats. These same zombies began to take off and fly toward the building, but the ground zombies continued to try to climb the building. The guy couldn't understand why zombies usually learn to jump so high. Their speed became higher. Well, as it turned out, the Corpse King's ability number 3, Madness, the ability makes ordinary zombies insane. In a short time, their physical strength increases, then they explode and die. Zombies with wings began to approach very quickly. The woman told everyone to be careful because they need to prepare to fight back. A few seconds later, zombies had already filled the space on the roof, but Robertson was slightly surprised by their movement. And so the zombies simply didn't care about them. After all, they were all heading straight to Mason, who at that time was standing in the middle of what could be called a desert and looking at the monsters in front of him. Well, it was clear from the guy that we weren't going to scare him at all. On the contrary, my gaze was confident and calm. After some time, several dozen zombies attacked mine, thereby forming a kind of dome of themselves. But after a split second, a bright yellow light began to glow around this dome, which was about to break through them. Just like that happened in a split second. My son scattered his forces and thereby killed the zombies that were near him and on him. The guy thought he was gonna die. These zombies moved towards him in such a crowd that you were scared. He only used the ability at the last moment. And all this time, those present were surprised that the guy finished them off with one blow. They could not understand when he managed to upgrade because he had just blown them all up, and his ability was super speed. It seems that James has now noticed whether he asked the guy or the guy at the 4th stage of evolution, to which the guy gave him a positive answer. And by the way, his ability is not super speed at all. It's just a skill that the system has endowed him with, his ability to concentrate. Concentration. The energy mix is concentrated in explosions, causing enormous damage using the smooth surface of water skill. The damage can double. Robertson still couldn't understand all this, because some time ago he remembers the guy was only at the first stage. Had he really been hiding his true power from them all this time? Well, since they didn't have time, he said that they would discuss this later. But now they need to escape from here. He said that he would detain the difficult king. The woman asked if he could handle it alone because they could stay. The guy said that if they stayed, then on the contrary, they would interfere with him, because he would worry about their insecurity. He asked not to worry about him. He also added that she has a secret way to escape. If something happens, he definitely won't die. If he doesn't manage to defeat them at all, then he will simply return to his world using transference. And at this time, powerful and huge explosions were heard on the building. As it turned out, the guy had been fighting with them for 2 hours already. They kept climbing and climbing, but he was lucky that his endurance also increased several times. For such a long time, he was not even tired. The guy hoped that the others had already run far away, so that this gang of zombies does not get to them. But all this time he fought with them exhaustively, wasting his strength. Now to get down to business in earnest. The guy pointed his index finger at the Pipe King just like he did before pointing his subordinates at them. He asked him, or the third degree, he believed all these low-level zombies would attack him. He asked, or he couldn't stand him. He asked to call his friends as much as he wanted. They still couldn't kill him. He himself had to join the fight. As expected in principle, the Corpse King really began to approach the guy at the speed of light. Basically, as a guy, I thought this thing heard and understood him. Now he's pissed him off. In addition, he also destroyed the building with one blow. If you don't dodge at least once, all the fun will definitely end. As it turned out, he also had tremendous speed. I fell, I appeared, I was evicted, and I just ran away. If such a zombie is only at the third stage, and if it evolves further, you won't even be able to deal with it. You need to quickly finish off the transfer of the Big King. He began to remember that when he fought with the psychotic leader, he concentrated water at one point to create a kind of blade out of water. Perhaps if the guy also used his smooth water skill, he would succeed. The guy tried his best, and she really started to succeed. And in the end, everything worked out for the guy. At this time, the head suggested being imprisoned from the outside world. The commander and Oscar built some kind of dome especially for him. The secret extract will soon penetrate completely into the head. Within 3 days, it will be possible to extract its power. Oscar asked not to worry. He had already carried out this procedure several times. Everything was successful. Of course, this is the first time he is doing this with someone who has evolved to such a high degree. 3 days will be enough. The commander didn't know why, but he was very surprised. Mason also took the time to call James and ask how they were doing. As it turned out, everything was fine. I shouldn't have saved another group of people. Perhaps it was because the Pipe King told all the zombies to attack the guy. But when they arrived as a group, there were practically no zombies in the area. The guy was already scared that something had happened to them, and that's why they weren't answering. He didn't think that they would cope so quickly. Robertson asked their guards not to worry. He called him a really rich guy. He relaxed them with so many medications. There was practically no cadaveric poison left in their bodies. Zhenya said that they would handle it, but here he was. He asked how the situation was generally there, but Robertson thought logically, since there is time to chat with him, about anything, of course. He had already finished the matter a long time ago, and the guy himself confirmed that everything here is already normal for him. Then they need to meet. The guy was holding in his hands the core of the Corpse King, which had 10,000 skill points in it. He just wanted to use new cores, but he had already run out of everything. Who could have known that inside this monster, there would be as many as 10,000 skill points? Lucky so lucky. After some time, the guy began to cough and his vision began to darken. A split second later, the guy fell to the floor. The system reported that the body was exhausted and a coma ensued. For some time, the woman who was traveling with the commander was either offended by something or dissatisfied with something. She couldn't understand where the man was taking them, because the unification of the buildings of the mainland was on the other side. To which the man replied that they use this road to transport food. It is longer, and there are few zombies here, so it is safe. As it turned out, at that time, right above you were passing next to me, and below the car, there was some kind of psycho with an RPG in his hands. As was expected in principle, a split second later he fired a projectile directly at the car, and after some time he fired a second shell. It's clear that the car couldn't stand it. The woman's body was hung from the car, directly above the burning fire below. But as it turned out, the commander was able to get his people out of the car, although he coughed slightly, which in principle is not strange. As it turned out, the fire did not harm him, but fragments still came from it, and they would have blown him up a little more. As it's not difficult to guess, this group of people was with him. They immediately began to apologize. but they simply had no choice. Still, these four are so difficult to catch. If you boil them all at once, you can avoid a fight with them. In any case, the commander thanked them. It was possible thanks to them. He ordered them to return to Camp 17. And all this time, the guy continued to lie on the rocks. After some time, two people approached him. As it turned out, it was two girls. One of them was very surprised that he killed the corpse king of the 3rd degree. It's dangerous to sleep in such a place. The guy needs to be taken away from here too. A very angry guy woke up with words about letting the man sleep, and he couldn't understand why they suddenly burst into anger. The two children were really scared of the guy and started running away from him. It's clear that the guy was perplexed and couldn't understand where he ended up. As it turned out, the guy slept for 10 whole days. The girl said that this was a union for helping rock climbers, and she was his head, Alex. She said that they confiscated it gladly, because communications cannot be used at the base. But he insistently asked for the radio to be returned to him, and also added that he would contact them after he left their base. The girl said that it was painful, such an attitude towards those who saved his life. The guy couldn't understand how he could forget about it, of course. He was obliged to thank them for saving him. He asked what things they needed. He would get anything in any quantity. He asked maybe they needed a truckload of food. The girl thanked the guy for such generosity. But now what they need most is something else. They need a strong warrior like the guy, so their union would like to ask him something. He said that if they need anything, let them contact him. But first he needs to make sure that his friends are not in danger because he is worried. The girl said that he orders him to be escorted outside. Then they will give him a walkie-talkie so he can contact his friends. When the guy was taken outside, he noticed that no one was answering. The girl standing next to him suggested that they could change the radio or were simply not nearby. In general, they need to return to the Union. The head is waiting for them. And the guy silently thought to himself that if this continues, he will never leave here. As it turned out, all this time they were standing near the legendary Eiffel Tower in Paris. Well, the guy couldn't understand where the girl was taking him. Shouldn't they have gone to the clubhouse? The girl wanted to say, or the guy doesn't want to clean himself up a little before going to the head. After all, the guy hasn't washed for 10 days, and the smell from him is terrible. She asked to take a shower first. The girl said that when the guy is raised to the left, he will see the bathhouse. She will wait for him here. The guy went in search of a shower. After the guy smelled his head on his t-shirt, he asked himself whether the smell was just that terrible, and why he didn't feel it then. In the shower, he saw a girl in front of him who began to undress. It's clear that the guy was surprised to see in front of him. He immediately began to apologize and said that he was in the wrong room. After which he went into what he thought was a men's shower and began to take it. So much had happened in these few days that he didn't even remember their parting. It was probably better to keep himself busy with something. Now all his attention needs to be focused on making money. Who knows? Maybe if he helps the Climbers Union, a new buyer will open up for him. And at this time, while the guy was taking a bath, someone's female legs began to move near him. A crowd of practically naked women entered the room. It's clear that the guy was instantly embarrassed by what he saw. I couldn't understand what was happening and why there were only girls here. A girl passed by him, probably didn't notice him. I started to crawl out of the bathhouse. It seemed like no one was looking here. I needed to get out right now. But before he could get out, the girl next to him said that the water was so hot. And at this time, behind the guy, the girls began to have fun. Some girl came into the room and said that their mission to the block was successful, and only thanks to their pipe and hard training, the brave spirit of the climbers helped them stay stronger day by day. She wants to take advantage of the opportunity, because they gathered in the bathhouse together, where everyone trusts. She suggests they fight naked, to see how they can take on their opponent without using any equipment. The snake and the girls said that they would not be able to escape. After all, she locked the door with a key, and in order to get out, one of them will need to win and conquer the key. Whoever holds on until the end, you will be able to get out of here. She said that they had 3 minutes to find one partner. The two girls immediately jumped up to the captain. It's clear that they saw a strong ally in her. The girls immediately united and began to come up with a plan to defeat everyone. One of the girls simply fell to the floor and began screaming that she had not found anyone and begging the captain not to participate in this. Well, the captain noticed that there was a girl standing there without a partner. It's clear that she pointed her finger at Mason. The captain asked him to go to them. It's clear that the guy was very confused and didn't know what to do. But when they turned around, and not in front of them, they saw some stunning girl. As it turned out, Mason was transformed in a matter of minutes. The captain was informed that this girl was not from their squad. The guy asked someone there to help them, then they had a shortage in the team. The commander reminded that during fights it would be impossible to use a special ability, and the sparring began. The girls fought better than most of the men. During fights, they didn't take out all their anger on each other. The guy herself couldn't understand why no one was fighting them. They probably didn't think that they were the weakest team, and they wanted to leave them until the very end. At this time, the girl who was with the captain was fawning over her and said that she was so strong and she was glad to be on her team. Several girls were already defeated and were lying on the floor. 3 teams left, Deputy Captain. The captain asked which team the deputy captain wanted to fight. It is clear that this was expected, and she hinted with gestures that the captain would approach her. The captain took a fighting stance, and they started fighting. The captain even managed to catch the right moment and throw the deputy not only into a bend, but simply over himself. But the deputy was also skillful, and instead of falling off his feet, he stood firmly on his feet. Even the guy was surprised by this. The deputy began to attack. She even made the noise of striking the captain for the first time in a long time, after which everyone present shouted or the captain was okay. The captain accepted that she had lost. If the deputy had put full force into the last blow, she would have definitely fallen into a state of shock. The deputy was slightly exhausted by this fight and did not answer the captain. And the captain said that there were 2 people left. She just had to defeat them, and then she would be the only winner. Mason's partner said that she couldn't do it and suggested that he start first. A split second later, Mine immediately raised his hand and said that he was giving up. The partner could not understand why he did this because they didn't even try, and he was already giving up. But he argued this by saying that he does not know how to fight, because if he tries to fight with them, he will immediately reveal himself. Then my partner decided to attack alone. She had just learned a lot of good techniques lately. But without giving me one blow, the girl simply fell on the floor and began to cry, saying that the deputy captain had offended her. And at this time, the captain laid the key on the floor. The deputy captain told the girl that she still had to train and train. A split second later, the girls were finally released. After all these fights, they were all very hungry and decided to go eat. The captain said that the captain lost to her on purpose, because it was not like her usual level. The woman asked why she did that. She didn't give in to her. The captain said, patting the girl on the head, that even though she had become stronger, she still did not believe in herself, and also added that everyone respected her very much. The guy decided that now they would leave, and then he himself would come out. At this time, the girl noticed that a thread was sticking out of the guy's towel. It's clear that after she pulled this thread, the towel fell off him, and she saw who he really was. The guy immediately covered himself with his hands, but this did not completely save the situation. The girl saw the shadow of the guy's genitals on herself. The girl immediately began to call the captain into the room, but as soon as the 2 women turned their heads back, Mason instantly grabbed the girl and ran somewhere with her. And the captain actually heard that someone was calling her, but the deputy captain said that it was not important. They needed to go eat. I covered the girl's mouth with my hand. He asked her not to shout and let him explain. He didn't come to them on purpose. The girl didn't care and continued to jerk her legs, but the guy said that the girls had better calm down and listen to him. Nevertheless, in the end, the girl was able to calm down, and now the guy asked to listen to her. He told me that in fact he was some kind of pervert and began to tell me how it all happened. A week before, Bika asked Melanie if they were going somewhere, and she replied that she would look for Mason, because there had been no news from him for 3 days. Becca said that if she doesn't go look for him alone, then nothing will come of it, and she will go with her. Joe Base 4. Becca said that the base might know where Mason is now, because since he spoke on the radio and left, he never returned, and James, who gave him this radio and the others, helped the base. So even if this base doesn't know where he is, they can't ask them how to contact James. The commander heard that they were looking for Mason from the girl, but he honestly doesn't know where he is now. Well, it will be bad if something happens to him. He is an important supplier of food for their base. He immediately orders to organize a detachment that will go with the girls to search for him. She did not thank the commander for such help, and in a split second they began to leave the coffee. Baby, it's beautiful. What's wrong with Becca? Because she has a strange expression on her face, but she doesn't even know. She just doesn't like all this. The commander is not the same as he seemed to her last time. The energy fluctuations around him are very strong. His look is also different. In general, they need to find out how to contact James and immediately leave. Meanwhile, someone's handcuffed hands were holding the cell rail. As it turned out, all 4 people were locked up. The woman said that apparently this commander had been keeping them here for a week. They were only fed and nothing was explained, and maybe he would finally say what he needed. A man with a lollipop in his mouth said that the woman was just as hot-tempered. How many times should I tell her, if there is a problem, you can always calmly discuss it? With these words, everyone present was a little in a stupor, because what he was doing was not discussing it calmly, but simply locked them in a cell. As it turned out, their own boss stood up in front of them. Meanwhile, Malo and her sister escaped from the base. While she said that the watchmen were turning around, he quickly needed to run. At this time, Oscar asked whether the commander would just let them leave. If they forced them to stay, it would only raise more suspicions. Besides, he really hopes that my son is not in danger. since he can get so much food in a short time, then he definitely has many abundant sources as long as he supplies them products. They will not depend on the unification of the buildings of the mainland. Moreover, the commander has already ordered their people to follow the girls. If something interesting happens, they will be informed about it. At this time, the girls began to move further and further away. The girls got over the car and started going somewhere. Bika told her sister to rest, because she had been driving all night, and even Melanie herself agreed with this. While gorging on noodles, the girl said that the noodles were simply delicious. If it weren't for my son, Melanie wouldn't even know that there are so many delicious things. How sharply out of nowhere the girl asked whether his sister still felt something for him, or whether she liked him. But she herself doesn't know. Doesn't know what it's like to like someone. Since childhood she cared only about one thing, and the safety and survival of her sister. But since Mason appeared, they no longer need to risk their lives in search of food. She is very grateful to him. When he is nearby, all the tension and anxiety evaporates, and she somehow calms down imperceptibly. There was no news from him for so many days. One only has to think that he was caught in their sight, or he got tired of them, and he himself decided to leave. Be that as it may, the girl wants to see him again. The girl asked her sister why her attitude towards the guy suddenly changed. Because at first she actually wanted to kill him. My sister said that my dream is not a bad person, that's all. Then they will find him, and she will be kinder to him from now on. Mason really appreciates Melanie. He often tells Becca that she's cute, and her sister herself thinks so too. But Soap doesn't see anything so cute in herself. As it turned out, their car broke down. But these parts cannot be repaired, and they don't have a new one to replace it. They need to look for it in other cars along the road. It's only 10 kilometers to the camp, and the rest, this car always breaks down at the wrong time. But she wasn't happy with it yet because it's her favorite car. They began to walk through the rows and look for parts, but there were none nearby. And on top of that, it was hot. Melanie suggested it was better to go on foot. But Becca didn't hear her at that time because she had found some high-quality part and decided to take it. After the girls saw that some kind of car was approaching them, she immediately grabbed the gun in her hands. Getting out of the car told the girls not to be afraid, and he attacks me on the girls. On the contrary, he asked where they wanted to go. Well, as it turned out, it was the same boss who locked up the 4 fighters. But despite this, he still found out that they needed James. But he also said that he was not in the camp now. He was just on his way to pick him up and the others. And 2 girls are really violent on the trailer in the car. The girl said that it was not good to get into a car with a stranger like that. But the girl argued this topic that he had a photo together with James. She probably saw the others too, this is true. But still, one cannot say for sure that the man is a good person. But they decided that if it turned out that he had dialed and not just kill him, the girl said that this was a good idea, and the sister became smart. Camp 17, eastern part. Some blue-haired guy was yelling with all his might, asking when this bastard would arrive, because they had already waited half a day. A guy ran up to him and began to report that maybe he would arrive in the evening, or maybe he wouldn't come at all, he asked. Or the guy was mocking him, because it was already evening. One of those present asked not to be nervous, because they will discuss cooperation. Patience is needed here. But the blue-haired guy said that if the guy who was reporting continues to talk nonsense, he will rip out all his hair. The man said that Camp 17 was already close, asked to wait for him here. He would pick up James and the others and then immediately go to them. He also added that if he didn't come back for them tomorrow, they might not wait for him anymore. One of the guys must know that Michael is already here. He immediately apologized for being late because he was stuck in a traffic jam for a bit. Well, the boss asked him not to apologize because they were already glad that he was able to come. He asked him to come through, and also added that he had told his people to prepare something. He invited him to discuss everything over dinner. But he asked Michael without polite phrases because he kidnapped his people to force him to come here. To be honest, he has no appetite to eat here with him. If there is something to say, then it's better to start. To take advantage of the fact that Michael still has a modicum of patience to listen to his nonsense. The man decided to say directly, he knows that the main thing for them is to pay good money. Then they will take on any business. But he wants Michael to promise him one thing. From this day on, they will not send their people on behalf of the JO Base 4, which they wouldn't offer the money for this because they intend to gobble up this base. The girl asked why they didn't stay to wait for Michael where he said, and answered something that suddenly she and James had already left, and then they wouldn't be able to find them. They don't yet know whether he really knows James or not. It would be too dangerous to stay there and wait for them. They need to hide somewhere higher. They won't definitely see them when they come out. At this time, 2 girls were in the sniper's sights. He had already taken aim and was ready to fire. But before he could fully pull the trigger, he was knocked down by someone from behind. A man appeared in front of the girls and said that they should not go further. After all, members of the 17th camp are patrolling on this hill. If they go further, he will no longer be able to help them. Bika noticed that the man was from Joe Base 4. She asked if he had been following them all this time. The woman asked Michael what he was doing here, and where are you guys from Camp 17? And Robertson asked whether the man had not gone over to their side. But he said to let you out, and they will discuss everything later because 2 more girls are waiting for them outside. The girls and men noticed how Michael's car began to leave the base. This is not a tractor, but a 3-wheeled electric vehicle. Robertson was wondering when the boss managed to exchange something for this tractor. But James said that the car was left to him from his wife. He would not exchange it with anyone. At this time, Little ran out right in front of the car. They met James. He picked up the walkie-talkie and told him that no one was answering. And then Melanie began to wonder whether Mason was really in trouble. But the guy didn't believe it, because the strength he had to protect himself was a piece of cake. And besides, before they were caught, they agreed with Mason that he would definitely find them. James said that he and his brother would stay and help them with the search. First, they need to go to where the Corpse King appeared. They might be able to find it. From here to that area, it's 2 or 3 days' journey. They better hurry up. 3 days later, they finally got to this place. The guy said that the pipes had been laid out. It was probably my son who killed them 10 days ago. The proof is before your eyes, but it's still hard to believe. Mason single-handedly dealt with the 3rd-degree Corpse King. But Baker couldn't believe that they were talking about Mason alone, because he could barely cope with level 3 zombies. But James said that Melanie is no longer the one they knew. He is evolving at incredible speed, just some kind of monster. And the man with the base at this time was thinking about something and concentrating. But Robertson noticed that there were traces of Mason here. Before they were about to leave, Baker asked her to look around. There is Mason's imprint on the bloodstain he fell here. 2 people came. Judging by the size of the footprint and the force of trampling the ground, they were girls or children. The soles were special. These were shoes for rock climbing. The tracks stretch along the ground, which means they were dragging the guy. Now the girl understood everything, with a 70% probability. 10 days ago, he was taken by the Union with the help of a rock climber. With her help, the climber means that then he is probably in no danger. They would not kill an innocent person. And no one answers on the radio. One of them heard that there were only girls in the aid union. Did he really fall into their network and let himself be fooled? Now he's not answering. The man said that they had come a long way and offered to have a snack, because he was very hungry. Everyone unanimously agreed with him that he needed a break. They all made themselves some booze. The girl told her sister to wait another 50 seconds, and Robertson decided to go take a leak. As he emptied his system, a man from the base began to approach from behind him. The guy asked, or the man also came to take a leak. The guy began to say that their non-commander was an excellent person. He sent his man to protect Mason's friends. For this next time, they could give them a discount for paying for their services from 10 to 50%. Just as Robertson was practically saying that he was done, the man practically grabbed his head, and as was expected in principle, he twisted her. As it turned out, a man's special ability, silence, is the ability to deprive a person of the ability and strength of a person who is at the same stage of evolution. The man remembered how the commander told him that this time his task was to protect those 2 girls so that they could safely reach Robertson and the others. They easily managed to imprison the 7th-degree evolver, and because Robertson's special ability helped to cope with the water flow, now he has the ability. The only one who can provide him with a threat is this guy. When the man meets them, he should not miss the opportunity and transfer him to them. Its ability does not give its owners enormous power, but perhaps it will be useful to them. At this time, Oscar stood nearby and laughed. The man grabbed the guy on his shoulder and carried him somewhere. But at this time, the guy's radio fell out of his pocket. The guy could understand why no one answered the walkie-talkie, to which the girl answered him that perhaps they changed the walkie-talkie, or she was not nearby. In general, they need to return to the Union. The head is waiting for them. And at this time, the head came into the shower and asked the girl whether she really caught Mr. Mason in the women's bathhouse. At this time, the guy was standing in the middle of the bathhouse and was tied up. The girl also added that he tried to bribe her with this precious candy so that she would not tell anyone anything. But her will could not be broken by such a thing. The deputy captain asked the captain whether this is how the guy they saved behaved, because she thought he was a decent person. She asked the coroner why they should allow such a scoundrel to stay with them. They need to throw him out in the Union. But the girl was very angry with him. She said that this was not enough. First, she would cut off something for him. The guy asked not to approach him with this thing. He said that he accidentally walked into the women's bathhouse. At first, he went into the men's room, but then he saw a girl there, so he went in to see them. It turned out that standing behind him was the same girl who caused him to confuse the bathhouse. The guy started screaming and said that it was the girl he saw in the men's bathhouse. He asked her to tell him because she was a witness. She confused the bathhouse and went into the men's room. If he had not seen her changing clothes there, he would not have gotten confused. At this time, that girl, in the guy's opinion, pulled down her pants and asked him to look there. After which, as it turned out, it was a guy. But the head began to resolve the situation with the words that everyone simply misunderstood each other. Mr. Mason did not do this on purpose, so they will not punish him. She ordered the girls to untie the guy. After the guy changed his clothes, he went into the office of the head. She asked Mason to come in and apologize for what happened. She hoped that he was not offended. The girl asked to take the guy. When he fainted, he dropped the core of the corpse king of the 3rd degree. The guy didn't even put it away, and be careful, if he had lost it, he would have lost enormous wealth. The core of the Pipe King is a very valuable thing and needs to be taken care of properly. They not only saved the guy while he was passed out, we returned the core. It turns out there are such kind people in the post-apocalyptic world. The head asked the guy to sit down. The guy said that if they now need any help, they just need to tell him. He will do everything to make his power, if he can be useful. Well, you did something in which they need help. Very dangerous. The head will tell the guy how everything is. He will then think about whether he will help them or not. When they first decided to create a union to help climbers, they came across this base. There's a hydroelectric power station nearby. And then they thought that, by launching the station, they would not receive energy that would help them solve many existing problems. But at the station, it turned out that the water hole in the house was blocked by something. Therefore, the head asked to swim to the dam and find out what was there. Before the fetus, the girl saw a place that was blocking the flow of water. In front of her, the girl saw some giant stone monsters right under the water. It was a huge crowd of giant zombies swollen with water. After that, they thought about different ways to remove them, but they never came up with anything, and they had already lost more than 10 members of the Union. The guy said that he had never met zombies of this type before, after which he asked what level they were. As it turned out, they were all zombies of the 4th level, and they moved quickly in the water. But until the guy sees them, he won't understand whether he will be able to defeat them or not. He asked to be taken to them. The girl cast it directly onto the dam under which these giant ones were located. The guy thought for a while and decided that he needed to swim there. The girl was very surprised by this because the guy wasn't even prepared. He was just walking, probably death. Only prepared members of the squad went down. But the guy asked not to worry. He always has a way to escape in case of real danger. A few seconds later, he had already jumped off the dam. The guy was already approaching the giant zombies. He was floating right above them. There are so many of them. And it's really difficult to come up with a solution. The guy needs to swim closer to collect information about them. At this time, they showed no sign of the zombies and seemed to be sleeping. Zombies of the 4th level are giant zombies that live in water. A peculiarity, they like to kill in the same place. Rarely move to another place. The dimensions are huge, and the speed of movement is far from small, especially shooting from their hands or mouth and attacking people. At the moment when the guy was collecting information, one of the zombies almost swallowed him, but the guy managed to react quickly and stood right in his mouth, thereby preventing him from killing himself. This zombie is simply huge, but it moves completely unnoticed. The guy even felt hesitation. His strength was practically worn out. He definitely wouldn't last long. The guy told the monster to let him know that some great one who called himself Mason is not so easy to eat. After he used the feature, he firstly broke the monster's teeth and, in addition, got out of the trap. But the guy definitely can't cope with the whole crowd. It's time to swim away from here. At this time, the girl standing above was wondering why the guy had not returned yet. She hoped that he had not been eaten. Just after the girl wondered why he was not returning for so long, he emerged from the water. The girl handed him a ladder, and he began to climb the dam. The guy was lucky that these zombies didn't really know how to swim. They only moved along the bottom, but the girl told him that it was dangerous there. And at this time, the guy began to take off his pants. Somehow forgetting that there was a girl standing next to him, he took off his straight pants and underpants, and the girl instantly became angry because of this. A few minutes later, he came to the head and reported that he had seen everything. But he assured her not to worry, because he knows what to do with them. He just needs an underwater machine gun. Everyone present was very surprised by this, but the head was most happy about it. Deputy Captain, ask the guy if he is sure that he can handle hundreds of zombies with just one machine gun. He doesn't need to try to jump over his head. But the guy said that everything was taken care of. He had already found himself in such a situation. That time, when he was surrounded by a crowd of zombies, he was able to kill 1,000 with 8 bullets for these big guys. He thinks 20 will be enough. But the commander said that there were no such weapons in the Union now. She asked again whether a depth bomb would be suitable, and they didn't somehow want to blow them all up, so they stocked up on a lot. although their effectiveness is so-so. The guy was surprised that this was the only underwater weapon. Having left the commander here, the guy asked the system whether he could combine the depth of the bomb with the fatal bullet. The system categorically replied that this was impossible, because the science of a commercial bullet can only be used with the help of an adjustable weapon that shoots an object at high speed. After such words, the guy was clearly a little surprised. The guy was at a loss because he didn't know what to do now. He had just been showing off that he could solve everything. Now he needs to come up with another way. After some time, an idea came to his mind. The guy asked the captain to make something for him. She said that he could just call her by name, followed by a message to do whatever he needed. He wanted to ask him to assemble one thing, which he would now draw and show what it roughly looks like. The captain said that the device is quite simple. Their mechanics will produce one by the evening. After some time, all the women and the guy came to the house, and he apparently held in his hands the very weapon that he asked to make. It turned out it was an adjustable crossbow. Thanks to the improvement, it can also shoot in water. Adjustable and fast-firing weapon, it just meets all the requirements of the system. What a smart guy after all. The guy told the system that he wanted to use 20 fatal bullets, and that's all he spent 1,000 points. After which several arrows almost approached the monsters. The bullets are spent. The guy thinks it will work in about 12 hours. But unexpectedly, which the guy clearly did not expect, the zombies woke up and began to scream very loudly, emitting sound waves just like a corpse king. A split second later, the guy instantly flew out of the water from such sound waves. The guy could not understand how this happened because previously, it was necessary to wait half a day for the bullet to work, after which a system alert came. The moment of activation of the fatal bullet cannot be predicted. A person cannot control the process. The guy decided that he would never use this skill again. The captain at that time asked everyone to look at him. She knew that he was just showing off. That's why size doesn't matter. You always have to look at whether a person is really good in practice. And at this time, Becca had almost finished the entire Lokshina. But Melanie took the noodles from her sister because they were Robertson's. To which her sister asked her who is to blame for the fact that he takes so long to go to the toilet. The noodles are tasteless when they get wet. After which the girl herself decided to divide his noodles into two. And at that time, James decided to look for him. He began to go down the same stairs as the guy. Then I saw the top radio on the floor, and he immediately ran to the others. He said that he had picked up the walkie-talkie in his hands in a neighboring building. It was not in his nature to lose things like that. The girl said that in those few minutes that he was gone, she did not hear any strange sounds. Perhaps he himself went somewhere. And James began to think that the guy didn't make a sound, and there were no signs of a fight, which means the guy knew this man. So he weakened him convincingly, and therefore, he was easily turned off. But none of those present went anywhere the man saw it personally. He thought about the fact that it could be the boss and the others, but why didn't they warn them and just left? The girl thought that this was all very strange, and the guy was definitely in trouble. He needed to return to the boss and the others and report everything. But James promised them to find Mason. But the girl said that since he is in the Climbing Aid Union, he is in little danger. The assistant told the man not to worry, because the commander ordered him to guarantee the safety of these girls while he is nearby and nothing threatens them. There are a lot of zombies in the area, so he should be careful. At this time, the assistant came somewhere in the forest and asked the stranger why he was still here. He shouldn't linger, but rather get Robertson to the base as soon as possible. This stranger was the spitting image of the assistant, he asked the assistant. Or didn't it seem to him that since the commander met Mason and his character had changed a lot? And it was after Mason first appeared at the base that the chief went crazy. If this continues, the commander may well become the next madman. Well, the assistant said that this was just his groundless guess. From the very beginning, the commander's desire was to build a protected city in which people would live in harmony and peace, without fear of a zombie attack. Now, only the first phase of the plan is underway. There is no need to throw unnecessary problems at him. The stranger said that since he did not believe him, he would find evidence. The commander raised them. He was like a father to them. The stranger would not allow his life to be massively destroyed. And at this time, Melanie silently approached from behind and asked the assistant who he was talking to, and did not get acquainted in the moment and disappeared. But the assistant made an excuse by saying that he wasn't talking to anyone. He was simply transmitting a report to the base. Tomorrow morning they would already be in the Climbers' Aid Union. But now his time was on guard. Why the girl was not sleeping. She argued that she could not sleep when someone else was on duty. It was better for her to keep watch, and the assistant would go to sleep. At this time the guy was writhing in pain. I couldn't understand what kind of plaster it was, that it only made it hurt more. He was told that this is a very good remedy, but it may sting when you apply it. The head thanked the guy for his hard work, even if he couldn't solve the problem, but still thank him very much for such help. But the guy said that this is not the end, and he knows another way he will never believe that he will not be able to fill up this pile of giant turnips. The deputy captain asked if he wanted to blow them up again. He said that he was serious. He almost didn't have their hydroelectric power station. At first, the guy wanted to keep this Pipe King for a special occasion. The thing is still valuable, but now he can't cope without it. In order to maintain his dignity, he must definitely deal with this blue zombie. Well, first he needs to make sure of something. The system, the core of the Corpse King, can only be used to recharge points for skills. Or for example, you can make pills from it. The topic reported that each other is used to charge skill points, and in a post-apocalyptic world, people can use hardening to make higher-level evolutionary means from it. The guy noticed that the difference is small. There is no point in storing it. He asked the system to use the core of the Tropic King to recharge. The Corpse King's core was accepted, charged with skill points 10,000 points, total science points 10,050 points. With 10,000 points I'll be taxed, and the guy will immediately become a 7th degree evolved. The very thought of this makes the guy happy. Since there was little time, he asked the system to improve it 10 times. After the evolution process was restored, the guy did not feel anything, and asked to use the system 30 more times. In this case, it was similar, after which he asked 50 more times. Having already crossed his arms, he asked whether everything worked out. Muchnogo gave an error and asked whether to continue improving. But the guy no longer has any skill points left. It's just a complete defeat. The girl told the head that 3 people came, and they claim that they are Mason's friends. They say that they have been looking for him for a long time. The head said that they can enter, after which the girl called them to her place. She greeted the stranger and said that she was told that they were Mason's friends, after which she asked whether they belonged to any camp. To which the girls replied to the head that they were simply moving freely, and asked to call Mason with the words that they had urgent business with him. Well, since the matter is urgent, the head will not question them for long. She orders them to be taken straight to Mason, after which they followed the girl. But for some reason the 2 girls were very angry, and Becca said that she thought so. They believed that my son had forgotten about them a long time ago, and they risked so much to find him, and I need to stick with such a person. Melanie decided that they needed to see him first, then they would immediately leave. The girl led her into Mason's room, after which the girl began to open the door. Well, for some reason I suddenly changed my mind and just stood in front of the door. Even Becca told her to open the door quickly. The girl said that she simply wants to leave here. They already know that he is safe anyway. They need to leave. The girl looked sadly at her depressed sister. At this time, just when they had practically left, the guy left the room, and he shouted at them behind. He immediately began to bombard them with questions about what they were doing here, or whether they had run out of food. It seemed to him that he heard the girl's voice. He went out to check, and it really was them. Becca was clearly not too happy to see Mason. The sisters looked at each other in silence. Mason couldn't understand what Melanie was talking about, but the girl said that it was okay. The main thing was that the guy was safe. After the guy found out that Robertson had been captured, he was bewildered and furious. He asked whether they found out who did it. The girl said that not yet, but James had already begun the search for the criminal, and at that time the sister stood and looked at the guy with anger in her eyes. Just think, the girl suffered so much to find him. It's his fault. He should have contacted them earlier. The guy said that he would go and talk to his head. He would put off the matter with the hydroelectric power station for now. Now he needed to help James in the search for Robertson. Melanie thought that their heads would let them go so easily, but the guy said that she was a very good person, sociable and understanding. And at this time the guy was being taken somewhere, and at the same time, he was also tied up. His hands were tied too tightly to somehow try to get out. James discovered that the guy's location sensor had tripped. As it turned out, they hid such sensors under their skin and used them only in emergency situations. As it turned out, the sensor showed base GO4. At this time, the commander was informed that the guy had been taken to the base. At that time, he was coughing very loudly and painfully. The commander thanked the guy for a job well done. The guy asked the commander whether everything was okay with him. Since Oscar transplanted the power of the head into him, his health began to rapidly deteriorate. But the man said that this was all nonsense, and everything was fine with him. Oscar said that at first, such a rejection reaction may appear. You just need to take blockers. That's all. The guy said that the commanders trusted Oscar too much. It always seemed to him that something was wrong with him. He could not understand why he was helping them for no reason. The commander asked the guy to calm down. He knows that he is worried about him. He thought about everything. He asked, or the guy remembers their idea, to unite all people, to build an impregnable safe city. People will no longer have to worry about being eaten by zombies. The elderly, women and children will no longer be oppressed by cruel authorities. Human civilization will continue to flourish. The guy himself knows that now people are divided in the camp. Because of selfish desires, the top of this hierarchy cannot give up power over the people in the camps. That is why they will have to act by force. They need to overthrow the authorities in all camps and bases. Only in this way will they be able to unite the forces of all people. And only if people unite will they be able to build a safe and impregnable city. And at this time the guy said that he saw that Mason was okay. Then his mission came to an end. Mason said that he remembers the guy. The girl told him that he protected them on the way here. He asked whether the guy had been waiting outside the borders of the Union all this time, to which he replied that this was true. Their base and the Union had disagreements in past, so he is forbidden to enter them. The guy said that their commander was such a loyal friend, and let the guy tell him that next time, in addition to the goods, Mason would bring a ton of rice for free. At this time, James called the guy on the radio. The guy told him not to worry about him. He was safe now. The man was glad that everything was fine with the guy. The man asked or the guy was alone because he wanted to tell him something if he had no extra ears. Moving a little further away, the guy said that the man could talk. After which the man told the guy that Robertson was dragged to the JO4 base. The emergency sensor showed his location that he had now become. Near their base, a man has already notified his people about the situation. When reinforcements arrive, they will go to save him. But the guy asked the man not to rush because their base is very well guarded. If they act carelessly, they will attract their attention. He is trading with their base. He will penetrate them, find out the situation, and then they will discuss how to get the guy out of there. But the man is afraid that if they hesitate, the guy will be even safer. The guy understands that the man is worried about him, but they won't get rid of him so quickly. Otherwise, why would they try and drag him to the base? From here to their base is about 8 hours. The guy needs 12 hours. Then it will be midnight, so it will be even easier to penetrate their base. The guy will meet them. The man said that he understood everything and will wait. When they were driving in the car, the guy said that he needed to thank them properly, so he wanted to personally say thank you to the commander. The guy said that the commander just wanted to see the guy, after which Mason thanked the guy that he would take them straight to the base. Meanwhile, the commander continued to cough painfully. Even on the napkin, the man had unusual red blood, some kind of purple. Oscar said that the man just needed to take the medicine for a while. He would get better. He couldn't understand why he still felt like his strength was in an unstable state. To which Oscar replied that if you rush to make people laugh, and any business requires patience, he just recently received new strength. Does he really expect his body to adapt so quickly? Holding a flask with some kind of medicine in his hand, he said that he had prepared this medicine especially for the commander. He believed that it should help. Oscar asked if the commander was feeling better. The commander said that this medicine is very fast acting. He feels that the strength has immediately stabilized. Oscar said that if a man ever feels that the force does not obey him, he will just need to drink this medicine. After the man left the room, Oscar said that he needed to report the situation and took the tablet in his hands. He was interested to know whether some supreme witch would praise him. He was looking forward to it. He addressed some respected supreme witch. He said that they had not seen each other for so long, but she was still so incredible.
He said that everything was going great. If this continues, then perhaps he will be able to create an excellent weapon.
The woman said that this is a good job. If he succeeds, she will reward him well. Oscar asked if he could hug her tightly, just be sure to be very tight. The woman said that the main thing is that everything works out for him. Then she will give him everything he wants. But she had to hear that the woman ordered the body to be taken away from here. Everyone swears again and again that they will do what they promised, but in the end they simply overflow her patience. And they don't even give her anything that could please her at least a little. Holding some man by the head, she said that he really disappointed her, and after some time, it was as if she had sucked all the vital energy out of him. His face instantly turned into exactly the same as a zombie's, and a couple of minutes later he was already lying dead on the floor. The woman said that she was full. At least he managed to do something before his death. The woman ordered the body to be taken away from here, after which the woman called her subordinate to her and said that since the experiment was going well, she should go and meet with Oscar to take the results from him. It is clear that the girl obeyed the queen. When the guy had already reached the base, he was immediately met by the commander. The guy said that the commander had shown such kindness to him that he decided to come and personally thank him. The commander said that there was no need to thank him because how could he do otherwise? He would not want to lose such a good supplier like him. Oscar said that they had not seen the guy for a long time. It seemed that he had become even stronger. The guy was very surprised when he saw Oscar at the base. The commander said that he was helping them test some drugs. The guy looked thoughtfully at the two men, and already began to slightly guess about something. But despite this, the guy approached the men and said that he had brought several cases of beer. He offered to relax and chat today, to which Oscar replied that he would have to tell him how he manages to become stronger in such a short time. Oscar said that the beer was very good. It was sweet, but it made you drunk quickly. He only drank 2 cans and was already staggering. The commander agreed with Oscar's words. He usually doesn't get drunk for a long time. He didn't think that after 3 cans he would no longer be able to stand firmly on his feet. But the guy pretended that he didn't think it was so strong. He said that he couldn't drink anymore and suggested calling it a day. The guy asked the girls to support him. He asked them to listen carefully. He said that Robertson was now at this base. He could not tell them earlier, because the guy from the base was always nearby. James told him about it. They must find Roberts for today before 3 o'clock in the morning. James is now outside waiting for their signal. He asked Melanie to follow the commander. And the sister should follow the guy, because he knows exactly what is happening, and he himself will go after Oscar. He always seemed strange to them. Basically, as I said, Melanie's guy followed the commander. And the guy is behind the Oscar, and the sister is behind the guy. As it turned out, Oscar went into a secret passage. How could the guy not think something was wrong here? Oscar went into the secret passage. The guy looked at him thoughtfully at that time, and thought through all the possible scenarios in his head. Then he went after him. Entering the room, he saw in front of him a lot of equipment for research, and Oscar, who was standing at some table. Oscar has little time. He decided to drink the anti-intoxication serum and continue working. The end of the research is already close. The Queen's embrace awaits him. Now the second stage of the adaptation period is underway. At the third stage, he will drink a serum that will lead to a new mutation, making him twice as strong. The previous 10+ experiments failed at this stage, but now the strength of the 7th degree evolving will maintain a stable state, so the merger should be successful. The guy couldn't understand what mutation and who Oscar was talking about. After some time, the guy turned around and saw the silhouette of a man behind the glass in front of him. He immediately realized that this was the crazy head, and he had already guessed that they were conducting experiments on people. Had Robertson been captured for the same purposes? After some time, the head opened his eyes. The guy was very surprised that the man was alive. The man asked the guy to save him. He couldn't understand whether the man was really joking. The guy didn't think that he would be kind to him if he got out. He still wanted to live. At this time, Oscar called the commander. He asked or he wanted something. In an angry voice, the man told Oscar to carry as much medicine as possible. His internal strength was again unstable. The man in his office was writhing in unbearable pain from such force inside him. And at that time, the girl stood and watched it all. She could not understand what was happening to the commander. She couldn't figure out what was on his back because it didn't look like a human body. Oscar said that he understood everything and would now come to the commander. It seems that the third stage is approaching. Everything will work out soon. Great, he's gone. Now the guy can see if Robertson is here. But instead of a guy, he saw only the limbs of some animals. This clearly confused him. There was even a human embryo there, but he didn't think it was a human because it had wings. After some time, my son approached some kind of metal case. As it turned out, Robertson was lying there. The guy immediately began to wake up his friend with the hope that he would wake up. The guy was lucky that he had a pulse and was still alive. The guy needed to get his friend out of here, and then think, which is basically what he started doing. But the guy suddenly noticed the head lying in the corner of the room. He said that he saved him because it was painful to look at. The head should not forget about this when he suddenly wants to kill him. Mason began to get out of the room, but he noticed that his head was not moving at all. The guy couldn't understand why he had to carry 2 naked men. He would rather hug a naked beauty. At this time, the man approached the security guard, who asked what he was doing here at such a late hour. Well, he didn't hear an answer as such, but on the contrary, he received a knife right in the neck, after which the man began to open the gate. Behind the execution gate that opened itself was a group of people. Their faces were not visible, but clear silhouettes were visible. As it turned out, it was the head of the 17th district. The woman was indignant at the man. She understands that the time appointed to meet Mason is about to come. But the boss told them that today they should not penetrate the base under any circumstances. James knows this. They can only rely completely on Mason. At that time, the woman heard the sound of a car. They looked out from behind the bushes and saw at least 3 cars in front of them. They immediately realized that these were people from Camp 17, and they began to act. At this time, the sniper was peering into the scope. As it turned out, he filmed one of the observers on the tower. Just before the partner turned away, a stranger climbed onto the tower. As it turned out, it was the boss of James, the woman and the others. At that time, he was pointing his fingers at something to the people standing below. The head said that all the guards at the inspection troops had been destroyed, He ordered his guys to start acting according to plan. At this time, the same man who knocked out the guard approached the guy, and for unknown reasons, he shot him right in the head. The bike was watching this incident all this time. The man told the others that the commander was now in the building opposite and asked to follow him. And at that time, the guy, as if nothing had happened, just stood up, and in some unimaginable way, the bullet came out. The girl could not understand what had just happened. She believed that the guy was immortal. She also could not understand what kind of man he was. She saw the rest. These were people from the 17th camp. The commander at this time was still dying because of the pain, and was drinking an unknown bottle of medicine. Oscar at this time asked whether he felt better, to which he replied that yes, much better. Oscar said that this is already the third medicine. They must go through this stage and everything will be fine. Well, as it turned out, there was no medicine in the third stage of the rejection reaction study either. Everything is going great, right according to Oscar's plan. While they were having a dialogue, the room in which they were located began to be shot in the literal sense of the word. The head of the 17th district burst through the door. The head was surprised that not a single bullet hit the commander, and that he dodged perfectly. The commander asked the man whether he was the head of the 17th camp. The head was very surprised because the man even knows his name, but he was mistaken in only one thing. He is not just the head of the 17th camp, but from that day on he is the head of the JO Base 4. At this time, a guy with 2 men on his back was running because of his hand. He complained that he could not run at all in such conditions. At this time, the head literally flew out of the room. He couldn't understand how this was even possible. The head asked the man or the 7th degree evolved one. Mason himself noticed this whole fight. He couldn't understand how this was possible, because he told James to act carefully. He couldn't see whether the leader was a guy from their camp. Since the situation was unclear, he decided to take advantage of the unrest to carry the men away. The guy was practically there. Outside the walls he could contact James, but their path was hindered by some stranger who presented a stick right in front of their faces. Oddly enough, it was Oscar, who had been wondering all this time who was sneaking around the corners. And as it turned out, it was Mason. Now he understood why he suddenly kindly decided to treat them to beer. Oscar, with a dashing smile on his face, asked the guy to let the 2 of them go. He said that this was a very important component of his research. Well, the guy didn't really react to Oscar's kindness and just decided to run away. But it was not to be. Oscar hit the guy right in the back with his stick. Well, the guy didn't seem to particularly feel this blow and continued to run away. But here it is unclear why, in some unimaginable way, some purple, pronounced veins appeared on his back. It's clear that the guy was in pain, as it turned out. Cadaveric poison was spreading from the site of the impact. And right after the guy thought about it, Oscar launched his stick at him. But she didn't hit the guy, but rather hit the door instead. As in principle, Oscar probably intended, they started raining down on me from the wall right before leaving for the guy. Now the guy will definitely not be able to escape, Oscar once again asked to return the 2 men, and then he will let the guy go. Mason said that he did not want to fight with Oscar after all. They once fought side by side as comrades, but if he decided to stop him from taking them away from here, then first he will have to deal with Oscar. Oscar said that the guy likes to throw out loud phrases. He already imagined a wonderful picture of his dissected body. He would be an excellent sample for research. The guy asked the system to activate a new smooth water surface. So everyone already knew Oscar's special ability. It's poison. Oscar was wondering how much stronger the guy would have time to get up during their battle, because even James and the others would not have a single chance against him. Oscar laughed maliciously and said that just a drop of his poison is capable of analyzing a large animal, and the blow of his staff poisoned the guy, probably already making him slow. The guy agreed that the man was right, therefore. Without speaking to the end, they began to fight. The guy easily dodged Oscar's blow, after which he dealt a devastating blow to Oscar directly in the stomach area. It's clear that Oscar was already writhing in pain from such a blow. And only after that, the guy said his initial monologue, so he needs to deal with the man quickly. The guy thinks that the man is alive. He didn't hit with full force. Events shift to the battle between the head and the commander. The head clearly realized that something was wrong. This was not his special ability, he found out. The commander had some kind of useless ability. Control over water inside his body was the ability of the former head of the base. Now the head understood everything. He was wondering why suddenly the man was killed by his own people, even if he doesn't know how the commander managed it. But it is clear that he took this power from his head. A man who had evolved to the 7th degree was suddenly killed by the United Subordinates. How stupid is this in the opinion of the head? The man said that he also couldn't see so many people like him in his surroundings. After which the man sent streams of water directly into the head. These streams were so strong that they pierced the earth to such an extent that it exploded. The commander was very surprised that the head simply disappeared from sight, and after a bad second, He appeared in his hall and pointed the barrel straight to his temple. The commander began to use his newfound ability. His head simply began to turn into water, and then the head already guessed that a man can quickly turn a happy body into water. Bullets are now useless. The head realized that he needed to do something about the man's new characteristics. The head disappeared from the man's sight again and appeared on the roof of the building opposite him. The head not only moves quickly, but also its movements are quite difficult to predict. The situation is bad. It seems that they will finish off with the usual methods of the commander. As it turned out, the head of the evolved 6th degree. His special ability is movement in space. He is able to move to any point within sight. At the moment, he can move within 500 meters. They began to fight intensely, but the head easily dodged all the blows. The head agreed that the new power of the commander was difficult to deal with. It was definitely not in his plans. He needed to think carefully about how to deal with it. In the meantime, he suggested we have a good time. I'm trying to somehow catch the man. He kept disappearing. At the moment when the commander directed a stream of water into the head, it seemed to evaporate. The commander decided to see how long the chapter would last. As expected, someone who evolves to such a high degree has high endurance, which means you definitely can't take a man out of your nose. At this time, 2 men came to mind and reported that they had done everything. The head was glad that they had finally arrived. He came up behind them and asked to hear him. Their unstarted conversation was interrupted by the commander, who just at that time directed a stream of water directly at them. Well, one of these men was easily able to protect himself from this stream of water. He had some strange ability. His hands instantly became iron, and at that time the head came up from behind and shot the man right in the back of the head. Well, it's clear that this didn't have any particular effect on the man. The head shouted to one of the men to start something now, and he basically began to create some kind of tornado right around the commander. It is clear that he began to be sucked into this tornado. The head said that the man should use his strength to the maximum and rotate the commander without stopping. He cannot be allowed to escape. But the man said that he would not last that long. As it turned out, he was a 4th degree evolved. His special ability is to control the wind. He is also able to concentrate wind currents 5 meters around him and convert them into one small one with high wind speed. The head ordered them not to let him turn into water. After some time, the head punished the man with the ability to use iron to wrap the commander properly. As it turned out, he is a 5th degree evolved, and his special ability to transform into steel is also capable of turning body parts into strong steel of any shape. After a couple of seconds, he literally wrapped the man in his fist. The man asked the head where he was going right in the midst of the battle. The man said that just a little more, and the commander would be able to get out of his iron fist. The head was up to something incomprehensible, and in a split second he had already returned to the men. And he didn't just stand and watch all this. He held in his hand a huge cannon of unknown origin. As it turned out, it was a fire cannon, after which he began, so to speak, to fry the commander. The chapter presents something exciting to their attention. A man roasted alive. Mason at that time, as if nothing had happened, was simply carrying the men. He had clearly already crossed the threshold of the base and was somewhere in the forest. He jumped out from behind the bushes and saw James and the woman in front of him. James immediately noticed and recognized my rank, and told the woman that he had saved Robertson. The guy said that he pulled Robertson out of some box in Oscar's laboratory. He tried to make the guy feel, but it didn't work. He needs to be examined as soon as possible and find out if everything is okay with him. The guy asked not to thank him, because Robertson and his friend would have saved him even if they had not asked for it. After the partners picked up the head, at first they did not recognize him and asked who he was. But after some time, James still recognized the man. Without properly explaining, the guy simply ran away from his friends. Well, the guy said that the girls were still inside, and he had to help them. He said that his friends would be without him. James didn't understand what to do with the man. At this time, she didn't find her sister. The sister asked the girl if there were any clues to find Robertson. It's clear that they didn't know that the guy had already saved him. Mallow didn't say that there were no leads, but she thinks that her sister also noticed that the guys from the 17th camp had already broken through here. Right now, the head of the 17th district was surrounded by several more people and attacked the commander. The situation is very bad. The sister said that with the current forces of the base, it would not be possible to defend their territory. They need to run away from here. If the people from the base find out that they are here, they will definitely not let him go. The girl agreed with her sister's words, but asked what to do with Robertson. Right at that moment, Mason came into the room, and they immediately asked him about the guy. To which he replied that he had already pulled him out of here, and said that he needed to quickly leave here. And at this time, there was panic and devastation on the city streets. People of the 17th district simply mocked civilians. All this mess was noticed by my gnome. One of the residents was bleeding from his knee. The man was bored in pain. As it turned out, once upon a time, the people of the 17th camp attacked the girl's base and killed every single one of them in the same way. And according to the girls, it will be the same with this base. Some child was crying and calling his sister for help. One of the men grabbed a girl and told her that she was his type, and invited her to have a little fun. There he simply dragged her into some room by her hair. Then he hit her. He asked, or should he take her, and then outside, if she wants him to survive, she should obey him. He told her to take off her clothes, otherwise he would feed her brother to a zombie. He asked whether she would obey now. It's clear that the girl started crying because of this. But then, out of nowhere, a blow from some kind of frying pan landed on the guy's head. Slightly recovering from the shock, the girl raised her eyes. The stranger covered her with some kind of blanket. She was trembling all over with fear. As it turned out, it was my son who saved the girl and asked her if everything was okay with her. After which, the girl's brother himself ran into this alley. Mason advised the girl to hide here and not go out anywhere. Brother asked sister who he is and why he saved her, to which she replied that she has no idea. After which the girl remembered that she even forgot to thank me for saving her. And while the guy was saving the girl, Melanie was dealing with the rest of the enemies at the base. The girl's blows were clearly strong because the man had already lost consciousness. Becca said that here the people of Camp 17 were finished. Her sister agreed with this, but said that in other areas they also abuse ordinary local residents. My son said that it is because of this that they will drive the people of Camp 17 out of this base. He also added that the commander kidnaps people and experiments on them. This behavior is far from a good person, so he doesn't want to help. The 18th camp mocks innocent people, and not only entered the city and immediately began killing everyone. Like some bunch of psychos. We can't let these crazy people keep killing people left and right. The guy will kick them all out. At this time, the head of the 17th camp continued to mock the commander, but out of nowhere, a subordinate of the commander appeared and approached one of the men. But the partner noticed the danger in the form of a man in time and warned his friend. Using his ability, he threw the man away. Lariska someone cut the tube that was connected to this strange gun in the hands of the head. As it turned out, it was the brother of a subordinate commander. The head was furious when he found out that his cannon was broken. He tried to turn it back on, but it was unsuccessful. He told the entire base how the guy dared to ruin his flamethrower and promised to kill him. The man told the boss that the commander was no longer moving, and it seemed that he was already finished. But the other man didn't think so. He noticed that something strange was happening. The head also noticed that something was wrong here. The body seemed to be drying out. The man told the boss that the commander began to absorb the water around him, which is why his body began to dry out. At this time, the same girl who obeys the queen approached Oscar. She reported that the Supreme Witch told her to take him away. Apparently, he failed again. She reported that his experiment result was now simply squeezed, but he objected to this and said that there was no need to worry and that everything would be fine with him. If he had not been able to cope with some brats from the 17th camp, then the Supreme Witch would have been waiting for the end of the experiments with such impatience. And yet the commander managed to escape from the steel fists of the man, and a powerful explosion was heard at the base. Mason also heard this explosion and realized that it was said and where the commander was. The two men were thrown several meters away by the blast wave, and they were heading straight into the wall. It is clear that the head was also nailed to the wall from such a powerful explosion, but after the smoke from the explosion cleared, it was clearly not a commander who appeared before them, but some creature whose body was literally made of water. After some time, it was no longer made of water, but of some unknown material or leather. From the reaction of his head, one could understand that he was very scared and surprised by what he saw. The two subordinates were also very surprised when they saw the commander in such an image in front of them. He looked less like a human and a powerful creature and more like some kind of zombie. Meanwhile, the girl and Oscar continued to run away somewhere. I decided to stop and scout out the situation outside. He saw the commander in front of him in this appearance. As in principle, it was probably expected. Oscar would be happy about this. He shouted out joyfully that everything worked out. It was an artificial zombie. The fear because of the eyes of the head still did not go away. He understood perfectly well that this creature did not do anything good. He told his partner that they needed to leave quickly, but they were outraged by this. How could they just leave if they wanted the territory with such difficulty? If they take it now, they will lose it all. But the head was very angry at the reaction of the men. He repeated once again that they needed to run away from here as quickly as possible. And at that time, the commander, for some unknown reason, sat down on his knees, clearly preparing for an attack. Basically, as expected, he first attacked the two men. He grabbed them by the neck. The first thing that came to mind was to start shooting, essentially. But he probably forgot that the man's special ability is to turn body parts into water. The bullet mark on the man's face began to sharply heal. The commander grabbed one of the men with a strong steel grip, so to speak. But they were lucky that the man had his ability, and thanks to it, he cut the commander's hands in half. The head ordered his subordinates to run away, while he took care of the man. But not having time to run far, the commander formed some kind of vacuum from the water around the men. One of the men immediately began to choke. My partner had a similar situation. The head was furious after seeing all this with his own eyes, and was ready to do anything to deal with the commander. A split second later, either a hand or some other part of the commander's body pierced right into the man's chest. The head was unable to react to this. He could only endure this unbearable pain. The commander wounded him while he was moving at such a speed. In his opinion, this was impossible. And after some time, the commander simply threw the man a few meters away from him, and he began to mock the men further. The twins noticed that the man was sucking water out of his opponent, and at the same time drowning him. One of them was not sure whether it was still the commander, or whether he had really turned into a zombie. They decided to see if he would attack them. He hoped that the commander still had the same one-time use. After some time, the commander, so to speak, released the man, and they simply fell to the floor. The twins shouted to the commander, or he recognizes them. But without hearing a single answer, the commander was ready to strike the men, which is exactly what he did in a split second. Again, some incomprehensible part of the man's body pierced the twins' chest. And just at this time, Mason began to approach the commander. But without any problems, the commander was able to dodge the roof of Mason's blow. You yourself were surprised that the man could dodge. He couldn't understand how this was possible. It felt like this zombie had eyes in the back of his head. After which the man himself began to attack the guy. Well, the speed. The man is many times faster than the previous chapter. And this despite the fact that the guy used a skill, the smooth surface of the water, to increase his speed. He couldn't understand where this damn monster even came from. All this time, Oscar watched their battle as he expected. The man did not disappoint him. The girl also agreed that this was really impressive. The Supreme Witch would definitely be happy when she found out about it. This mutant, obtained through the fusion of an evolving only 4th degree and 7th, was based on Oscar's evolved 4th degree, so that the Corpse King corresponds to approximately the 4th degree. But still, this is already a great success. But what about the Corpse King of the 4th degree? Oscar is now able to create a Corpse King of at least the 10th degree. At this time, the battle between the guy and the man was almost equal, because the guy easily dodged the man's blow, and the man dodged the guy's blows. The man thought so. The commander completely transformed into a zombie. He said that if it weren't for his brother's ability in the form of symbiosis, he would have already been finished. As it turned out, his brother's name is Jackson. His special ability is symbiosis. Can only be used once. Selects an object with a similar power. After that, while one object you alive, the second cannot die. The man said that he needed to take control of the commander, and he began to kill all the inhabitants of the city. He asked his brother to use his ability. Perhaps they would be able to calm the commander. He said that his ability is only for those whose strength is lower or equal to his. After the experience with Oscar, the commander acquired the strength of the former head, so there will be no pulse from him here. Just because the commander has the strength of the former head does not mean that he himself has become a 7th degree evolved. But no matter what, they will have to take risks. The brother said that he understood everything. Well, Jackson himself saw that his brother could not even get close to the commander. After that, the girls came out of the alley and said that they could help. Bika knows one way to get close to this zombie. Who would have thought that Mason's strength had increased so much? He was able to withstand the fierce attack of the 4th degree Corpse King. Oscar is becoming more and more curious about how the guy manages to evolve so quickly. He decided that he needed to be captured and studied properly. Perhaps then he would find the answer to this question. After which the girl led them to some place. She said that there was no time to discuss the plan with Mason. But fortunately, Mason was just distracting the zombies from this. She will calculate the moment when the zombie will open up, and at that time her sister will throw the man to him. It's clear that the man was surprised how the girl could throw it, but she didn't ask you because she would have sent things heavier than him, if with her aim everything was fine. The girl didn't know how long Mason could hold out, and so they needed to act now. She started scanning. She said that it was about to be opened. She told her sister to get ready on her signal, which is basically what my sister started doing after the girl's words. As it turned out, Oscar and the girl noticed a group of people, but they could not understand what they were doing there. Oscar said that it would be better if they did many things from here, and did not blame him if they died at the hands of the Corpse King. He wondered a little about what they had actually decided to do, but then it suddenly dawned on him. He remembered Jackson's special ability. He clearly began to get nervous, because he had apparently been discovered. He began to be indignant, and say that you should not even think of harming his creation. And at this time, the girl had already finished scanning, and she told her sister to leave the man. At this time, Oscar took out some kind of whistle and began to whistle it. As expected, the commander immediately stopped and stopped fighting with the guy, and he sharply turned his head and looked somewhere into the distance. As it turned out, he was looking at a group of people. They were discovered. The girl started yelling for everyone to start dodging. Some kind of unimaginable huge water ball flew towards them. Parts of the man's body were already almost near the girl. But the guy realized in time and climbed onto the man's back and began to break his very wings. Mason advised the man not to relax when fighting him. He hooked his legs behind his back and was ready to do something incredibly decisive in this battle. In a split second, he was already in the air, with these wings in his hands. My sons mockingly asked the man who called him a spider, what would he do without his paw? But he clearly forgot and did not expect that these wings, or rather paws, suddenly turned into water. And it's clear that he began to fall down because of this. After which there was a guy in this vacuum with water. The girl couldn't understand how this was possible. His severed claw could move, what kind of creature it was. But the man said that the abilities of this zombie are much higher than those of the previous chapter. Even a severed limb of his can still attack. He can also suck water from the body into people nearby, so that the victim can die from dehydration. After which Melanie immediately grabbed the gun in her hands. Apparently she also forgot that bullets simply do not harm a man. Even the man said that it was useless. The bullet simply passed through him and could not hurt him. Melanie asked her sister to quickly come up with something. If this continues, the guy will simply die in this fight. How did the guy simply disappear from sight of everyone present? In principle, he could have guessed this simply in front of everything together in due time. It was close. He was lucky that he could be transported here. Just a little bit later, they would have been over. The cat was also very surprised that the guy simply disappeared. He even thought about the fact that the guy had 2 special abilities. Such a thought drove him not only into rage, but also into fear. The guy couldn't just run away and be in his time. He had to quickly return back, because he hadn't finished anything yet. In a matter of seconds, the guy was already in front of the commander. It is clear that everyone was very surprised when he appeared again. But the commander didn't care about this. He immediately began to attack the guy without rest. The guy, jokingly even asked for forgiveness, explained this by saying that he had taken a short time out. This time he would not allow himself to be caught so easily. And they again continued the fight, which looked hopeless. The guy figured out that dodging forever is clearly not a solution. His abilities related to liquids, which means the guy's abilities related to electricity can cause him damage. If he uses his concentration on it, it will likely result in a large amount of thermal energy being generated. Since he was able to defeat the third-degree Corpse King with 1 hit, he believes that this zombie will not be a problem either. But the energy for this blow has been accumulating for quite a long time. So far it has not accumulated even half, and he is already about to kill him. Oscar assumed that the guy had the same ability as the head of the 17th camp. Well, the girl said that there is still a difference. The head's ability allows him to move quickly as he wants, but this guy simply disappeared, then reappeared in the same place. The girl asked where he went to Oscar. He said that the hanging was already coming to an end, and also added that a couple of unfavorable factors needed to be eliminated, and the result of his experience could be attributed to the Supreme Witch. The guy had one idea, but he never tried it, so he's not sure if it will work. He will move to his world, accumulate energy, then move back at the right moment. They will appear right in front of the zombie and use all their strength. If it works, then after 1 hit, he will definitely be finished. And after the commander struck the guys again, he disappeared again. The girls were slightly perplexed as to how and where the guy was disappearing all the time. Sorry, I have no idea how to describe this. The girl asked her sister if she was okay. And then Oscar appeared and said that they should worry. It's just an anesthetic. Who's to blame that they interfered with his plans? Especially Jackson. The man decided that he would take him too. He would certainly be an excellent material for experiments, and the girl at that time was simply silent and looked into the distance. It's unclear where she took out some very huge machine gun, and Becca noticed it too. What about the fact that she will be able to get out of here? Immediately after these words, the guy himself appeared. He was glad that he was able to do what he had planned. At this time, the man focused his attention on something incomprehensible. In a matter of seconds, the girl fired from her machine gun. It's clear that the guy immediately heard this shot and turned around. He saw how the girl sacrificed herself, shielding him from a bullet flying oddly enough right at him. The girl fell to the floor. The guy immediately became furious at what he saw. 2 sisters were lying unconscious and possibly dead. The guy was clearly not sure that they were alive. Oscar was clearly frightened by the guy's gaze and did not know what he should expect from Mason. The guy angrily shouted Oscar's name. Then he pushed away from the building and approached Oscar. Within seconds, he grabbed Oscar by the throat and with anger in his eyes asked what they had done. He couldn't understand why the hell the guy's fists had so much strength. How could someone evolved of the 4th degree have terrifying strength? Oscar immediately began to deny it and say that everything was fine. He said that this girl is not dead yet. If she doesn't calm down, they will have time to save her. And at that time, the girl was lying unconscious and with blood on her breasts. Oscar said that she herself ran into a bullet. They had no thoughts of killing her. He asked to let him go because he knows how to stop her bleeding. Since the guy didn't really have a choice because he wanted to save the girl, he really let Oscar go. But at this time, the commander tried to attack the guy. He was already close to dealing with the guy, but then Oscar remembered that he had almost forgotten something, after which the man began to blow his whistle. And, strange as it may seem, the commander immediately focused his attention on him, and he landed right next to the man, calm and without aggression. Oscar said that he was so obedient, which means the experiment with genes was also successful. And after that, the guy realized that this zombie was listening to Oscar. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on here. The man told the guy not to worry, because the zombie wouldn't touch him again. They both didn't need it. After some time, Oscar touched the girl's shoulder, and again some purple veins began to run through her body. He said that the anesthetic he injected into her could stop the bleeding for a couple of hours while the guy could find a doctor to remove the bullet. As for the rest, they too will wake up in a couple of hours. Oscar decided that he would tell the guy out of the kindness of his heart that the city is a complete mess right now, so he is unlikely to find a doctor, and it would be better for him to do everything himself. But despite all this, the man told the girl that it was time for them to go, which she naturally agreed with. The guy could only look into the distance at the departing opponents. At this time, the doctor who was treating the guy himself was standing in her office and heard some kind of scream coming from the street. He entered the room and told the girl to be shot, and the anesthetic would soon stop working. She needed to be saved as soon as possible. The woman told the guy to quickly put her on the bed. The guy immediately asked whether everything would be okay with her, but the woman said that the guy had better come out so as not to disturb her. After which the guy stood outside and clearly blamed himself for what happened to the girl. He saw something the girl wanted faster for him, and the girl exposed herself to the blow to save him. I couldn't understand why she did it because she hated him. He believed that he was strong enough and pretended to be a hero. In the end, he could not even protect his friends. It even sounds funny. And the woman at this time worked painstakingly and diligently to save the girl's life. She had already removed some parts of the bullet from her body. Well, here she was nervous because there were too many bullet fragments. Her equipment and her alone were not enough to complete such a delicate and complex operation. After the woman left the operating room, the guy immediately asked how the operation went, to which he heard the answer that nothing worked. The woman said that with the local equipment she would not be able to remove all the bullet fragments. The girls needed a better equipped medical center. The guy immediately began asking where he could find one. He was now ready to take it there. The nearest hospital was in the large land association building, where just such a guy once visited. At this time in the association itself, a man entered the room and said that he was reporting. The man to whom he reported was missing one leg. It was a prosthesis. His face had very severe burns which outgrew a very large scar and ruined his face for the rest of his life. The man began to report that 3 people had arrived in the city. One of them had a bullet wound. They were asking to be allowed into the city and help with treatment. They also said that they were ready to offer as much food as they wanted for this. As it turned out, it was the same supreme judge with whom the guy fought. But since he did not know who had arrived at their base, he said that he would let them in. Meanwhile, Oscar was glad that the girl decided to help and shot in a different scenario. His losses would have been much greater. The girl could not understand what kind of help he was talking about. She said that that girl had stopped the bullet with her. It was precisely because she was injured that he managed to distract the guy's attention. If he had hit with all the force that he managed to concentrate in his fist, then everything would have ended badly. This is the first successful prototype of a man. He must arrive unharmed. The girl told me that no matter how strong the guy was, he would not have a chance against the 3 of them. The man said that the time is not yet. You need to wait until a mighty tree grows from a good seed, then collect the fruits in order to get the maximum benefit. This guy, especially Oscar, is very interesting to what extent he can evolve. After all, when it reaches its peak, it will make an excellent stimulant. The doctor asked the guy whether he had disagreements with the association and asked if he was sure that they should go into the city. Well, the guy didn't really have a choice. He still decided to go into the city because he couldn't delay the girl's treatment. He told the woman and the girl to wait outside. She just told him to be careful. The gates opened in front of the guy, and above him he saw a bunch of guards with weapons in their hands, who were looking only at him alone, after which he came in and we closed the gates behind him. The guy immediately glanced at one of the men standing above. Oddly enough, it was the same supreme judge. The guy was very surprised, not because he saw the chief judge, but that he was alive at all. But the man pretended not to notice him, and simply turned around and left. The guy was informed that he would be taken to the head. After some time, the guy was already in the room with his head. Despite all the disagreements between them, the man was glad to see him. He said that he had been waiting for the guy to come again. Apparently, he really liked the local canned goods that he brought. He was still waiting for the guy to come and offer to make an exchange again. The guy did not hide the fact that he was happy about this meeting. He also added that it was good that the man liked them, because this time he brought even more canned food, even other types of food. He hoped that the man would be satisfied. He didn't mind. Doesn't ask for anything in return. It's a gift as an apology for his reckless behavior in the past. The man said that in this case he did not dare refuse, and asked him not to worry about what happened, because it was already in the past. The man also agreed that the chief judge was wrong then. The guy thanked the man for his understanding and began to tell him that his girlfriend was very seriously injured. He heard that the association had the best medical equipment, and asked if they could help them. It is clear that the man did not see this as a problem, because the guy gave them so much food that refusing his request would be a manifestation of greed. But the man also wants to ask the guy something. If he agrees to fulfill his request, he tells the doctors to help his girlfriend. Since the guy was ready to do anything for his girlfriend, he said that he agreed. The man began to say that, in truth, their reconnaissance group had discovered an old mine in the mountains nearby. According to experts, at the bottom of the well, there may be mineral resources that they urgently need to his surprise. It turned out that the well could be improved, and a mechanism for lowering and lifting installed in it. But they suddenly lost contact with the first group sent to the place, so they sent another group to investigate the well. As a result, contact was lost with all 3 groups sent there. They do not know whether they are alive or not. Because of this development of events, the others do not risk going down the well. However, the man believes that he is now important to them. They need to explore him and start using him. Well, no matter what things he offers to the miners, they do not flatly refuse to go down into the well. Therefore, he hoped that the guy would help understand what was happening and find the missing people, because then their non-miners would agree to go down and follow the well. The guy said that there are no problems with this. Then he hopes that the head will let his girlfriend into the city and begin treatment. Of course, the man tells his men to bring her to the city. In the meantime, he can go to the well with his subordinate. He will tell him everything in detail. After some time, the guy had already arrived at the elevator, which descended directly into the mine. The man gave the guy a backpack and said that there might not be enough oxygen below, and that there was breathing equipment in the backpack. He also gave him a walkie-talkie. If he finds something, he needs to immediately contact the man. The man asked the guy to hold on because he would now take him down, after which he began to descend. The guy almost forgot to ask how long the oxygen tank would last. The man said that with constant use, it would last for about 11 hours. The only question is whether the guy can hold out that long. After some time, the guy was already completely in the mine and was approaching its bottom. He arrived at the scene. As it turned out, the place here was larger than the guy thought. He immediately turned on the flashlight and went to explore the mine. The guy went deeper and deeper, without understanding what he could see or who or what he could meet. The guy himself could not understand how long he had already been in the mine, probably about an hour, but he was embarrassed by the fact that during all this time he had not come across anything. As it turned out, an hour and a half had passed, and the mine was very quiet. Because of this, time feels completely different. After the guy raised his head, he saw 2 tunnels in front of him. I decided to make a mark on the stone so as not to get lost. Still, he turned left. The guy couldn't understand how much more he needed to go through before he came across something unusual. He was even thinking about the fact that they had decided to play a prank on him. But unexpectedly, the guy heard a woman crying somewhere in the distance, and he immediately began to run towards this cry. Looking slightly into the distance, he saw how, in some incomprehensible way, a woman was lying on the walls, so to speak. And she really cried. The guy asked if she was okay. He couldn't understand where the woman in red clothes was coming from. He was clearly frightened by this. He even thought that it was a ghost. He angrily asked whether she was a person or a ghost or even a zombie. Well, he never heard any answers from her. Did he ask if she was trying to scare him on purpose? He even began to threaten her and say that he could do it with his left hand. The guy decided through his fear to come closer to the girl. He touched her back with a flashlight. When the girl turned around, he saw that her face was literally blurry. No clear contours of her face were visible. It is clear that after what he saw, the guy immediately began to run away. But the girl tried to stop him and said that he was a person. After these words, the guy stopped. The guy nevertheless returned to the girl. She apologized and thought that the guy was her hallucination, so she did not answer him. She said that she had been alone in the mine for a very long time and thought that she was destined to die in this place. The guy looked at the girl with sadness in his eyes. Then the guy suddenly remembered that she probably had nothing to eat, and he had food and water with him. The girl was clearly hungry and thanked the guy. The guy said that she didn't look like a miner and asked how she even ended up here. She confirmed the fact that she was not a miner, but explained that in order to hide from several zombies, Dima had to go down into the mine. He slightly did not understand when the girl said that it was he who needed to go down. He asked if there was someone else here. The girl did not give a normal answer, but only approached the guy. She said that she was cold. Is she handsome and can she lean against a guy? It is clear that the guy was outraged by this, and said that he did not have time to rest. He needed to do something. She apologized to him and said that she had not touched a person for so long. She just wanted to feel the warmth of a human body a little. After these words, the guy said that he didn't mind. The girl began to cry, but still did not forget to thank the guy for coming. She added that she had indeed been alone for too long. As soon as the girl started to kiss, he immediately took her away from him and asked what she was going to do. After that, she came out with a simply brilliant phrase. She said that she liked him and offered to be together. The guy still decided that she was a ghost after all, and she wanted to seduce him, then suck out his whole soul. The girl was indignant at such words and again said that she was not a ghost. She explained this topic by saying that her breath is hot, and she asked if ghosts are warm. The guy agreed that this made sense. She added that if the guy doesn't believe it, then she can give him something hotter. Well, the guy refused, and I will tell you that she has unfinished business. But be that as it may, first he will take her out of the mine. He added that there are people waiting at the top. He will tell them to take her to a safe place. They started to get out. The girl asked how long he still had to go, and also added that her legs hurt. The guy was very surprised because he remembers exactly that he followed the names of the road that they are now walking, and at each fork he marked the road. The girl slightly contorted her face, and the guy would ask what happened. As it turned out, the girl was barefoot all this time. She said that she left her shoes when she ran. The guy was surprised why she didn't say this earlier, because he wouldn't even notice. She said that there was nothing wrong with it, and now my leg doesn't hurt, and also added that the guy is very soft. The girl said a very strange phrase. She said that the guy's ear was red. My son was very angry, and his face was red because the girl was touching him. The girl said that she takes back her words that he is soft. On the contrary, he is harmful. The girl apparently did not quite understand the guy's words and continued to touch his ear. But despite this, the further the guy went, the more confused he became. He doesn't remember going through so many turns. The girl asked whether the guy thought it was spirits leading them in circles, but he said that there seemed to be no spirits here. But there was one preoccupied one in red. After this, the guy heard some noise from the depths of the mine, and then suddenly 5 miners appeared in front of him. He was glad that he had finally found the miners who were going down into the mine. He was glad that they were okay, because now they would get out of the mine. They asked if the couple was lost. They also added that they had found a way out, and asked to follow them. But the girl was clearly scared. She did not want to go with them, arguing that they were not people. And it was really clear from the miners that their faces at least were too pale, like Oscar's. Even the guy agreed that it was really strange. If they knew where the exit was, then why did they come to them at all? Even if they wanted to save him, how would they even know that he went down into the mine? And at this time, the girl simply disappeared. The guy was also surprised that she disappeared from sight in a split second. After that, he no longer doubted that she really was a ghost. The miners asked why the guy was standing rooted to the spot, and they told him to come for them as soon as possible. They added that the mine had intricate corridors and he couldn't get out alone. He said that he would not lag behind one step because he wanted to find out what they were up to. The guy hurried after the men. As it turned out, all this time the girl stood behind and watched all this. She thought they would move in a little while longer. Well, she warned him. After some time, one of the men reported that they were there. The guy really saw, so to speak, the light at the end of the tunnel in front of him. He didn't believe that they had actually led him to the exit, and that they didn't lie. The man again told him not to stand like a pillar, but to quickly go to the exit. The guy was still slightly in a stupor, but was already approaching the exit. He practically stepped outside. What he saw clearly amazed him. It was clear from his gaze that he did not expect to see this. In front of him, he saw a very beautiful settlement. He didn't even have the slightest idea how such a possibility existed, and where this settlement came from. One of the men told the old man that he was jumping to see them as a new resident. The guys immediately ran up to the children and asked him to play tag with them. To be honest, all the residents in this settlement had a skin tone that was too pale, like a zombie. One of the kids said that the guy should go with them, and he would ask his aunt to cook something tasty for them. So the second guy asked whether his friend always thinks only about food. In the post-apocalyptic world, the guy saw the text, who are constantly worried about food or about how they won't be bitten by a zombie. Everyone's nerves are strained to the limit because their thoughts are only about how to survive. But these people have such calm faces. The guy hasn't yet. I've seen something like this in this world. A dish was brought to the guy. Some elderly woman said that she had prepared a little of everything and asked the guy to take whatever he liked. He thanked her for her work. He asked his aunt whether she had enough food, where they even get food from. She said that they have a vegetable garden and livestock in the backyard. She asked him to eat quickly because everyone praised her homemade food. She began to forcefully put meat on his plate. She repeated once again for him to eat meat because he was probably hungry. And all this time the aunt continued to stand over the guy and watch when he finally eats this piece of meat. How many times has she already asked him why he doesn't eat? She was very insistent that he try it quickly and find out how tasty it is. And at this time, in one of the rooms in the settlement, there was some kind of monster that is difficult to describe in words. Someone came to see him. It turned out it was the same aunt. She said that from the village I had a new person. This is a young guy with a strong build. She is so glad that every day there are more and more residents. It's all thanks to his blessing. Thanks to him, they continue to live. She thanked the monster again. Then she cut off, in the literal sense of the word, a piece of this monster's flesh, and she threw it onto her plate and once again thanked him for the gifts. As expected, it was from the flesh of this monster that the very meat that the locals love so much. The aunt again asked why the guy wasn't eating and what happened. He explained this by saying that to tell the truth, he was not hungry and had no appetite at all. She was slightly upset about this because she had prepared it especially for him, and he wouldn't even try it. Despite this disappointment, the guy still didn't want to try. After all, how could he eat meat of unknown origin in such a strange atmosphere? He hopes he will not be driven out of evil. The auntie changed abruptly and agreed that apparently the guy was really not hungry. She would cook something else in the evening, after which she just asked whether the children were not hungry, and they immediately pounced on the meat. It was clear from the children's reaction that they really liked this meat. Judging by the children, meat is indeed normal. Perhaps the guy has come up with all sorts of things. After some time, the guy was walking through the settlement. He met a man and asked how he could get to the unification of the structure of the big land. Where was the exit anyway? The man was surprised that the guy was already leaving. He asked if he didn't want to stay with them, but he just laughed kindly at this and said that he did not plan to stay with them. And besides, she had unfinished business. The man said that the only way out was through the mine, to be honest. If the guy went there, the man couldn't guarantee that he would get him out again. The corridors were too confusing. That is why they are so safe. Zombies simply cannot find their way to them. For the first time in so many years, a man can sleep peacefully, and is very grateful to old age for the fact that their group was warmly received. He asked again whether the guy didn't want to stay, because the village had enough resources for them. For these exhausted ordinary people, the village seems like a real paradise. But for some reason, the guy thinks that something is wrong here. After the guy had already left, a man ran to the old man and said that he couldn't find the new guy anywhere, and asked whether the old man thought that he could go back to the mine. I just couldn't believe it like that. He ordered to gather a group and go after him. If they don't help, he will forever wander through the tunnels of the mine. The man said that the time has almost come. The headman agreed with this and added that they should not make the great god wait. First they must bow to the god, and then they will go to look for that boy. As it turned out, it was their great god. The whole village came to worship him and make a sacrifice. They did not hope that he would continue to protect them and provide them with food. They all put their hand forward for something, and the monster spread some claws. It was with these claws that it stuck to people's hands. In principle, it was clear that it was precisely because of this that he sucked them out, either blood or energy. He said that this was the end of the sacrifice. He asked the great god not to be angry that they were taking so little. Soon there would be many inhabitants in the village. He also added that it was necessary to introduce their new miners to the great god, and asked to let them in, after which the doors to the room opened. The men have already been informed that the headman is looking for them. He did not argue with this, and said that they had been in the village for a long time, and it was time to initiate them. The men stepped on. The doors were closed. They saw that same great god in front of them. It is clear that they were very frightened by this, because they clearly had not seen such a mutant zombie before. They didn't decide that they needed to run away from here. They couldn't understand whether they were sleeping or whether they really didn't see that there were giant zombies here. They asked with all their might to open the doors and let them in. The headman began to calm them down and tell them that he would not harm them. The man asked them to look at him because he was standing a meter away from him. He attacked him. Everything is fine, and there is nothing to be afraid of. The man insisted that the more miners came closer because everything would be fine. After which the man asked how they liked dinner today and whether it was delicious. They didn't say that it was very tasty. It was the most delicious thing they had eaten since they arrived in the village. The man began to tell me that such juicy aromatic meat could be bought anywhere when he was very little, but that was several decades ago. After the apocalypse, more than 90% of animals were infected. Influential people kept animals alive in their backyards, but there were very few of them. Ordinary people had to eat the meat of infected animals, and if a person ate meat often, he could not live longer than 40 years. He also ate contaminated meat. He believes that if he had not found this village, he would have been dead long ago. And all this is thanks to the fact that the man met him. The reason why the village still exists is because of the great god. They just need to periodically donate their blood to him, and he will constantly provide them with fresh meat. After the man was asked whether the miners ate meat from this monster, he confirmed their word. He asked her to look. They had just donated their blood or whatever to God, and he had already begun to produce new fresh meat. This red meat can be eaten. The men immediately had a gag reflex. Everything they ate today was a gift from the great god. It seemed to him that they were happy at dinner, and asked them again if that was true. After which the man actually began to vomit. They began to lift one of the men violently. The headman said that the men had been in the village for a long time. It was time for them to sacrifice their blood to the great god. He also added that they should not be afraid of you, because it will not harm them. After some time, the great god spread his claws waiting to feast on blood. The man begged the chair to spare him. He even promised to do whatever he asked, anything. He shouted better than all the settlements and asked for help. The guy has already walked around all the surroundings, but all the paths still lead to the village. Apparently the mine is really the only way out of the village. At this time, he heard the publication's screams. The man continued to beg to be released and called everyone a bunch of psychos. The guy heard a heartbreaking scream. He could not understand what was happening there. At this time, it is unclear where that same girl from the mine came from. She said the man had already tasted zombie meat, so there was no point in going there. It was too late. The guy was surprised to see the girl, but this time at least he wasn't scared. He asked her again who she was, a person or a ghost in the end. The girl asked the guy whether he really wanted to get out of the village. As soon as he descended deep into the mine, he immediately entered the invisible barrier of this zombie. No one can find a way out while he is in this barrier. This village is also in his power. Usually those who fall into this barrier no longer think about what you will. In order to survive, you need to periodically donate your blood and feed the zombies. Therefore, if he wants to get out, then he has only one way out. This is to kill the zombies, then the barriers will immediately disappear. The guy said that he knew nothing about the girl. Why should he believe her? She replied that whether he believes it or not, nothing will come of it. He can go out into the building and see for himself if you doubt her words. Cover the man and did not stop for a second. Since the guy really wanted to figure out what was going on, he decided to take a look. The girl told the guy to look carefully to see that she had not lied. All these people donate their blood to the zombie, then eat it, pay to survive. How did he think in such a small village people always have something to eat? The guy couldn't stand it and was ready to break into the building, but the girl abruptly stopped him because she had not yet told her plan to the end. The guy didn't care and used his ability to escape into the building. He instantly cut the monster's claws. The headman was very surprised by what he saw. He said with anger in his eyes that they were all heartless zombies. Since the guy intended to kill the monster, the headman exposed himself to this blow. It is clear that the guy did not expect this and could not react to it in any way. The guy immediately held the man so that he wouldn't hit himself too hard when he fell. The very concept or the man went crazy. Why did he suddenly decide to sacrifice himself for the sake of some zombie? Finally, the headman only asked the guy not to touch him. The guy asked the man to wake up because this is no god. These are zombies that the circle is sucking out of them. This vile creature must be killed in the guy's opinion. Otherwise, they will all end. But the headman objected to this and said that this was not a zombie. It turned out it was his older brother. The headman began to remember his childhood. Some guy threw an apple to his younger brother, and let me tell you that there was such a commotion on the street. He barely popped into the supermarket for something edible. He asked the guy to eat this apple for now, but he wouldn't cook anything at that time. The younger brother asked when mom and dad would contact them. The brother said that his favorite cartoons were on TV. He also recalled how there were a bunch of zombies in some building in Brazil. Meanwhile, the brothers were sitting outside the doors and trying not to make too much noise. The older brother tried to calm down the younger brother and asked him not to be afraid because he was nearby. Then the two brothers were heading somewhere, and they decided to take a break because they had been hiding all day. The younger brother asked what they should do if the crazy people caught them, but the man said that everything would be fine because he was with him. The younger brother ran in fear and shouted that there were zombies here. The zombie flew with a bat right in the face. As it turned out, it was the older brother who protected the younger one, but they were about to break through. As it turned out, the older brother had already been infected, so he delayed them until he lost his mind. He asked to take his younger brother with him. It is clear that the boy begged to be allowed to see his brother. He wanted to go along. Well, the guy answered him rudely and asked me to talk nonsense. They needed to leave. The guy looked at his brother with sadness in his eyes. The older brother said that the guy should leave on his own. While he is alive, there is hope. A split second later, a group of people began to run away. A crowd of zombies attacked the headman's brother. After some time, the brother plunged completely under the monsters. The boy was plunged into complete darkness. He simply fell in the middle of the path and began to sit. The girl told the guy that they couldn't rest for now and needed to move on. Otherwise, the same thing would happen to them as to his brother. The boy was in complete hopelessness. He even asked to leave him to go on his own. It was logical because few people can quickly recover from the loss of a loved one even in such a situation. It is clear that the girl began to object to this and could not understand what he was saying at all. The guy needed to get up. Otherwise, they would have fallen behind the others. The guy no longer has a mom and dad. His brother was now also a burden. If it weren't for him, you would be their brother. That's exactly how the guy reasoned after losing his brother. For some reason, he believed that it was he who killed them. He even came to the conclusion that he was the one who really deserved to die. Without coming up with anything else, the girl simply gave the guy a strong slap in the face. She began to motivate him. She asked if he had forgotten his brother's last words. She reminded him that he said that as long as my brother lives, there is hope. The guy not only has to survive, he has to live on for the sake of himself and his brother. 10 years later, there is a heavy rain. The zombies outside will not last long. They will soon explode, and if the corpse poison gets on them, they will be finished. It is better to wait out the rain inside in a group of people. This guy's name was Jacob. He was 20 years old. He was a doctor of the research group. He was telling someone that the bone was damaged. They should return to the camp, and there the strangers would apply the plaster again. They all thanked how lucky they were that they had a doctor, Jacob. Otherwise, they would have been in the other world long ago. One doctor saves at least 3 evolved. When they return to the camp, some stranger will thank Jacob well with alcohol. A group of people looked wary. At this time, a crowd of zombies attacked them, whose intentions clearly were not the best. One of the men was very surprised by this because he walked around the entire building and did not see any zombies. Jacob ordered everyone to run away, but they didn't have time for things. They had to run away. Jacob came to the sick man's defense and ordered him to be taken away. There were too many zombies. One guy clearly couldn't escape. And now, one of the main zombies, so to speak, almost got to the guy. Opening his eyes, the guy saw that some kind of zombie stood in front of him. There was suddenly deathly silence. He could not understand what had suddenly happened, that all the zombies had calmed down so much. It was clear from the guy that his face was frightened from misunderstanding. As it turned out, the guy was saved by his brother, who was in the form of a zombie. From what the guy saw, he became even more confused about this situation. After some time, the guy returned to the settlement, and everyone immediately noticed it, since he also came with excellent food. Everyone immediately ran up to him and started helping him put things away. A man approached one of the boxes and noticed that the box was heavy, and also asked what was in there. The guy immediately ran up to him and said that this was the last one and offered to remove it himself. In addition, he told the man to hurry up to his comrades and drink something with them. It is clear that the man had no right to refuse a vacation, and invited the guy to join too. A few months later, the guy stood in the room with Jacob the doctor and asked if it was possible to save the patient. The guy was very sorry, but he did everything possible, but could not save the man. He said that the stranger could go, but for now he would take the patient to the morgue, which he basically started doing after a few seconds. At this time, he was glad that at least this month he had found someone suitable. He believed that apparently his zombie brother was incredibly hungry. He said that the previous bodies were already completely dead. He simply did not have time. Even though in a post-apocalyptic world people die every day, it is still difficult to find a suitable body. The brother stepped on the ground. The guy said that due to his illness, the patient would not live to see the evening. Continuing to treat him would be like prolonging his suffering. At this time, the brother was clearly happy with the food that his mouth was already drooling. The guy gave him a dose, enough to make him sleep soundly. He wouldn't feel the pain as accurately anymore. He said that his brother could eat. He opened his mouth very wide and was ready to eat the food. A crumb of the corpse landed on Jacob, right on his face. After some time, a man came to the guy and said that he needed to ask him something. As it turned out, the man was informed that the number of corpses did not match the figure in the guy's answers. He asked whether the guy could provide information about all his patients. The guy began to deny that he could simply have made a mistake in the number, because he had been very busy lately, because there were really a lot of patients. The man agreed that there was such a mess all around that there was no time to worry about such trifles. In addition, he said that he would deal with incorrect reports himself. The guy thanked the man, who was the head physician. Going into the morgue again, the guy said that his brother had too much of an appetite lately. If things went on like this, the management would clearly suspect something. But he asked not to worry about his brother, because he would definitely come up with something. He had already begun to turn back into the very monster that Mason had seen. At this time, the guy noticed that someone entered the morgue. In principle, probably, as expected, it was the chief doctor, who immediately realized that the dissimilarity in the reports was not just that. It was the guy's doing. And, as luck would have it, pieces of the murdered body were lying right under the guy's feet. The guy asked the man to listen to him, and he would explain everything. He said that the zombies would not harm them. But the man didn't even listen to the guy. He ordered everyone not to let the zombies leave the building, and to call security as soon as possible. It is clear that the guy came to the defense of his brother, and tried with all his might to persuade the man to listen to him. But apparently my brother didn't like it too much. He decided to instantly kill the two doctors in one fell swoop. After which the guy saw two dead bodies of men in front of him. The death of the head doctor did not allow the guy to escape. Everyone in the camp knew about his and his brother's secret, so as not to be killed, rather than run away and take refuge in the mine. It is because of this that the zombie did not do anything wrong. Everything he did was to protect the headman. He once again asked not to touch the zombies. If not for his brother, none of them would have survived. How did the girl fit in here? She asked how many people the headman deceived into the village, not giving her the opportunity to get out, and let him not try to deny that it was all so that they would become food for his brother. But the woman said that they did it of their own free will, which clearly confused the girl. She agreed with what the headman said, because if it weren't for the great God, they would not have been able to survive, and it was their decision to stay in the village. The girl laughed slightly at the woman's words. Did she ask, or had they already forgotten how they had just forced the miners to donate their blood? But she said that this is the first sacrifice, and it always happens like this. Then when a person gets used to it, he no longer needs help. All of them in their own way worship the great God if she doesn't believe she can ask each of them. The guy said that since they are doing this of their own free will, he cannot interfere. But they do not want to stay here forever. The headman said that since they had no desire to stay, they would not insist. He would ask his brother to let them go. After which he basically did this. He asked his brother to deign to go. And at this time, some inexplicable portal began to be created right inside the zombie. The portal was really huge. As it turned out, the girl had been looking for a way out of the mine for many years, and all this time he was inside the zombie itself. Finally, the guy just asked if any of them wanted to leave this place with them, but the only answer he heard was silence and strange looks from the residents. After which he asked whether the miners also did not want to go anywhere. They admitted honestly, they don't mind staying. They just need to donate their blood sometimes, but they will no longer live in a world where there are zombies and hunger. The girl realized that this was pointless because they would not leave, but he had to go. And at this time, the guy reasoned that if you kill this zombie and forcefully save everyone, then these people will lose their only island of safety. Taking these people with you without their consent is the same as adding to their suffering. The apocalypse has endowed some people with amazing abilities, but the majority literally live in hell, hunger, fear, hopelessness. This world made them want to be isolated, to become slaves to the zombies that tortured them with their blood, and never to return to endless purgatory. After some time, the guy already left the portal, but he was indignant because he only came out alone. And where was the ghost girl? And at this time, the head was informed that the guy had arrived and was asking for a meeting. It's clear that this was in the man's interests, and he said that the guy could come in. The man immediately asked how the guy was doing. The guy slightly upset the man by saying that for certain reasons he could not fulfill his request. It's clear that the man didn't like it. He said that these were not the terms they agreed on, and their conditions were such that he fulfilled the request, and the head at that time helped his girlfriend. As a result, the head just saved the guy's girlfriend, and then he says that he will not fulfill the request. He decided that the guy wants to deceive him. The guy said that he would give him compensation. The man can ask for anything, and he will get it. He will do anything. But the man said that the guy had already violated the contract, and even compensation could not fix this. And since he did this, it means that he could break the contract, returning his girlfriend to a dying state. It's clear that the guy's expression immediately changed after he heard that his girlfriend could die because of him. But the man started laughing loudly and said that he was just joking. He will simply take this case into account, so now the guy owes him doubly. He will think carefully about how the guy should repay this debt. After which the man said that the guy could go and visit his girlfriend. At this time, the girl was lying unconscious in the ward. The doctor said that the bullet particles were removed from her body, given the speed of regeneration of the evolved. In a week, she would be able to move fully. That's when the doctor whispered that the guy's girlfriend was very beautiful. He really thought that they were a couple. The guy obviously heard something and asked the gearbox to say something. Well, it's clear that the doctor began to freeze and deny, but the guy didn't pay much attention to this, and decided that it was his imagination. Mason was sleeping. He felt some discomfort. He felt that there was someone or something under the blanket. As it turned out, it was the same ghost girl, and she woke up the guy. It's clear that the guy was very surprised when he saw not only an unfamiliar girl, but they knew each other. But it's still very strange to see someone under your blanket in the middle of the night. He instantly kicked her away from him. The girl almost lost consciousness when she landed with her head on the floor. It's clear that she was furious. She asked him whether he was normal at all and why the hell he was kicking. The guy immediately asked what the girl was doing. He thought that a ghost had snuck into his bed, and he was afraid of them more than anything in the world. The girl was clearly tired of the guy calling her a ghost, because she has a name, Eva. The guy didn't even start to argue with it. He asked if she was okay. It seems he really went overboard. The girl said that there was no gratitude from the guy because she came to thank him for his kindness. After all, he helped her leave that terrible mine. But he said that it was just nothing. He just came across her on the way and decided to help, so that she could return to her place and sleep. But she told the guy not to rush to refuse. She asked him whether he didn't want to find out how she was going to thank him. She said that she does not like to remain in debt because her soul is somehow restless after this. So let the guy allow him to thank him thoroughly, because this is what he does best. She asked him again whether he really didn't want to, and let him look at it himself because he would regret it later. After which the guy suddenly grabbed the girl's hand, and he pulled him to her. She asked him not to rush because she wouldn't run away anyway. The guy's actions were incomprehensible. Well, after some time the guy said that he had been on his feet for several days, and let him get a good night's sleep. Let her be smart and let him do it. Morning came. The guy got out of bed and stretched loudly. He turned around and saw that the girl was not nearby. Apparently she had already left. The head asked that the guy be told that he needed to discuss something with him. Since he was able to get out of the mine alive, then, apparently, he added to the kitsch far from the help of luck. His girlfriend is now in his hands, and the guy himself already owes him twice. He can continue to use him with blackmail and threats. He thinks it will not difficult. If he joins them, the level of security of their base will greatly increase. For many years now, he has been calling on worthy people to serve them by all means, which is why all these several decades he has been firmly in power. The speaker again came to the man and asked permission to do this. He said that he sent a man to notify the guy and the man's intention, but no trace of him was found. It is clear that the man was very surprised and at the same time angry when he heard this. He ordered to quickly check whether the guy's girlfriend, whom he had brought, was still there. He didn't believe that the guy could deceive him. The head even got out of his bed and went out into the streets of the camp. He asked whether the guy had not been found, to which he was given a negative answer. But it also turned out that Becca was still in the hospital, and the guy didn't take her with him, so he definitely wouldn't leave them that easily. The man told them to keep an eye on the guy so that he wouldn't run away. They immediately began to apologize to the man and ask for another chance. The man grabbed his subordinate by the head and said that leaving such non-entities alive was a waste of resources. The practically subordinate's eyes literally fell out. Well, fortunately for the subordinate, just at that time the guy himself appeared on the horizon. As it turned out, he himself was looking for the head. He said that he had a gift for him. He definitely couldn't refuse it. The man was slightly surprised that the guy actually came to him on his own. The head immediately asked where the guy was and why his people went around the whole city, but could not find him. The guy apologized. It turned out he was just leaving to prepare a gift for him. He apologized again for not warning the man about this. It's good that the guy managed to return if he had come even a minute later. He's afraid the soldiers would have already been lying lifeless on the ground. A couple of hours ago, there is always someone on duty at the door of the room. The guy thinks the head is not going to let him go so easily. Last time he was already convinced that the head is far from being the kind chubby guy he claims to be. He can't just sit and wait for death. He needs to take advantage of the fact that they haven't done anything yet or come up with something. And just at that time, the guy came up with an idea. It is unclear why he returned to his time, and he went to the table. In the browser search, he entered information about the best restaurants in the city. He decided to look at the top restaurants. He found some, and in addition, they write that they are delicious. Yes, it's often mentioned in publications, which means it's downright delicious. Arriving at the place, he saw a huge line to the restaurant in front of him. The guy will have to stand. He thought about crawling forward. With his speed, no one would notice. But it was too mean. It was better to wait, like everyone else. After some time, a girl came out of the restaurant and asked for forgiveness. As it turned out, the remaining products were enough to serve only 3 people they will be waiting for, those who did not have time to visit them next time. The guys were very lucky because he was third. It's good that he joined the queue. At this time, some nasty guy began to vomit at the guy and stated that he had been standing here for a lot of time and asked whether the guy even knew how valuable his time was. The guy removed the stranger's hands from his shoulder and asked him not to get in line. As it turned out, it was some popular guy from the internet. To be honest, the guy began to consider himself superior to everyone else. He said that if he came to their restaurant, then this was already an honor for their restaurant, so they had to give him the place of the third client in queues. But the girl turned out to be very adequate. She agreed that the guy is very popular, but rules are rules. It is clear that the guy got angry because of this and said that their name was not the manager. He told him to fire the girl right now. I couldn't get through the line. Now they're lashing out at the girl. Mason couldn't wrap her head around how the guy just became popular. At this time, the girl asked the guy to go inside while she sorted it out. But apparently the guy didn't want to end the argument and immediately ran up to Mason. The guy, with a very mysterious and very angry look, looked at the stranger and told him to remove his hand. The guy was clearly frightened by Mason's gaze. Mason did not have time to enter the building when the manager of this establishment came out. He said that it was better to discuss everything with him, and there was no need to quarrel. The guy was glad that an intelligent person had finally arrived. He stood in line for a long time, but the girl said that she had no right to enter the restaurant. He asked what the manager would order to do in such a situation. The man apparently recognized the couple immediately. The man said that they simply had to set aside a table for such a precious visitor as a guy, and asked him to sit down. Meanwhile, Mason asked the girl to bring him a signature dish. But only then did he realize that probably one dish would not be enough, and he needed to order something else. At this time, the manager scolded the girl. He said that she needed to learn to act based on the situation, he asked, or did she understand that a little did not add to their problems? He said that the girl would ask for forgiveness from their visitor. She apologized to the manager and said that she would immediately apologize to the guy. Pouring tea, she began to apologize for what happened. She didn't want to make him angry. She would pour him tea, and he would relax a little. But something went wrong, and the girl spilled tea right on herself. The guy immediately began to get angry with the girl, but in due time she began to apologize and said that she would now bring another kettle. The guy immediately dialed someone and said that he was in a restaurant, and he also complained that, in his opinion, there was such a clueless waitress in this establishment that he was simply furious. He also added that he joked with her a little, and now you can say, and not in calculation. He also began to talk about the situation with the teapot. He said that he was not in a very good mood anyway, and the girl just helped him let off steam. These words completely enraged Mason, and he was not ready to tolerate this statement towards the girl, and grabbed the guy by the collar. And he lifted the air. The guy immediately began to be indignant. And Mason, copying the guy's words, said that he was simply not in a good mood, and he wanted to let off steam. It's clear that the guy didn't quite understand what Mason was talking about. A split second later, Mason shot the guy right in the jaw. It's clear that the guy immediately began to say whether Mason even dares to touch him, and whether he even knows who he is. But Mason didn't really react to the guy's words, but only asked to be quiet. It would be good for me if they ruined everyone's lunch. Then Mason realized that I needed to attract attention, otherwise he would not get his dish. He had better go where there was no one. After which we started hitting the guy on the back and saying that he would now go apologize to the waitress. It is clear that the guy did not like this behavior, and he began to get angry at such a demotion in his direction. Despite this, Mason led the guy by the scruff of the neck straight to the manager and the girl. The manager was very surprised when he saw the guy in this image, and immediately asked if everything was okay with him. The guy began to apologize to the girl. For what happened a few minutes ago, he will pay her all expenses in the hospital. But the guy had to say something else. As it turned out, what he ordered had to be packaged by Mason and given to him. After some time, the guy was at home and was still angry that Mason had hit him, and said that he wouldn't just leave it like that. The guy wrote a post on a social network with a call to find this guy and deal with them. The guy was confident that he could make Mason regret his action. At this time, the guy could not understand why he began to sneeze sharply. Apparently, someone was scolding him. And at this time, the head really liked the dish that Mason brought, because he had never tasted something so tasty. He was simply delighted with the guy's gift. The guy was glad that the man liked his gift. He decided to please him as a thank you for everything he did for him. As the man basically expected, the guy turned out to be a skillful guy. He invited him to stay to work for him, and promised that he would not be deprived, wealth, girls. He would give him everything he wanted. The guy fell slightly into a stupor after such a proposal. A man will appoint a guy to the position of Assistant Chief of Guard. If he shows himself well, then in the future he will receive an even higher position. He would like the guy to become his right hand. The guy believed that the man just wanted him to do his dirty deeds, and it was because of this that he said that it was an honor for him to earn the man's recognition, but he could not accept his offer. It is clear that the man could not understand why the guy was rejecting his offer, because he would give him everything he would regret. But the guy began to explain that the man had already offered a lot. He was just used to working alone. He was afraid that he would not cope with such a position. He would definitely thank him for such an offer, and tomorrow, he would bring so much food to the city that the man would definitely stay happy. The man abruptly stood up from the table and sadly put his hands on the table. The man suddenly changed his facial expression and threateningly asked the guy whether he thinks he can pay for what happened with one meal. But after that, the man laughed and said that he knew that such a proposal could be immediately blocked. It would be wrong to expect this from the guy immediately. In any case, he thanked him for the delicious dinner, but the guy should think carefully about his proposal. He's been working hard for several days now. He now needs to rest. The man said that the guy should have fun in the city for a couple of days. And then the guy realized that the man was not going to let him go so easily. He could easily run away. But Baeka was in their hands. The man left the room, after which he made the guard keep an eye on the guy. In front of him, the man noticed many dragonflies. As it turns out, dragonflies are now so rarely seen in this world. The garden is carefully guarded and looked after, because water that does not contain corpse poison is used for irrigation. You just need to create a suitable environment and provide the necessary resources, and then even the impossible will come into his hands. It's exactly the same with people. At this time, you are the best guard or guy somewhere. Several girls immediately ran to the guy, after which they dragged him into a room where it was already clear what they had started doing. The guy complains that the girls were just wild. He couldn't resist the temptation. He probably learned everything that night. At this time, it turned out that 2 guards were looking for him. The guy clearly thought that they were dragging him again to that building with the girls. He asked them to take pity on him because he could die, because the girls would suck all the friend out of him. But the man asked the guy not to worry because they just wanted to give him a gift from the head. The guy clearly did not expect to see what he saw in front of him. The head knows that the guy has a special interest in gold, so he ordered everyone in the city to collect it for the guy. There was gold in front of the guy. It is clear that he did not expect that all this gold would be personal to him. After which he was led somewhere by the chief judge. As it turned out, he was headed to the head. The man began to recognize, or the guy was not interested in why the supreme judge, evolved of the 5th degree, obeys him, evolved of the 4th degree. In addition, their base is not that strong, but it is safer here than in Camp 17 and at JO4 base. No one could resist such temptations as girls and gold, so it's better for a guy to decide everything head-on here and now. The man began to explain that all this is due to the fact that the decisions he makes best fit into their post-apocalyptic reality. One day a guy managed to use the energy of a golden core, which is usually only subordinate to those who have evolved to the 10th degree, as the guy thinks how many varieties of zombies can resist this. If several zombies evolve to the 10th power fight, then not all of them, but most of them will be able to defeat them, and people will continue to live a normal life. And the man decided to drop this topic for now. It's better to talk about the pressing issues. The man asked what the guy thought, why he just laughed when he learned that he had not fulfilled his request for the mine. This is all due to the fact that the man met the zombie there and decided to spare him. As it turned out, the man was aware of what was happening at the bottom of the mine. In fact, the man sent the guy into the mine wanted to give him some kind of test. He suddenly agreed that the zombie would protect people, but for some reason he didn't trust him, the man. It is clear that the guy was very surprised by such words and came into a stupor. Then the man remembered the situation with the hanged girl. Once a guy had a conflict with their base. He thought that since the girl wanted to get medicine for her grandmother, then her crime did not deserve death. But the amount of medicine in the city is limited. Maybe they will save the grandmother, but lose a strong and young person. The man took out some kind of folder and handed it to the guy. Even zombies take people's blood in exchange for help. So is it really possible that everyone in his city should receive everything for free? The man said that the guy treats the post-apocalyptic world too simply. Although this is understandable, because for the guy and her, the world is just a game from which you can run away at any moment. The man was sure that the guy probably had the opportunity to travel to other worlds or to other times. The food that the guy brought had expired decades ago, but it was not spoiled. He probably brought it from another time. A person with 2 special abilities is almost never seen. A head named Michael, a 4th degree evolved, who has 2 special abilities. The first ability is the detective class, the second ability is fire. Once again, he invited the guy to join him. He would be in charge of food, and the man would be in charge of trade. The guy asked what would happen if he refused. Happiness did not fall with him. Even if this man knew the peculiarities of the system, the guy would not allow himself to be taken advantage of so easily. Honor, but his answer will not change. He is used to acting alone, and does not want to be limited. The guy asked whether the man was going to force him to give a positive answer after he saw the Supreme Commander outside the door. Apparently the guy will really have to fight. The girl is now being guarded by several people. If the guy breaks into her room, he will have little chance of winning. But first, the The guy needed to deal with the man while he had the opportunity. At this time, the man said that the contract had been lying on the table for half a day and asked whether the guy was sure that he did not want to look at it. Who knows, maybe after reading the contract the couple's answer will not change. The guy asked if it was really true and picked up the contract. Something in this agreement confused the guy so much that his facial expression changed dramatically, and the head was really right. After reading the contract, the guys agreed that the man had won and accepted his offer. But first the guy needs to go to one place specified in the contract. The guy couldn't understand how this was even possible. As it turned out, there was another person who had the ability to travel. In his time, the contract contained a text about the death of the owner of the ability to travel in time. At this time, the guy was met by the doctor and Melanie. The guy said that the girl will come back to health in a few days. Now she is being treated in the association of the structure of the mainland. The doctor was a little embarrassed because they had a conflict with the association. Since they decided to help the girl, it means they will definitely demand something in return. At this time, the head, Ethan, said that the man is not as simple as it seems. He probably did not let the guy out of the city just like that. But the guy decided to talk about this later. He asked how things were going at the base. The man said that Robertson saved all the residents of the base, but they don't trust Ethan yet. Of course, after all, a man and 7th degree evolved people also have a bad reputation. Without proper training, not a single person at the base can stop him. After which the guy asked what was wrong with the man's body. He began to say that the organization in which Oscar belongs is somehow incomprehensible. First, he suggested that he increase his strength, and he just needed it for certain reasons, so he agreed. First, they went to the very west. The man could not understand how he, being only evolved to the 5th degree, could kidnap him. But when he woke up, he was already at the JO4 base. He also influenced him once again. He became the same killer as they saw him the first time. The guy took out a map and pointed his finger at some desert and asked, "I say the man is talking about this place." After which the guy added that he just needed to go there to find out something, and asked if the man would go with him, to which he received a positive answer. The girl said that she also wanted to come with them, to which the guy began to explain that now there was no one to look after Becca. He would worry. It was better for the girl to stay here and from time to time tell him information about the girl. Any such information would be helpful. The men were driving through the desert, from which zombies were possessing right out of the ground, trying to get living flesh. The guy asked again or the man's strength would return, after which the man just began to use his power. He asked whether there were any side effects after the core was removed from him. At first he was in slight prostration, but then everything returned to normal, which means this time they can go their separate ways. But the man doesn't think so. The guy asked, or the man wants to say that, for an evolving 7th degree there is something impossible, to which he replied that the guy was too frivolous about their road. He shouldn't have gone. Now a man can go all out. Well, the guy said that even they managed to deceive him and defeat him. He could not understand what all this show-off was for. The man didn't quite understand where the guy was going. But he began to explain that first he needed to settle something for the man. It would be as easy as shelling pears. As it turns out, the guy wants to let Michael know that he is now acting with Ethan. Then he will definitely be more careful. Climbers Assistance Union. The man told her in her head not to worry, because this time she would definitely be able to solve that underwater problem. At this time, Oscar was apparently training the commander. He literally tore the core right out of the zombie and handed it to the man. Oscar said that there was little left, but it was not clear what exactly there was a little left for. He said that we could proceed to the next stage of the plan. At this time, the same girl who burned the guy in their shower was teasing him and asking whether his ass had come to its senses and whether he could handle it this time. But he asked not to worry because he brought an assistant in the form of Ethan. The head asked whether everything would definitely be fine with them, but the guy asked not to doubt it. And at that time, the man had already jumped off. The guy made a similar movement, but in some incomprehensible way, he suddenly ran into the water in the literal sense of the word. The man got furious and told the guy not to interfere with him, and using his ability, he pushed the guy out of the water. Apparently, the man slightly miscalculated his strength, and perhaps he did. But the essence remains that the guy landed so hard that the asphalt on the dam cracked. It's clear that the guy was furious at the man's words about not disturbing him. Well, the man seemed to calm the guy down and asked him not to underestimate him. Literally raised all the water from the reservoir upward. The guy was clearly surprised that the man literally completely emptied the entire reservoir. It was precisely thanks to this that a view of all the monsters at the bottom was open. U-Man needs to pay the water as much as possible and sell her the shape of the swords, which is exactly what he did, and oddly enough he pointed these swords right at the monsters, and it was clear that it really began to work. And then quickly send them down to create steam, after which the man landed next to the girls. The girl asked the guy where he brought such a deity to them. He asked her whether she would believe it if he said that he took it with him on the way to them. He then said that he remembered some things to do, so it was time for them. If they needed food, then they should just contact him. He also said that there is no need for gratitude and now they are even. The guy asked, or the man became stronger during their fight, and he didn't see this. Then the man's mind practically did not obey. The place of the fight was unfavorable for him. Besides, they fought against his ability with all their intentions. He should not have underestimated the commander because on his own, he made his way to become assistant to the head of the base. Ethan and the guy should feel safe, but the guy couldn't understand why he felt so uneasy.
City Special Unit.
There was a girl named Alice in it. She handed some papers to the commander and said that Mason, who had recently been attacked by fans of the internet star, had disappeared. He managed to find out that he had exchanged gold of unknown origin at the bank, and they were still hiding it. The man's name was Gibson. An authentic Picasso painting was also found in the guy's apartment, but it looks several decades older than it should be. The other original belongs to an oligarch, and his painting looks less shabby. It is unknown where the picture came from. It was clearly interesting. The commander said that the girl should return her to her place and settle the situation. I would not wait for Mason to return. The man believed that in the near future, they would have something to do. In the meantime, it's best not to make any noise. And at this time, the men were driving through some kind of desert. The guy asked the man if he meant it by going all out. In his opinion, he has a bottomless well instead of a stomach. In the back seat, there were 2 bottles of some kind of potion which Ethan was taking. No wonder Oscar was able to kidnap a man the last time they were here. The man said that he didn't remember something about this green grove, and they needed to be on their guard. Since the area was full of zombies, the man was not sure that it was better for them to take a different route and go around this grove. But the guy suggested finding a road where there are fewer zombies. He thought this grove would be more dangerous than a bunch of zombies. The man said that then it would be better to come here, but he would have to leave the car. As it turned out, they only had a couple of kilometers to go. They would soon be there. I didn't speed up my pace, to be precise. I actually ran. At this time, they moved around the city where zombies walked the streets. The man said that the wind here is just as violent. The guy suggested first. I couldn't finish my thought, because they were attacked by some incomprehensible creature that had paws of an incomprehensible shape. They needed to hide in a safe place. And this safe place was precisely the Green Grove, which they wanted to bypass. I didn't think that they were carried away. The man couldn't even think that in the end the grove itself would find them. There was no running away from it. But at that moment the Green Grove simply evaporated. Some strange things were happening here. They needed to get out of the grove quickly, because they couldn't stay for long. Just at that time there was some big zombie behind them. But the guy quickly reacted, which in principle is not strange, and was able to repel the zombies' blow. The man also began to fight the zombies with his strength. They clearly had no chance of even getting close to him. The man used his strength and threw one of the zombies several meters away from him. It is unclear for what reasons he simply became a pillar. It's clear that the guy didn't understand what happened and started asking the man. As it turned out, the man does not feel that there is even a drop of water in that grove. The guy thought that the man still seemed like the same idiot. Now it's clear why their base is so tiny. The level of his power can change dramatically at any moment. But there were too many zombies, and they needed to somehow break through the crowd. Otherwise, they clearly would not have liked the consequences. The guy came up with some solution. He simply took the man and threw him somewhere forward, after which he used his superpower and went straight after him. At this time, the guy complains that it would be better if he did not get involved with the man. The guy could not understand what this enormous power was. He prepared himself for the worst. A zombie woman appeared in front of them, but they're not done yet, and the man suddenly froze in his tracks. But despite this, he still managed to deal with the zombies around him. At the moment when the guy tried to hit the zombie woman, he found that his hand went through her. All because of what I was doing was completely out of water. The guy even thought that the zombie was not real. While the guy was distracted by the women, some very healthy zombie tried to attack him. And this zombie was clearly already real. The guy immediately began to drink healing to reduce the chance of dying from wounds, after which he dealt a strong blow to the same zombie. The guy asked the man to be careful. It seems these branches can create illusions. At this time, a zombie tried to attack the man. The guy decided to use an ability called Smooth Water Surface. Well, as it turned out, even the tax does not help to recognize the illusion this is a downright strange grove. They tried their best to dodge their opponent's attacks. The man also did a lot of things in this fight. The man began to use his ability called turning the body into liquid. Ethan said that there were invisible zombies next to them, and they needed to be on alert. And the guy at one time said that he had practically found out what the power of these branches was. The man needed to find a safe place for now, and the guy would follow at that time. The men did not try to argue with all this. The guy decided to say after the man that he didn't even say thank you. and at that time a formation of zombies attacked him. Either the guy was transported somewhere back in time, or he just ran into an apartment somewhere. But the point is that he was able to avoid the zombies. He decided to go after the man, and after 15 minutes, the man was able to use the skill of turning his body into water, so there's no need to worry about him now. All this time the guy was being watched, and there were hidden cameras right on the lawn next to him. All this time, the guy was not taken after by the same commander to whom they were reporting, but by the guy. This guy's secret is even greater than they could have imagined. The guy arrived somewhere in a clearing. According to the guy, he seemed to be going in this direction. Still, he was able to find a man who was right in the heart of the forest. The guy immediately asked how he was able to find this place. At this time, in the literal sense of the word, I took a bath right from under the tree. The man thought that this grove was somehow strange, because it did not fight them at all at full strength. And the guy, in turn, believed that by the evening everything would become clearer. The way the guy thought was like an illusion, just like when they fought on the skyscraper. The guy said that they needed to leave before it got completely dark. But at the time, zombies literally carried groups to bright, cheerful disco music. It's clear that our partners were the only ones who were surprised. They saw the zombies lay down the coffin and began to examine the body lying in it. Corpse Queen of the 5th degree. Abilities creating optical illusions. Terrifying scream of 6th degree zombies. Pallbearers. It is clear that the men immediately began to run away from such an incident. The guy noticed that the zombies began to disappear again. Well, there were too many high-grade zombies there. At this time, the queen crept up behind the man and was ready to launch her attack, which she basically did in a split second. From such a blow, the man began to fall and could not control his ability at that moment. He probably started bleeding from the blow for the first time in a long time. But despite this, the man was still able to concentrate and point some swords at the queen. Well, this apparently didn't really help, because the man began to fly away in the opposite direction from the woman. The guy was very surprised that she was so strong. And the guy, as always, even managed to complain that there was only one problem with the man, but still he was able to catch him at the moment when he was falling. Then the queen began to emit very strong sound waves, as if calling someone. It's clear that the guy was also surprised that she started screaming out of nowhere. Deep down in his soul, he clearly understood that trouble was worth waiting for. As expected, after this scream, he saw in front of him red-eyed zombies, who were many times stronger than everyone with them. It's clear that in order to somehow escape, the guy began to run away with a man in his arms from this crowd of offending zombies right after them. Well, this obviously didn't help them, because a crowd of zombies along with them, after some time, were already heading to some mansion not far from the city. The guy and the man were tied with a chain. They are going to be no longer happy about this because everything did not go according to plan. And the queen at that time was clearly glad that he was able to capture such strong fighters oddly enough. A man who had evolved to the 7th degree was a victory for her personally. The partners were taken inside the building, looked more like some kind of prison, because they were literally surrounded by cells. The queen lay down on the sofa and asked who knows how many more people they need. In her opinion, this is already enough. Yugai guessed that the queen is not a zombie, an ordinary person. She said that every time someone asks about this, and she is not obliged to explain anything, after which she ordered them to be taken away from her eyes. A split second later, they were already in the cell. The warden left the men's cell. They were clearly not stupid and were able to easily get out of the chains, and the guy handed the man some kind of jar and said that it was penicillin. Kino said that these handcuffs contained a corpse, but with the help of his ability, it was easy to get rid of him. If it weren't for the guy's penicillin, they would have already disappeared. But the guy still couldn't shake the idea that the corpse queen was actually a person. The man, on the contrary, was glad of this. Otherwise, they could have become zombies long ago, of course, and still you won't envy. But it could have been much worse. Apparently, they are very confident in themselves. There is not a single guard outside. They should wait until it gets dark outside and then run away. The man said that he seemed to have never been here, but for some reason this place seems familiar to him. The guy said that he had already been to the desert nearby, if the place seems familiar. Could there be something behind it? Oscar. In principle, the guy was right. Immediately after they were placed in the cell, the woman went to Oscar. She said that the two they captured were enough for his experiment, but he just needed a couple of people. Now he can begin his unknown experiment. The man told the woman that it seemed she needed to find another person, because Mason could not be touched for now. It was clear that the woman did not understand why this was happening. Oscar began to explain that this was all, because he would become their most valuable result of the experiment, and they couldn't throw away such specimens like that. At this time, the man and the guy were also able to escape, but Mason sneezed very loudly right on the street. The guy didn't think that he would be able to discover his own people. so he offers to find out here what secrets this fortress hides. They entered some kind of warehouse. The guy immediately noticed that it was so huge, but at the same time empty. But the guy believed that something was definitely wrong in this warehouse, and they needed to find a secret passage or something like that. The guy asked what the man thought. What if they deliberately placed this warehouse so that escaped prisoners would wander here? But in reality, there is nothing here. Also an option, if you think about it, no one would hide something in such a suspicious place. What if they deliberately placed this warehouse so that the escaped prisoners would be mistaken by the ship, and in fact there is something here? The man did not particularly react to the guy's speculations and said that everything could be possible. The guy still managed to find the secret entrance. I asked the man to help. The hatch in the floor finally opened. At this time, Oscar flew out of this hatch and asked them who was knocking here non-stop. It's clear that, like Oscar himself, the guy and the man saw each other very strongly. The man immediately began shouting that the prisoners had escaped. But before they could somehow react to this, the man and the guy had already fled from the warehouse. The woman said that if the lens is found out together, they will have a lot of problems. They need to be killed. Who would have thought that they would accidentally wander in here and discover them? He asked. Or had they already escaped? The woman had been watching the cameras all this time and said that this time they headed straight for the exit. Now they know their location. The girl asked if this would not slow down the execution of the Supreme Witch's plan, to which Oscar answered in the negative. I argued this topic that they do not know what exactly they are doing. At this time, the woman asked someone to hide, because she has the abilities of a ghost. They are him. Moments later, the same girl from the mine who had been seducing the guy all the time appeared. She began to argue with the fact that the woman was also pretending to be a zombie. She also only had the abilities of a zombie. She asked to stop pretending to be a real walking corpse. The girl thought that this young man was quite interesting and offered to win him over to their side. Noska said that they were not on the same path with him. The girl had been following him for a long time. He asked whether she had managed to unlock the secrets of his rapid evolution. In general, we didn't manage to find out this secret, but she found out his other secret. For example, now she knows his second ability. After these words, the face of the girl and Oscar instantly changed to one of surprise. And the guy and the man were already somewhere in the desert at that time. The guy believed that they were able to break away. Apparently, most of the zombies are in the vicinity of the fortress. Unless a person is captured and dragged to them, he will not even realize that an entire fortress is hiding behind the crowd of zombies. The guy noticed that something was wrong here. They were discovered, but he couldn't understand why they managed to escape from there with such ease. To which the man replied that there were no high-level zombies inside. No one outside attacked them at all. And then the guy realized that this could be a trap. The guy used concentration. The guy was sure that this was definitely a trap, because how else could their behavior be explained? But the man said that if an ambush was being prepared against them, he would discover the enemy in the end. Every person has water in their body, so he would not be deceived. Well, if the man is so tough, how did he manage to let them fall into the clutches of zombies? It is clear that he explained this by the fact that there is no liquid in the body of a zombie, and their circle is similar to the real one. He could not feel it or control it. Therefore, in a battle with a person he could become stronger, but in a battle with a zombie it was more likely the opposite. When they were carrying out the dialogue, some creature or something unknown apparently crept up on the guy's leg unnoticed. But the essence is that they were engulfed by some incomprehensible tornado. The guy couldn't understand what was going on here. Apparently they were really trapped. At this time, the guy received a message from the system that a damaged fragment of the system had been detected in this location. The system asked whether he needed to start attaching the fragment. After joining the systems, it would automatically update. The update would take 6 hours. It was clear that the guy chose to update the system. But something incomprehensible happened to him. He could not understand what happened. Apparently these were memories, but he could not understand whose they were. In front of him, he saw some guy who also did not understand how he ended up in this system. He did not even know that it was called a system. The guy's name was Edison. The guy noticed that it looked exactly like his system. Were these really memories of its previous owner? Then Edison appeared in front of the guy, rejoicing that he was truly rich, because he had a bunch of jewelry in his hands, and on the bed there were obviously boxes with jewelry too. The guy had one proposition for some man. There were also memories of how he stood on some dance floor, bored with the girls, and said that as long as he was alive, the people at their base would not know hunger. Even if the world is an apocalypse and a real hell, they will have heaven on earth here. It is clear that his subordinates were very supportive of him and chanted that they followed him everywhere. As it turned out, at that moment there was even a chief judge from the association's base there, And there was also some strange man there, whom the guy clearly didn't know. But apparently this is no longer Edison's memory from some other man. This man owes the supreme witch that Edison is now at the base. He has already taken all measures. The woman said that the time had almost come, and the man needed to get down to business. A man came out to her, and he bowed before her, thereby expressing his subordination to her. It is clear that the guy was surprised by what he saw, because he could not believe that Edison could somehow not please them. The guy approached the moment when Edison apparently died. The same man who obeyed the queen asked the guy whether he wanted to change the order of things, being only 7th degree evolved, and told him not to overestimate himself. Well, maybe the guy is not too strong, but it's worth a try. He mocked and asked whether he disagreed with this man. She rudely answered the car that this was an impossible task. I didn't think that the guy's strength would be enough for this. As it turned out, the man is an evolved 10th degree, and has a special ability for spatial chaos. Using his ability, he created some kind of power ball around himself that looked like one that erases everything in its path. As it turned out, the chief judge was there at that time. He said that to find the peace that the guy so dreams of, strength is needed. The man said that simply turning away from him like that, the guy would achieve nothing. The guy was somehow already without an arm but was still able to stand on his feet. The man was clearly fast, and it was because of this that the guy could not move. He used the smooth surface of the water. First, he needs to be lured out of here so that the others have time to save him. Then he will return to his world and think about what to do next. Speed climbing, smooth water surface, all these are system skills. The guy couldn't understand why Edison wouldn't use his main ability. At this time, the man, slightly mocking the guy, said that he was too slow for him, and he was already tired of waiting for the guy. The man repeated once again that the guy was too slow. Even with his speed climbing, he couldn't hide from the man. It's lucky that the man is like this. Now they are far from the others, and the guy needs to quickly move into his world. But the man said that they knew his ability to travel through time. He asked why the guy thought the man was sent specifically for the guy. Space shackled the guy, he couldn't move. The man asked how the guy felt at that moment. Understand what the hell was happening, and he began to fall. According to the man, the guy seemed to have borrowed this ability from someone. If he was deprived of the opportunity to use it, he would become an ordinary person, which in principle is probably what the man began to do. There was no living space left from the guy. The man literally flattened him into house molecules. Then the guy realized that apparently the man was able to break the connection between the system and its owner. Edison's abilities depended only on the system, but he was unlucky. The update has been completed. The guy was very surprised that it had already passed at 6 time, had clearly passed quickly for him. The guy felt himself being filled with the energy of the golden core, which means this is the kind of power that awakens the evolved of the 5th degree. A bonus wheel appeared in front of the guy. The cost of one attempt was as much as 100 skill points. The guy's eyes really lit up with this number. The guy had a negative reaction to all this. He was indignant because it was a whole crystal. Well, then the guy began to think, because if you think about it, it's not that much. He was wondering what he should do better. From the guy's reaction, one could understand that he was very upset that he lost. The guy's ability to transform was activated. The previous owner had evolved to the 5th degree. The level of the ability was 5th, but the guy believed that this was a kind of ability because it just helps to slightly change his shape. Well, the guy had a feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. Then he moved into the real world and remembered what he had forgotten about the man. I decided that we needed to go back to where they left the car. If the man was okay, then he should be there. And at this time, a man was walking around some kind of zombie, peering inside and looking for something to profit from. Well, the guy didn't let the zombie get something interesting so easily, and threw him back several meters with a kick to his legs. As it turned out, there was no man in the car. This was clearly a bad sign for the guy. And then it's unclear who decided to grab the guy from behind, right on the sly. The guy didn't think that the zombies had gotten here too, and directed his most powerful blow with his fist at the stranger. Well, as it turned out, it was some guy, and Mason was able to stop his fist in time right in front of the guy's face. The guy began to explain that he was human and would not cause harm, and asked not to kill him. The guy grabbed him by the hood and asked why he was attacking him from behind, because it was very low of him. The guy fell sharply to his knees and explained his behavior by saying that he just wanted to eat. He apologized to him again and said that he would not do anything like that. The guy asked to listen to him. As it turned out, he is the only son of the head of the unification of solid lands, even though the world is inhabited by zombies. But thanks to his position, he has peace and security. But a couple of weeks ago, they destroyed their base, and his father saved him at the cost of his own life and ordered him to escape. If the guy had not come across a well in which to hide, he would have long ago become food for zombies. All his food was gone, and he was afraid to leave the well, but he was so hungry that he decided to try his luck outside. At this time, Mason threw the bag of food to the guy and told him to take it and get his eye out. I sat behind the wheel and saw something unusual in front of me. The stranger begged the guy to take him with him because he knows his way around well and will help him find more food. But the guy said that he was not interested in this. If he didn't get off, he would just go on his way. The guy clearly knew that Mason was looking for someone. In fact, yesterday he saw his friend being dragged out of that car by several people. And the guy knows where they went. It is clear that after such weighty arguments, Mason simply had no choice. They came to unite the solid lands. The guy asked whether the stranger was sure that his friend had been brought here, or whether he had simply tricked him into going with him to explore the area. But the guy asked Mason not to worry, and to trust him. He would not deceive him. He asked again if the guy knew where they were now. He replied that I didn't know the exact place, but their warehouse was not on that side, and they could look there first. The guy told the stranger to stay close. The zombies here are weak, but there are many of them. They started going down into some kind of basement or something like that. The guy pointed his finger at some huge gates and told Mason that it was here. The guy was surprised that the door was not locked. And at this time, the guy somehow mysteriously stood right in front of the door behind the guy. And he said that the guy was right. There was only a weak zombie outside. He was clearly planning something. At this time, the guy was entered by some kind of light emanating from somewhere. And a crowd of zombies immediately attacked him, planning to tear the guy into small pieces. So in addition, they also have redder eyes, which was obviously very bad for the guy himself. And then the guy said that, however, his father, who had evolved to the 6th degree, died here. But the guy didn't think that there were weak zombies all around. Some two men were discussing that who would have thought that the son of their head had evolved to the 6th degree. So worthless, in no case should they be allowed to be ruled by such a non-entity after the head. It was at that moment that the head of the room came into the room. As it turned out, it was the father of this guy, and he asked without formalities, and I will inform the men to calmly go about their business. And why did they decide to leave the building? At that time, the man was standing over a man who was covered with some kind of towel on top. He hit the chair on which the stranger was sitting with all his might, causing it to fly almost to the ceiling. It turned out that it was his son. He did not at all give the appearance that his father was simply mocking him. The father kicked the guy with all his might, sending him flying several meters. It turned out that the man was angry because the guy called him dad, and not the head. He said that he could not have such an insignificant son. The guy said that he understood everything. This time he called the man the head. The guy was sitting with his father at the table and most likely having dinner. My father got angry because he saw food on the table for me. The guy didn't cook a damn thing and he came to eat it himself. The guy ran sharply into the kitchen and said that he would bring everything, and the man continued to insult the guy and call him a non-entity. After the man tried the food, he turned the table over, arguing that the food had already completely cooled down. Well, the guy asked me to wait a little and he would cook some more. And at this time the man, on the contrary, was not happy that his son called him the head and not the father. And for this the guy received bream. The man began to say that the fame he had earned all his life was shattered because of his son. On the street he only heard people throwing mud at him behind his back. At this time the guy sat down on the edge of the building. Someone healthy came up to him, but of unknown origin. He looked more like a huge zombie. He asked the guy or if it was him, and said that he thought they had something to talk about. The girl and the guy didn't understand what the monster was talking about. At this time, my son reported that they were working. He had indeed become much stronger. Such a large number of zombies was not a problem for him. It was clear that he easily defeated the zombies and did not see this as an obstacle. At this time, some zombie began to scream, thereby emitting large, strong sound waves. The guy realized that they were acting in concert. He dealt a powerful blow to one of the zombies directly from the leg. Seeing something incomprehensible in front of him, he was very surprised, and he saw in front of him a chain that was trying to grab him. In principle, she almost succeeded because he was fighting off his feet because of it. But on top of that, someone used a weapon and shot him. Mason had only one question in his head, since when did zombies learn to handle weapons? Well, I didn't have much time to think, because a bunch of zombies were already approaching him. Then, fortunately for the guy, a man appeared and dealt with the remnants of the zombies. During the contraction, the guy asked where the man was yesterday, and why he wasn't in the car. He began to explain that after the sand in the desert separated them, he was able to get out and return to the car. He didn't know when the guy would return, and there were few supplies left in the car, so he decided to follow the guy who brought him here. Initially, they did not plan to attack him, but then he found out about his power. They stopped avoiding him, and to be honest, he was a little puzzled by this. And when he was about to leave, they returned and began throwing sand and bottles of gasoline at him, as if they realized what his weak point was. He managed to escape, but he lost his way when he found the car. he saw that the guy was talking to an acquaintance who had arrived in search of the man. The guy decided that the man decided to make him a bait in order to follow the stranger and find out what the hell was going on here. But the man began to explain that they could cope with a maximum of the 6th degree evolved. So against the two of them, they had no chance, as they thought they weren't. The guy asked him to listen. He doesn't act together with the man. Doesn't it seem to the man that the guy is somehow involved in this? The guy decided that he needed to get to the person behind all this as quickly as possible and sort out this mess. For some time, the zombies were affected by some kind of sound wave. As it turned out, after this sound wave, the zombies began to abruptly run away from the scene, and it is clear that the guy tried to prevent him from doing this. At this time, the same guy who met Mason in the desert came into the room. Ethan asked whether the guy wouldn't run away from me, but it was unclear what prompted him to ask such a question. But the guy said that last time he had a chance to get out, but definitely not this time. He also said that I had no plans to run away. At that time, he was holding some strange green glowing ball in his hands. He recalled how he complained to his father that he did not want to be considered insignificant, but wanted to drink the potion of evolution, to which the man replied that it was too dangerous because he was still small. The father also told the guy to listen to him, as it turned out that there were only 3 6th degree evolved people in their association, and he should not take everything upon himself. And he should also be kind. He doesn't want to remain some kind of mascot forever. Their association is so full of worthless idiots. Precisely because the guy destroyed his own, the father is ashamed to even raise his head in front of his subordinates. But the guy insisted on his own, and told his father that he would drink this potion, because he no longer wanted to be a non-entity. After this, it was clearly not the first time that the guy received a strong blow from his father right from his leg, which sent him flying several meters away. But the father told his son that the non-entity would not die after one sip. He could not understand whether he really dared to doubt his words and his decision. The guy was holding this ball in his hands, and was clearly thinking about drinking the potion. After the guy started taking the potion, the man and the guy became wary. The guys could see that it had barely begun to act. Some dark shadows appeared around his eyes. His eyes lit up with a red-pink hue, and he clenched his teeth very tightly as if from anger, after which the guy fell to the floor and most likely unconscious. Apparently, the processes of evolution have already begun. The guy was lucky because usually the nucleus has very little chance of starting evolution. To be honest, the guy didn't look the best. His face shape changed dramatically, and he looked like some kind of rat in the form of a man. Apparently, things didn't work out for the guy, and his partners decided to just leave. Before that, they needed to deal with the remaining zombies, after which the guy went as he told me to deal with the zombies. The same big guy who produced sound waves immediately attacked him, but apparently the guy didn't care about these waves. Immediately after this, the guy was attacked by red-eyed zombies, who were many times stronger than ordinary ones. These zombies could already pose a danger to the guy, but the guy was confident that he could easily defeat the zombies. It would not harm him. He used a 5th degree speed climb and struck one of the zombies with crazy speed. Defense for a second, he dealt with another zombie that was near him. After which the man got involved, he used the cutting jets of the 7th degree. And in a split second, he also wiped out his opponents, and there were quite a few of them. At least 5 zombies for sure. In principle, oddly enough, with their powers, dealing with a bunch of zombies was a piece of cake. But now they have a problem on the table in the form of this very big guy who emits sound waves. Now it was his turn to fight them. Apparently his strength lies in controlling the rest of the zombies, so if all his friends don't, he will turn into a defenseless creature. Obviously unexpectedly for the guy, the zombie asked to spare him, and said that he could help them. But the guy reacted to this doubtfully. He said that he was not yet such a vile type to make friends with zombies, after which he asked the man to finish him off. Basically, as the guy asked, the man began to use his ability to destroy the obstacle in the form of zombies. At this time, when the rays, capable of killing zombies in a split second, almost approached his face, they heard the guy begging not to kill him. The guy had already come to his senses, but to be honest, he didn't look very good. The man did not argue with the fact that it seemed to them that the guy was finished, but his evolution was still successful, which could not but please the guy himself. But about the man, it was not clearly visible whether he was happy about it. Mason couldn't understand why the guy, being a human, was asking to have pity on the zombies, or whether he even knew what disgusting creatures they were. But the guy said that he simply could not understand him, because this zombie respected him. He gave him the strength to live on. The zombie said that he was the result of a failed experiment to create a corpse king. Oscar wanted to get rid of him, but fortunately, he managed to escape. But the guy was a non-entity in the eyes of others, and even his own father treated him terribly. They are so similar, 2 creatures abandoned to the mercy of fate who have suffered greatly. Then the zombie invited the guy to unite. He would respect and protect him, and in due time he would supply him with food, and a bright future would await them. It's clear that the guy didn't really have a choice, because this was probably the only person who understood him, and didn't condemn him and called him a non-entity, and he agreed with the zombie. Mason assumed that the two of them destroyed the associations of solid lands, he asked, or the guy thought that this was an act that a person would do. Well, from the guy's reaction it was clear that he did not regret this action for a minute. He said that this was what they all needed, and they deserved to die. The guy, probably slightly offended inside, said that nothing would help him. He clearly hoped that the guy would be adequate, after which he said that now the man's way out. The man began to use the ability to destroy zombies. It's clear that the guy was ready to stand up for his friend to the last, even despite the fact that he was a zombie, because at least this is the only person in his life who understood him and supported him. But for some reason, the guy thought that in this situation it was best for him to attack Mason. He was ready to tear him to pieces. Well, the guy told him not to overestimate himself. It was clearly clear that Mason would deal with the guy without any problems. After which, he delivered a blow of tolerable force directly to the guy's stomach, and the guy already at that moment regretted that he had at least tried to attack him. Mason only said that respect must be earned with one's enormous strength, and not with the help of zombies as the guy did. But Mason didn't stop on that roof. He decided to teach the guy a little more, and he threw him at the wall just like some kind of tennis ball. And from the force of the guy's blow, it was noticeable that he was thrown with enormous force. And at that time, the guy just stood and calmly looked at the lying guy after him. Mason said that the guy had a truly exceptional life. His heart has long been rotten because of this terrible changed world. At this time, while the guy was expressing his thoughts, he noticed that there was some kind of secret passage in the wall. It is not clear how he was able to notice it in the first place. The partners were very surprised that the guy was capable of such a thing, because you couldn't tell by his appearance. They saw many practically naked women in front of them, but the guy told the man that they had nothing to do here. He offered to escort these poor girls to the nearest base. It's clear that the girls thanked him for this, and for some reason added that they wanted children from them. As it turned out, they brought these girls to the climbing camp, and the guy said that they had saved several people, and the buildings of the solid lands asked if they could take them in, to which the head replied that they would only be happy about this. The woman asked the girl to guide them. The guy said that unfortunately, they cannot stay, because they need to return after dark, otherwise they will have big problems. The woman only finally told them to be careful, because zombies have become more active lately, and if you relax even for a minute, you can get into huge problems. But the guy asked not to worry about them, because at least they are not just some people, but evolved to a fairly high degree. At this time, the guy returned to the association building the Earth. The man immediately asked the guy what his catch was. Well, to be honest, the guy was a little frostbitten by this question, but on the contrary, he asked his own question. He asked how Michael, the first owner of the system, died. For some reason, the man got angry because of this question, because the guy himself saw the materials on the case. It indicated that a man killed him. In fact, the Supreme Witch was behind all this. The guy couldn't understand where the woman came from, to which the man replied that she was one of 20 members of a terrible alliance. This is an organization that controls the entire city, and for the last couple of years, they have been reaching out to the rest of the cities, and are looking for various outstanding beings. Their plan is to control all 3 areas. The guy is already familiar with one of the talent lovers. This is Oscar. As for the guy's question, Michael created his own organization to destroy the Supreme Witch, but in the end he died at her own hand. The man also remembered that the Supreme Judge, when you were also a member of his organization, their conversation had already included the Chief Judge himself. He said that Michael had picked up many people from the street, and he was one of them. Unfortunately, he died a terrible death. The guy said that Oscar already knows how to artificially create a corpse king. If he continues to work for the benefit of the Supreme Witch, we can only wait for the worst. After all, the Corpse Queen has incredible strength. If he is also 7th degree, he can even easily destroy a small organization for the 17th camp of the Climbing Aid Union and their association. This is a big threat. The guy asked how he could help in this situation. If the Supreme Witch decides to attack, then they will have many wounded, the man asked. Or the guy can provide them with medicine. The guy assured the man that he could rely on him for this. After which the guy went to the ward with the nearest girl in it. As it turned out, the doctor said that in a couple of days, she would have to talk about something, so she was fine. But the guy was worried that if the plans of the Supreme Witch included capturing all 3 regions, then these events would definitely affect his friends. Perhaps they would be made slaves by corpse kings, or maybe even killed. He could not allow this to happen. He finally understood why Michael decided to create his own organization in this chaotic world. He probably also met those whom he later wanted to protect. The guy's main goal is to become stronger and protect all these people. And the girl blushed slightly and asked why the guy was looking and smiling like that. He said that he just suddenly thought how cute the girl was and was staring at it. But the girl's reaction was very strange. Instead of thanking the guy, she hit him with all her might and told him not to do that again. After which the guy decided that he needed to rush to get medicine and began to be transported to his world. But at that moment, someone grabbed him by the shoulder. It's clear that his reaction was fine. He immediately grabbed this man and threw him over his back. As it turned out, this was the same girl who reported to the commander about the guy. The guy fell slightly into a stupor because he clearly did not expect to see at the moment when he was transported into his world some girl who grabbed him by the shoulder. She introduced herself as the Space-Time Police, and it's understandable that the guy was surprised that such a thing even existed. And that guy guessed that this was apparently somehow connected with his system. And apparently they found out everything about him. He had already begun to have thoughts that they wanted to capture him and use him for the sake of science, and ours began to sweat from such a thought. And then the guy abruptly approached the girl and said that since everything had turned out this way, all he could do was clearly do something bad. Well, as it turned out, the guy simply tied the girl up on a chair standing in the room, and he took out a pen from somewhere. His smile was like that of some maniac. In principle, it was clear what he was going to do. As expected, he began to torture the girl with a feather, thereby tickling her leg. Sooner or later, she had to give up and not stand it. Indeed, it was as if some kind of interrogation began. The first question was for what purpose she came to his house in the first place. But here it is unclear for what reasons it began to beg for him to let her go, arguing that she did not want to do anything bad. But he said that she snuck into his house and installed a camera everywhere. He couldn't understand, or whether she really believed that this was called nothing bad, and in general, why they believed her. She said that she observed his actions and did not establish that he was traveling in time. The guy's expression suddenly changed. He realized that he would have problems in the near future. Why he took the knife in his hands for some unknown reason. But the guy himself understood perfectly well that he would not kill an innocent girl, just because I don't know his abilities. He horribly asked the girl whether she knew that sometimes the less you know, the longer you will live. But she asked to listen to her first. She said that she was from the first department of the Space-Time Police. They only watch such guys and do not interfere in their affairs. She also added that they could help him. And the guy didn't seem to hear the girl and pointed his knife right at the girl. But again, he himself understood perfectly well that he would not do what it all seemed to be. He stopped the knife blades right in front of her pupil. The guy said that adults are only interested in a profitable exchange and asked what they expect to receive from him in return for their help. She said that every action of a time traveler affects all of time and space as a whole. Their task is to protect the world from danger. To put it bluntly, they are afraid that he will become a villain, and that is why they are watching him. After the guy found out everything for you, he untied the girl. You guys just needed help right now. The girl asked the guy to remember that their goal was to save time and space from the danger that the guy could pose if he became a threat. They would immediately get rid of him. The guy noticed that the girl was far from strong, but said terrible things. At this time, all the neighbors outside gathered and shouted for the guy to leave his apartment. They were discussing something among themselves, and it was obviously about a guy. At this time, a woman sent a message to some guy and said that the guy didn't smell so good and that she really wanted to hug him. But it was clear from the guys that he clearly did not have the same opinion about the woman. And when they did their job, he needed to quickly leave, because he could no longer see this woman. When the guy finally left his apartment, this woman said that the guy would get it for offending some of their brother. But the girl told the guy to leave it to her. And a split second later, the woman received a strong blow from sleep, right in the cheek. The guy couldn't understand how the girl could take down such a huge woman with her left hand. He doubted that she was even human. In a post-apocalyptic world, a girl with only a weak second-degree evolution. But for this world, she is a real professional. Now it's clear why she didn't resist. She immediately realized that she simply couldn't cope with him alone. People immediately started filming all this. And the guy at one time said that the guy's girlfriend had hit a man, and he would post it all on the internet. He also added that he would not be able to wash away all this shame, and he would be behind bars. At this time, the girl began to divulge complete information about the guy. As it turned out, he made his debut 3 years ago and had connections with 2,000 girls, 19 of whom were minors. It was clear from the guy's behavior that it was really true, but he tried to hide it. He was really nervous. But the woman began to defend him and said that he made his debut 3 whole years ago and did not even take the girl's hand, and they would sue her for libel. But the girl at one time reported that they had already contacted those underage girls, and collected data. There was enough evidence to put the guy in prison for life. The guy couldn't understand who the girl thought she was. He started insulting her and telling her to choke on the evidence. And Mason will tell you that the guy is still as proud as he was then in the restaurant. And apparently he didn't get enough last time. As expected, the guy struck him with a strong blow right in the jaw, causing him to fly several meters away. After seeing this, a crowd of people immediately began to run away from the scene. The guy said that there is no need to waste time chatting with such people. If they have evidence, let the law deal with it. He thanked for the help, but said that he had to go so they would see each other later. Now he needs to get the medicine as soon as possible. At that time in the square, some two men seemed to be pressing the girl. One of them told her to just try to run away. If she didn't agree to something, then she wouldn't get off so easily. The girl understood a little what they needed from me. She asked me to leave her alone. It's clear that the guy won't just stand by and approach the men to ask what was going on. As it turns out, one of them knows the guy. The man could not understand what the girl the guy was dating saw in him, but now it doesn't matter. The man will first deal with the guy and then with the girl. One of the men said that they were first-class soldiers, capable of killing a bull with one blow. The guy himself asked, since he decided to be insolent to the boss. They clearly didn't know that the guy had abilities that weren't here, and easily repelled the man's attack and, in addition, dealt with all of them. And then the man suggested that the guy evolved by changing DNA. But he was sure that such a fool would not have enough money for such a thing. The guy couldn't understand, or the man was stupid with fear, because they live in a scientific world, they are in a science fiction one. And what is he talking about? Although if you think about his travels in just an apocalyptic world, it's also science fiction. Perhaps what the man is talking about already exists, and in his world, he is simply a person from the lower class, so he does not have access to such benefits. The man assumed that the guy bought fake cheese like this. The chance of survival after that is more than 1 in 10,000. He sacrificed his life for the sake of that girl. What a fool he is in the man's opinion. Moreover, even if the guy survived, the girl will very soon be spending the night in the crib with him. The man told the guy that the girl's father found her even abroad. Now she is being kept locked up at home. Next month she will marry her rich son. Garbage remains garbage. No matter how strong the guy becomes, the future cannot be changed. It is clear that such words greatly angered the guy, and he threw the man to the floor, at which time the girl thanked him for his help, and he decided that he must find a way to get the girl out. As it turned out, the girl knew the girl. The guy asked who she was. As it turned out, she was her friend under the name Lucy. She heard that the girl was being kept locked up, and she also wants to help her. She and the guy can act together. The girl also said that if the guy believes her, then let him follow her, and she will tell everything in detail, and also thank him for that saved her. She brought him some clothes and told him to prepare them for him. Let him take a shower and they would have dinner. He really didn't think this girl was that rich. When the guy sat down at the table, he immediately asked what was going on about their cooperation. But first, the girl asked to tell him about the girl's family. As it turned out, their family became so rich and famous in their city only because it owns the technology of creating its own such evolution genes. It not only cures diseases and prolongs life, but also makes the human body physically stronger. It is clear that the guy was very surprised that science had already developed such a problematic thing. He could not understand why he had lived for 20 years and was only learning about it now. The girl said that the upper class immediately hid this information. Only a few have access to this serum. In addition, the cost of its production is very high, so one serum costs $1,000. But in order to evolve for the first degree, you need 100 serums. Well thought out. To evolve 1 degree, you need to spend a lot of money. Only the upper class can do this. Now it's clear why the guy hadn't heard about it. He was interested in how the first degree differs in this world and in the post-apocalyptic one. That's how the girl's family became the most influential. And Lucy's family is also developing medicines, so she and the girl are big competitors. The girl noticed that the guy was quite strong. He probably used the serum. If I don't act together, the girl will give him their serum. Then he will become even stronger and will be able to rescue the girl. After which the guy said that he was in business. If the girl helped him become stronger, he could easily help the girl. They went to some laboratory. The girl told the guy not to undress and lie down because first she needed to examine him for something. After which she literally tied him up for some unknown reason, as if he was going to run away somewhere. Even the guy couldn't understand what it was all about because it was just an inspection. After which, the girl injected the guy with some strange drug. Some time passed, and the guy woke up. The girl was tired. The guy again became convinced that, in his opinion, all girls were just demons. As it turned out, while the guy was sleeping, the girl conducted a thorough examination. but the guy complained that his arms and legs seemed numb. It turned out that the guy's body already corresponds to the highest level that she knows. Moreover, he is even stronger than many others who have undergone genetic modification. She could not understand how he achieved this. But the guy said that this is a secret, of course. Evolution in the post-apocalyptic world would be more virgin than the serum from the modern world, but the guy is not going to talk about it. The girl, unfortunately, said that her funds were not enough to make the guy even stronger and apologized for this. But the guy said that there was nothing wrong with this, and it would be better for the girl to use these funds to search for Emmy's whereabouts, and he would figure out the rest himself. But the girl stroked his leg with her foot and asked him not to worry because he had already helped her, so she will help him. Since the girl's family is engaged in the production of medicine, the guy asked her to make some medicine for him. If he goes to buy it himself, then problems may arise. To which the girl replied that you are not a problem there. She will do whatever he wants and in any quantity. Sometime later, the girl told the guy that everything was ready. As it turned out, this was a specially potent antidote that he asked for. She didn't know what it was for, but she hoped that it would be useful to the guy. The guy thanked the girl but said that he had to go. The girl begged him to stay for a couple more days, but the guy was afraid that she would torture him. After which, the guy had already arrived in the post-apocalyptic world and immediately went to the ward with Becca. It is not clear why the girls seemed frightened by the appearance of the guy from their appearance. It was clear that they were not entirely happy to see him. The guy looked at the girl with a smile on his face, and she was glad that she could already stand on her feet and not just lie in a coma. But the girl has tears in her eyes because of unknown reasons. He approached her with all his appearance, showing that he was glad that the girl had finally woken up after a relatively long time. She immediately began to hug him, and said that she thought she would never see the guy again. Well, the guy kindly asked her if this is possible. He will never forget that she protected him from a bullet. She can ask for whatever she wants. He will do anything for her. The girl said that she had not even thought about it, and would definitely think about it. At that time, a subordinate entered their room and said that the head was calling the guy to his place, and this was an urgent matter, and the girls should also go with them. He said that according to the latest data, a crowd of zombies became more active and attacked large and small organizations. Almost half of the entire settlement was damaged, and this crowd was led by a corpse king who was actually a man. The guy said that he and Ethan saw her. She was created artificially. Of course, she is somehow connected with Oscar, but he only recently mastered the technology of creating a corpse king. He couldn't create a corpse king in such a short time. Most likely, she is not his creation. A few kilometers from the climbing aid union, there was really a crowd in this desert, and the zombies had green eyes. And this obviously did not mean anything good, because such a crowd of zombies could easily destroy some small base. And oddly enough, they were led by the same girl who was in fact a human. As it turned out, they attacked the climbing aid union. Oscar at this time reported that the top has incredible technologies. They gave the woman the ability to control zombies, and now she has become even stronger. But she at one time reported that they were hurting her, so she is very angry. She would also like them to modify some handsome guy for her. Oscar told the woman not to worry, and he would arrange everything soon. He just needed to grab Mason during this raid. In truth, the 5th-degree Corpse King is not capable of controlling such a large crowd of zombies, so they can only say that this girl was made much stronger using technology unknown to them. Right now, zombies are surrounding theirs with the help of a climber. The threat is growing, so their 17th camp wants to help. The man was wondering what the guy would say about this occasion. He said that they would all go, and at that time Melanie told her sister that it was better for her to stay safe at the base. After some time, they already went to the climbing aid union. On top of the car was Ethan, who was watching the road through binoculars. The guy asked how long they would have to go until they reached the climbing aid union. Well, the man said that now the question is not whether the bus will be able to reach them alive. All this is due to the fact that he saw a crowd of zombies in front of him. At this time, the zombies were shot at and destroyed by any means. As it turned out, the woman had been fighting them off for several days. Her comrade's strength was running out. She didn't understand what they needed to do. The head said that the cores can restore strength, but if I abuse them, their effectiveness will decrease. She thought now these cores would be of little use. At this time, 2 girls stood and defended their territory. One of them told the captain that it was happiness for her to die shoulder to shoulder with her. But she was positive, and asked the girl not to talk nonsense, and asked her if she had forgotten that she had never defeated her in close combat. After a slightly changeable situation with a more positive one, we did not start fighting. The head and everyone else tried their best to encourage the others, so that you would not give up and fight. They should not let the sacrifice be in vain. The girls could not understand what had happened, Some huge force saved them because in a split second all the zombies around suddenly seemed to disappear. As it turned out, the guy used the energy of the golden core from the 5th degree. It increases protection and improves the ability to recover, also increases overall strength. He also used the focus of the 5th degree. It collects all internal forces at one point and allows you to release it with a huge attack. The girl couldn't believe that the guy was already so strong. He managed to defeat so many zombies in the blink of an eye. She also had to train so as not to become a burden for him. It's good that I didn't make it in time. Otherwise, I knew what could happen. 3 hours later, at this time, the head reported that the wave of zombies had retreated, and they had coped with these difficult times. It is clear that everyone at the base was happy about this incident. But at that time, the girl told the guy that if it weren't for his high-speed driving, I'm afraid they wouldn't have made it in time. And it was thanks to him that they managed to save the Climbing Aid Union. The woman said that the Supreme Witch planned to subjugate everything. Even if today they managed to repel the zombie attack, this does not mean that she will leave them alone. The guy completely agreed with this. The zombies retreated only for a while. They will probably come back again. You can't sit idly by. First you need to catch the leader of these zombies and kill her. This is the only way he will be able to resist this crowd. When the zombies stop controlling the Supreme Witch's plan will be thwarted already half. The guy asked the head not to worry. A recent attack showed that their strength was not enough. This time he, a girl, and a man will fight a half-human zombie. After some time, the girl walked around the building and thought about what she should do. Ono recalled her sister's words. She knows something. That she cares about the guy. But if she doesn't start acting, then he's simply being led by someone else. She shouldn't miss her chance. At this time, the guy was sleeping soundly in his room. Why did you girl decide to repeat the action of the ghost girl and crawl right under the guy's blanket? But she asked him if it was really unclear what she was doing. She said that she had liked him for a long time. She asked whether she didn't have to confess for him to know about her feelings. But the guy clearly suspected something, because he was sure that the girl would never do such a thing. And after some time, the girl showed her real appearance. Just like the previous time, the guy simply threw the girl out of bed. The girl asked my boyfriend, disappointed that she was not the real Melanie. The guy was curious how she knew what the girl looked like. He asked if she had seen her. The girl at one time reported that she was right outside the door, trying to muster up the courage to enter his door. But unfortunately, she regretted it and left. If she had been a little bolder, perhaps the real Melanie would have appeared in front of the guy. He asked the girl slightly menacingly whether Melanie really wanted to come out to him, and answered something that she saw with her own eyes. She noticed that the guy was blushing. She saw that he was really looking forward to this. After the girl said that she knew the exact location of the zombie girl, he was surprised that she actually knew where it was. But if they knew the exact location, they could find a way around and not waste too much energy fighting the tide of zombies, and will not be able to save their strength to fight it. As it turned out, the zombie was the girl's sister. Many years ago, in order to find a way to survive, they did not join the Witch Queen, who gave the girl the ability to turn into a zombie and her into a ghost. And so the girl is not a zombie, not to mention the king of artificial corpses that they think she is. She is actually a human evolved with the ability to turn into a zombie. When a girl uses her ability to turn into a zombie, she can become as strong as a level 5 zombie king. But what she doesn't know is that the more times she uses her zombie abilities, the closer her body becomes to a zombie. Perhaps one day she will become a zombie in the true sense this word, a zombie queen without human will and human thoughts. The guy asked, or the girl wanted him to help her stop her sister. She answered something that she was not strong enough to defeat her alone. She wanted the guy to help her. She suggested that she would tell where she was, and he would help her defeat her, but will save her life. The guy responded positively to this proposal. But before the girl left, he asked her not to turn into someone else in front of him in the future. Early the next morning, the guy said that they were leaving, but the girl asked not to worry about him, because the tide of zombies had stopped for now. Only a few scattered zombies remained. They would not be able to hold out. The captain gave the girl some kind of stone for training, which can restore her physical strength. She wants to be sure in her safety. The girl immediately began to hug the captain, and jokingly said that when she returns, she will really defeat her in battle. The girl asked the man, or did he notice that there was a city ahead? Well, the guy said that there was no city on the map. It seemed like it appeared out of nowhere. The only way to get through this section of road, which is sharpened by enemies on both sides, is to cross the city. As it turned out, it was an illusion of a girl, and the guy can let him drive straight inside. The girl has a way to find a way out. Alice's talent is turning into a ghost. She can also turn into an invisible state of a ghost. She can choose the one who will see her. The guy couldn't understand how it was that this city didn't look the least bit neglected. It was very strange for him. The girl from above reported that a large number of people were seen ahead. Some women suddenly appeared in front of the car, glad that they had finally seen at least some living ones, because this was a very rare thing. At this time, the guy seemed to be transported to some other space. There was nothing around him except white. He saw Emma in front of him, who said that she had returned and asked whether he missed her. She exchanged it and said that this time she was back and would not be together forever. And at that time, the man saw his mother, who told him that he had matured very much. It's not clear how, but the guy abruptly switched from Emma to Melanie, who he told that she needed to say what she liked. And at that time, the girls got caught by the captain, and the two of them had the idea of being together, after all. This is not prohibited, at least. It is clear that this was the work of a zombie, which apparently hypnotized all the people. Alice at this time noticed that the guy was enjoying this illusion, but she could not understand who this woman in front of him was, and she looked very familiar. The girl got angry because the guy was really enjoying himself and was simply ignoring her too. She also added that she might get angry because of this. When the guy finally realized that this was all an illusion, he suddenly woke up and dealt a powerful blow to the zombie. The guy immediately thanked the girl, but she asked him to say thank you to her ass. If he had not woken up, he would have simply been killed. After some time, everyone moved away from this illusion and decided that they needed to quickly destroy these zombies, because they could pose a very big problem in the future. Well, the guy said that there were too many zombies here and suggested that we simply leave here. The guy asked Alice to tell him how to get out of this city. She directed him towards some wall. The guy came up with the idea that if an illusion appeared in the city, then the girl was nearby. He once again asked Alice to name the exact location of his sister, but Nam asked the guy to let her feel it. She began to navigate for them. She said that she was 300 kilometers from them. The journey would take about 2 hours. They needed to drive straight for 100 kilometers and turn right. At this time, Oscar the girl and many zombies were somewhere in the desert. Oscar was interested in how long it would take to prepare for the next zombie. The girl said that she would come in another 4 hours. It would take a lot of time to drive away the zombies from everywhere. The guy and his whole company arrived just in this desert. Oscar was really surprised to see the girl in front of him. He was angry with her and believed that she did it on purpose. But the girl began to teach in the cold and denied it. She said that she did not notice that Oscar was behind the stone. Oscar asked the girl to forget this, and he would not dwell on it. Thanks to her, they all ended up near him. He owes the queen the witch about this, and she will be well rewarded for this. The guy asked the girl whether she had betrayed him, but she didn't even really try to justify herself. She just said that the guy himself was to blame for his stupidity, and the girl at one time told them to give up the fight, because they are surrounded and they simply have no choice. And it was a good time to say that he took the guy back, his experiment will go smoothly, he will thank him for it, and he will know what it's like to gain power. And a group of people like that were really surrounded by zombies on all sides. The girl did not stand on ceremony for a particularly long time after the guy did not agree that they would surrender. She sent all the zombies to attack. It's clear that the guy quickly reacted to all this and began to fight the zombies to protect his friends, even resurrected. He noticed that the guy had improved his abilities again in such a short time, but he was not taken aback, and began to saw through apparently corpse poison. The guy said that it had such a paralyzing effect that they all needed to cover our mouths. The girl said that now that their mouth and nose are closed, they should have a better sense of hearing, vision, and touch. The girl used a flash of illusory light. It releases a blinding light that creates an illusion and lures enemies into it. Some very huge zombie appeared in front of a group of people. Oscar asked her girlfriend if she could handle them. I understand for what reasons the girl suddenly decided that it was time for her sister to end her life in this world. It is clear that the man did not expect to see this right before his eyes. Well, Alice said that I'm afraid my sister wasn't worried, because with her abilities she won't die, she can simply be immobilized. It is clear that everyone present was also surprised that the girl who betrayed them suddenly decided to take their side. And then the guy already admitted that he was afraid that the girl would not keep her promise. As it turned out that night, they agreed that if the girl follows his plan, then her sister will be conquered by them. She asked whether he wants to participate. If an accident occurs, he will die. But he asked in response how she can know whether she will win or not if she does not accept participation in a gambling game. After which the girl asked whether the guy really doesn't trust her that much, because she might get angry with him for this. Oscar began to get very angry at the girl for setting them up and betraying them. He asked whether she was not afraid that the Witch Queen would take her life. But she said that in the eyes of the Queen, they are all pawns that can be used. but she does not understand that sometimes the pieces also want to leave the board. She asked whether the man wants to be a pawn that can be thrown away at any moment, or whether he wants to be a fighter outside the game, or whether he even wants to die just now. But the man asked the girl not to think that this would stop the Witch Queen's plan. When she rules everyone, they will all become his experimental subjects. And the man began to spray his poison again. At this time, my brother came in with the keys. He was surprised at what she was still doing in the room. The girl said that this is a genetic drug that she recently developed, and he only needs to take 20 of these potions to raise his level to the first. The guy was clearly confused by hearing the number 20. The guy had to say that the girl was really something. Inside the family corporation's conference room, the head of the family was angry that the market share was not at risk because the share price fell this month. The subordinate told the man that their genetic market has been completely suppressed by the competing family, and the genetic drug is only $700 million cheaper and can force people to become level recipients. They need $1 billion. They can't compete in any way. The son told his father that he thought the root of the problem lay in the research and development department run by his sister. A long time had passed since the research and development department had created a more advanced genetic drug. If they can't reduce the cost, they won't be able to lower the selling price, and then they will definitely be suppressed by the competing family. The man also agreed that this problem is a matter of research and development. If I do research and development can create a cheaper genetic potion, they will be able to compete. Also, the guy will not remember that recently his younger sister said that a potion had been developed that only cost 200 million to become level 1. In order for everyone to see how stupid the girl is, he specifically asked her if she didn't want to show everyone this potion. Well, the man was clearly not happy that the girl opened her mouth. The head of the family already asked the girl whether it was true what her brother said, but the girl did not hide the fact that the guy was just a fool who wanted to get married and take the family's property. But in this case, she will not hide it. And this time, she proudly announced that she had developed a new genetic potion. 20 doses in a row will make you a first-class improver, for only 200 million. It is clear that in this case it had to be tested, but the man could not understand how it could be that the testing machine should be broken. He decided that he would buy a new device. After some time, the head of the family was brought a new device and decided to test it again. After they tested this potion, they saw that the purity was still 5%. The brother was furious and could not believe that she was actually able to develop it. The head of the family began to praise the girl and said that she had done a great job. This genetic potion saved their entire family corporation. After which he began to reproach the guy who only knows how to deal with internal disputes. But she admitted that in fact another person helped her in developing this genetic drug. During the medical examination of the guy, they discovered that his body was genetically strong, so they used it to improve the genetic drug. The man said that now their task is to prevent it from contacting this guy and delivering him to him. Even though the girl found out where the guy lives, he was not at home. This can be very difficult to do. And then my brother realized that I really helped make this drug. He wanted this man who helped her to be his. After the girl came home, she began to complain that the atmosphere at work was so boring that it was better to be at home relaxed and calm. After she complained that she didn't know where to look for the guy, he appeared at that moment and asked if she was looking for him. Well, the girl's first word was about whether he didn't want to conduct a full examination of her body first. The guy clearly had no time for this, and he said that he urgently needed to talk to the girl. Her behavior changed dramatically, and she was ready to listen to the guy. Besides, she considered him a friend, so if he needed something he could just ask. If it weren't for the strong genes in him, her position in the family would still be very low, but she should help him and thank him. He started telling me that he had a girlfriend. After the girl listened to the guy completely, she said that she understood him and that this friend was infected, and in the end he needed a drug that would suppress the virus, but not kill the carrier. After which he held out a sample of her skin, which she could study. She said that it was easy and asked him to give it to her. She began to tell me that this is a strange virus. It seems that it is only afraid of penicillin, and when penicillin is ingested, the virus dies very quickly at a very incredible speed. She asked him to give her the improved penicillin that she gave him last time. She would improve it and make it more gentle. The drug can kill these viruses without causing harm to the body. After which she announced that she would begin conducting an experiment. And it really worked. The virus was completely destroyed. The leather tissue samples remained intact. The guy was surprised that the girl was able to do this if you look at it from the other side. Lucy's technical power is more powerful than those of those genetic experts in the apocalypse. But the girl said that there were many more things that she was still good at, and asked if the guy wanted to check it out. Well, the guy let me know so that the girl would forget about it because he was in a hurry. After which he simply jumped from her window, and then thanked her for her help and said goodbye. After which my boyfriend found himself in the apocalypse. He handed over a drug that suppresses the virus in the girl's body. It is administered subcutaneously and acts very quickly. And Melanie at this time was wondering how he managed to get this drug in such a short period of time. He said that he has a friend named Lucy who helped him. She has great abilities and is an excellent errand girl. No matter how far away she is always in touch. After which he began to talk about her. After finishing his monologue, he asked whether the girl understood where he got this drug from. They didn't expect that he had such powerful friends. If he had such a special ability, he must be of a high level. At this time, the girl's sister seemed to be healed and take on a normal human appearance. She clearly didn't remember anything, the girl began to explain. She said that she understood everything. If the guy had not saved her, she would have become an inhuman zombie. Then she thanked him with a kiss. He was clearly very embarrassed by this, and said that there was no need to thank him. It was all of them who offered the effort here. After which the guy said that now is not the time to talk about this. Although the tide of zombies was eliminated, the Queen's other forces remained. But Oscar and the corpse of the 4th level leader, they still posed a great threat to the entire country. The girl asked whether their next plan was to destroy Oscar and the leader's corpse. The guy answered positively, that they would destroy them and then go after the Witch Queen, so the state would no longer have to face threats. But at this time a man called the guy and told him to come back quickly because Oscar and the zombie king of the 4th level had already appeared.